I know. But she can hear me up in the booth, and she's going to fix it. I'll just keep talking. And I'll tell you my life story. You see, in 1954, during a hurricane, it was reported in the Haverhill Gazette that a little girl was born to William and Charlotte Murphy. It was during a hurricane. And then the next day, they put a little boy was born. And since my father was a twin, a lot of people thought they'd had one of each on different days. Here she comes. This is Susan. She's going to fix it all.
Can you put it higher? I'm going to adjust some things.
That's not high enough?
Yeah. And then I'm just going to turn up some things.
Okay, how we doing now? Any better? Still can't hear me. She's working on it. She's working on it. She's working on it. So I was telling you my life story. Does anybody want me to repeat it? No, okay. Can you hear me now from your TV? Still not working. She's up there. We have tested and retested so many things over the last 48 hours. And we tested this one a number of times. I've got two, just to make sure if one fails, the other one works. And yet, we still don't have it perfect. They're getting any better. I practically am swallowing the microphone, so I don't want to get it any closer to my Adam's apple. Any better? People up top. Where's the chief? Chief, can you hear me up there? All right. So not only is it important that it's not important that you hear me most of the time. Heather, can you check your microphone?
Testing. 1, 2, 3. No.
Not at all.
Testing.
Yay! You want to hear Heather. And let's assume we can hear the people on the select board. But go ahead, take a chance on it.
Check,
Everybody
check.
talk into the mic.
Testing.
Hold you there. You go.
Testing. Okay.
Everybody up there? Finance, Evan, can you take your microphone?
Check, check.
Check. Okay, everybody all set? You can hear? I usually speak pretty loud. Okay, so behind the screen, Melanie is typing in all of the questions so that they're ready. So I'm going to give her a couple more minutes. I'm going to start the meeting. I'm going to go through my openings, and she'll let me know if she's ready, okay? So I call this meeting of the town of Lunenburg to order this 4th day of May. May the 4th be with us. I declare that we have a quorum. The town warrant has been properly served. The quorum, by the way, is 50, and it's all been returned to the town clerk's office. We actually are prepared for 800 people today, so we're thrilled that you're all here. Thank yous to all the volunteers, whether they're appointed or elected, who've worked tirelessly for this town. Yes, a clap is fine. By the way, if you'd like to be more involved, and of course, what's been going on in town for the last 6 months or whatever has generated a lot of interest, so I hope that you will think about volunteering for some committee someplace. Okay. I want to especially thank the town manager's office and the Lunenburg town elections. I want to especially thank the school department and Dr. Burnham. It took a lot of work and a lot of thinking and a lot of planning on what we should do if we should in fact have 800 people here to conduct this meeting. And we've heard that some other towns weren't able to have their meetings because they weren't prepared for the number of people that were here. So there's just too many people to thank, but the IT people at the school, the IT people at town, et cetera, and so on. I want to call out one particular individual today for special thanks. I want to thank Lou Franco, who has decided that he's going to step away from the select board. I hope that means he's not stepping away from the town and the business of the town. But Lou was a Board of Assessor for a number of years, is on the select board for a number of years, and he's not running for re-election in 2 weeks, but we want to thank him for all of his service.
We just have a token of our appreciation, Lou. And you should all know a little plug. Those come from, I think it's called Lunenburg Town Flowers, Lunenburg Florist. I know it's Kathy Clark. If Kathy's here somewhere, you all may know her. Yep. Lunenburg Flower and Gifts. Anyways, she does a wonderful job, as you can very well tell. Okay, by now you all have a clicker. Your clicker is going to work in this room. We have technology set up in the gym. We have technology set up in the CAF. I want to thank the Lunenburg Water District for loaning us their 200 clickers. But the way the technology worked for this is that those people that are in the gym or the cafeteria, if there is that number of people that need to be there, they would have to stay in that room to vote. People in this room, your clicker will work in this room only, but if you decided to go to see what's going on in the CAF or the gym, your clickers will not work there. Your clickers don't work in the hallway. You need to be in the room in order to be able to vote. If for any reason you were conducting your business in the gym or the cafeteria, and I don't think it's going to come to that, but if it did, people would come down here and speak, and then they'd have to go back to the room that they were assigned in order to be able to use the clicker to vote. Just so you know, there's a 20 to 30 second delay from votes that are being conducted in the gym or the cafeteria. So when I call, I'll call you to vote, and then I'll close the vote, but I won't call for the results for 20 to 30 seconds, just to make sure that all the votes have reached the computer up here. We have about 800 clickers, so I'm not anticipating at this time that there's going to be any issue. On the electronic voting, let me just go over that for those of you that are newer to the meeting. You all have the little clicker, the little handheld device. I'm going to call it a clicker. We hope that that will provide accurate votes of whatever this body decides. For many reasons, people don't always feel comfortable raising their hand in order to vote. So this way you can do it all anonymously and feel comfortable doing your votes. Keep your clicker with you, and you don't need sight. It is not sensitive in that respect. The display will light up and tell you that it's working. I believe it is A for yay and B for no. And then, of course, if you want to abstain, just don't do anything. If you accidentally did the wrong button and went, oh my goodness, I did the wrong button, as long as I haven't closed the voting yet, just go back and do the one you wanted, okay? And then it will record the last one that you vote until I close the voting. And then we'll report the results up here. And you can't share your clickers, you can't give it to anybody else, okay? We'll see, have to have some showing of hands. If we did get above 800 people, let's not worry about that at the moment. You got to be in the room when you vote. So we're going to do a little demonstration now. Is there anybody in the gymnasium? Let me ask, we did walkie-talkies for this meeting too. I'm telling you, we're so technical, look at that. Can somebody tell me if there's anybody in the gymnasium?
Or know that no one's in there.
That's the way it should run. Okay, so everybody get their clicker ready. Mel's going to put up a question, and we want to test the question so you can test your clicker. Okay, so we shouldn't have a total now, Melanie. Okay, all right. Don't vote yet. You don't even know the question yet.
Since when did that stop us?
I know, huh? All right, we're getting there.
Somebody's voting.
Oh, you want to have my question?
You didn't give a question, did you?
He did.
I did.
Can you see it up there?
We're getting there, you know. We got all day. Oh, no. You can't see the whole question. It's going to be something like, you know, you keep up with town business using social media, something to that effect. So let me just see if she can find it.
Oh, because we're testing?
Because you're showing the grid to see that they vote.
Why?
Who
The
is?
question is small.
Well, why are we showing the grid?
Nobody should be voting.
Because I don't know what the question is.
Well, don't vote now. Just wait. Just wait. Let her get a question up so we can test your clickers.
Yeah, but even if we all no or all yes voting, you can't tell whether this thing is working, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Thanks for your input. So here's your question. So this is where the question will be presented. I'll tell you it's time to vote. I'll tell you voting is closed, and then we'll get results, okay? So there's your question. To keep up with town officials or official business, I stay up to date on social media forums. If that's true for you, say yes. If that's not true for you, say no. And if you're abstaining, just don't vote. So the voting is now open. Use your clicker, make sure you get some kind of a response. Says okay if it's been received.
On your clicker.
Mr. Waters is far more technical than I am. It says okay that it's been received. Everybody working on their clicker. If you have a problem with your clicker, now's a good time to raise your hand and tell us you got a problem. Okay? All right, so voting is now closed. And since we don't have anybody in the gym, we don't have a 30-second delay. So what's the answer? 157 people said that they get their business on social media or stay up to date. 101 said, no, that's not how I stay up to date. And 15 people abstained. Total of 273. Okay? So everybody should know now that their electronic voting is working. Okay. I think now would be an awfully good time for us to stand and address the American flag. If you would, over in to my right, your left. And I would appreciate if everyone that's wearing a hat would remove the hat in front of the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, a lot of you have not been to a meeting for a while, or maybe ever, so I'm going to go over some of the ground rules. Those of you that have been here before, bear with me for the repeats. Turn off your noisemakers.
That's your cell phones, your beepers, if anybody has beepers anymore. And that includes verbal noisemakers that are inappropriate for civil debate. By that I mean no booing, hissing, hooting, hollering, all that kind of debate. Those that wish to speak will line up at the microphones. You'll state your name, your street address, and I will attempt to get to everyone in the order that they appear at the microphone. But I may ask the FinCom or the Select Board to respond out of order if it makes sense to do so. If you have a physical limitation, someone can bring that microphone to you. The only time someone may stand and address this meeting, not being on the microphone, is if there is a point of order, and that's the phrase that you use. And that would have to be a legal issue, a procedural error, not you just don't like the way things are going. All amendments, questions of that ilk are to be addressed to me, and I will seek an answer for you from the moving party, the Select Board, etc. When you're speaking, you don't generally refer to people by their name. Instead, you refer to the moving party, the previous speaker, the member of the Select Board, etc. The moving party will be allowed to speak first and have an adequate amount of time to present the article. Speakers at the microphone should be brief. My friend over here is reminding me that. And that I may this year, because I know there's a lot of interest here, have to be cutting people off. I'm going to give you 2.5 minutes. At that point in time, I'm going to be asking you to wrap it up or be done so that we can get as many people to speak as possible. If you thought for some reason you needed to speak a second time, it better be extremely brief, and you can't jump in line if there's people behind you that want to be able to speak. So I hope I emphasized enough. Please be brief. I have a watch. I'll watch the seconds. Proposed amendments, more than simple word changes, need to be in writing. There are forms at each one of the microphones. And any amendment needs to be within the scope of the original article, such so that voters who were at home and decided not to come because they didn't think something would come up, that would be a problem. So the warrant is to alert people what to expect at the meeting. Moving the question, otherwise known as cutting off debate, must be at the microphone, must be seconded, and it's not debatable. It requires 2/3 vote to stop debate. I'll rule it out of order if I feel there's still a lot of people who need to speak. And I'll also kind of amend it a little bit if there's somebody I already promised they could speak and somebody moves the question. Motion to reconsider a previous vote requires a majority, but it must occur close in time to the original vote before the attendance of the meeting has changed dramatically. Lunenburg conducts its business according to Mass General Law, and it follows the procedures set out in town meeting time. That's a book sort of like Robert's Rules of Order. It is available to you at the library if you wish. I have a copy if you want to borrow mine at some point in time. Those wishing to accomplish things but are unsure of the procedure should reach out to the town manager's office. They can reach out to me. We want to facilitate people being able to do the business. We're here to assist you. The procedures that we follow are designed to promote fair debate, not to exclude you because you're new to the process. We've had many meetings where citizen petitions have been brought forward and passed because people got involved and we helped them with their petitions. The New England town meeting is by far the most purest form of democracy. So we're now ready to begin the meeting. I'm going to get a sip of water and we will start with the consent calendar. All of you should have picked up a consent calendar out front. A consent calendar is a series of warrant articles that myself, along with other town officials, have chosen due to the nature of their relatively non-controversial nature, may be voted on together in one motion to expedite the business of the town. After I read the motion, and I'll read you the numbers of the articles, You may have the option to hold an article if you want to have that article discussed, debated, have questions about it. And if you say hold on one of these items, then that article just goes right back into the regular warrant, whatever place it would be, first, last, third, whatever, okay? But here are the articles, and if you want to place a hold on them, just wait till I actually read you the article name. But the article should be on the sheet in front of you. It's 1, 2, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 25. So, yell, hold, if you want to discuss it. Article 1, pass over Article 1 because we've already accepted regular written reports. Article 2, excuse me, I should have said this. I move the town consider these articles for consideration without debate. Article 1, pass over the regular written reports. Article 2, reauthorize existing revolving funds. Article 12, transfer from free cash $100,000 to the stabilization fund. Article 13, vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $250,000 to the special purpose stabilization fund. That the town vote to transfer from free cash $187,061 and transfer from sewer retained earnings the sum of $1,500 for a total of $188,561 to the OPEB Trust Fund, Other Post-Employment Benefits Trust Fund. Article 16, transfer from the sewer enterprise retained earnings the sum of $35,000 into the sewer capital reserve stabilization fund. Article 17, appropriate from solid waste disposal enterprise revenues the sum of $398,000 and transfer the sum of $102,000 from solid waste for a total of $500,000 to operate the solid waste disposal program. Article 18, to appropriate from the water enterprise revenues the sum of $45,000 to operate the water enterprise fund. Article 19, appropriate from PEG Access the cable-related revenues the sum of $180,843.03 to fund the operating capital budget of the PEG Access cable-related expenses, and further that $27,929.97 be included in the appropriation from the general fund to be allocated to PEG Access cable-related enterprises. Article 12, to appropriate the sum of Article 20, to appropriate the sum of $10,000 for the sale of cemetery lots to be used for the care and improvement and embellishment of the town cemeteries. There's a hold on Article 20. That'll go back into the regular order of the warrant. Article 25, that the town pass over Article 25. So the only hold I had was on Article 20, Kathy. So all those in favor of the consent calendar as I have read them, with the exception of Article 20, the voting is now open. Yes in favor, no opposed. It's a majority vote. And you may vote now. I'm not doing a voice vote. I'm doing clickers.
No problem,
I love my clickers.
I guess so.
Okay, everybody doing all right with their clickers? All this great technology? Okay, voting is now closed. And then we'll ask Mel for the results. There you go. 241 people agree. 6 people don't want to pass it as a consent calendar. 8 abstained. I love it. 255 total people voted. Okay. So that takes care of the consent calendar. We now go to, you should have your warrant with you. We now go to Article 3 and Mr. Alonso.
I move that the town vote pursuant to the provisions of General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, to amend the general bylaws of the Town of Lunenburg, Chapter 138, entitled Departmental Revolving Funds, subsection 5, entitled Authorized Revolving Funds, further subsection D, by adding thereto the Local Wetlands Protection Bylaw Fees Revolving Fund, and by identifying the authority designated to spend said fund, its source of revenue, its authorized uses, and any restrictions or conditions as printed in the annual town meeting warrant, and further to authorize a spending limit of $50,000 for said fund for fiscal year '25 to be expended in accordance with the amended bylaws.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen, your recommendation.
Selectmen recommend approval.
Thank you. And Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay. You want to tell us something about this new revolving fund, Mr. Alonso?
I will defer to the town manager.
Defer away.
Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yep.
So when we were reviewing our wetlands bylaw this year, we discovered there was a reference to this said revolving fund. So this is to create said revolving fund because it is not currently in existence.
Okay. I don't see anybody at the microphone, so I think you're ready to vote. This is a majority vote. Voting is now open. Vote yay or nay, all at the same time, on Article 3. Voting is now open. Okay, voting is now closed. Let's have the results. All right, pretty well overwhelming. Still 255 plus people voting, so that article passes with a more than majority. Okay, I had forgotten, I missed to mention before that you should all get an opportunity to buy bath bombs with the scouts out front. If things don't go well at the end of the meeting, please don't eat it, and please don't throw it at anyone. You should also note that the Water District has set up an informational area at the top of the stairs when you're leaving, and the assessors have set up some information. They set it up by the bathroom because they figure by the end of the meeting you'll all go to the bathroom. Okay, we move on now to Article 4. Paying prior bills. Ms. Emke.
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $1 million, oh, sorry. I need these changed. $1,944.55 from free cash for payment of prior year expenses.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen.
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance.
Finance recommends approval.
Okay, this is a 4/5 vote because it's a prior bills. Do you want to tell us anything about our prior bills, Ms. Town Manager?
This is for police details from a prior fiscal year.
Okay. Can everyone hear the Town Manager? No. Yeah, I think it's, turn her up if you can, Suzor, and get comfortable with that mic.
This was for police details for a prior fiscal year.
Okay, great. Nobody at the microphone, I'll declare we're ready to vote. Voting is now open. Yay in favor of paying your old bills. Not that you want to. Nay if you don't want to pay the old bills. 4/5 required. Voting is open. Now we're going to time it out. I like it. It's okay, Mel. Oh, this speaker timer thing could be very helpful, huh?
We
I
need
did
a
not
vote.
ask for recommendations?
Board vote for recommendation.
I checked it off that I did. I checked it off, but anyway.
read the first
What's the
one.
recommendation from the select board?
All right, I'll entertain a motion from the board on this article.
Recommend a motion to approve. Recommend approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's 4. Any opposed? That's 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Okay. I think Ms. Emke spoke for you, which was nice of her, but she said that's how you vote. She didn't get any sleep last night? No. My sleep was interrupted too, but nobody cares about that. Okay, and finance, you're all set. Okay, so on Article 4, how we doing, Mel?
Something happened.
Point of order. Do we have a FinCom vote on this, Tim?
That's, I believe
We
I
already
asked them
recommended
as well,
approval.
but let's do it again. Finance.
We did.
I did. I asked. And what did you say, Evan?
I said Finance Committee recommends approval.
There you go. You're welcome, Karen. Anytime. Okay, where are we at? Article 4. Okay, voting is open. You already voted. Everybody already voted, I'm going to assume, because it was open. Voting is now open. Vote now. Okay? Voting is now open. Please vote on paying our prior bills. All this electronic saves a lot of time, huh? Okay, voting is closed. Uh-oh, everybody keeps calling my name.
I would give it some time.
You want to give it some more time?
My vote just took about 30 seconds to get counted.
Your vote took 30 seconds to get from there to there?
Yep.
Phew.
And it's
Susan,
still
we need
climbing.
better.
Your numbers are still climbing, too.
My number, it should be 2, okay. Okay, voting is closed. In the future, I will give it a little bit more time, Mr. Waters, but I think we're okay. So passes 267 to 3 by more than the majority, more than 4/5 as required. Moving along, because we've got side bets up here how long the meeting's going to take and what time we get out of here today. And I need to win, so there you go. Okay, so Article 5, Mr. Franco.
I move that the town vote to transfer from line 13 Reserve Fund the sum of $229,573.73 and transfer to line 13A Salary Reserve Fund the sum of $13,573.73. Transfer to line 70 Snow Removal the sum of $226,000, all to amend the amounts voted under Article 7 of the May 6, 2023 Annual Town Meeting and Article 1 of the November 14, 2023 Special Town Meeting.
There's a second. Selectmen, what's your recommendation?
We deferred.
Deferred, okay. And Finance?
Finance Committee deferred.
Deferred also. So I'm going to ask you to take public votes in a few moments. But we have a second, and we have no recommendations yet. We have somebody up at the microphone. So introduce yourself, tell us where you live, and let's go.
Hi, Sarah Cameron, 304 Lancaster Ave.
All right, that one's not on. Maybe it's a simple just...
Sarah Kammer, 304 Lancaster Ave. I just wanted to ask if we could take longer on the clickers for the votes, because I pushed and my last vote was not recorded. So if you could take a little bit longer on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Waters told me the same thing. Slow down. I just want to win the bet at the end about what time we end.
Point of order. Somebody's clicker doesn't work, do they have an obligation to be able to write their vote in?
No. If your clicker's not working, I asked this earlier, you may not have been here. If your clicker's not working, raise your hand and somebody's going to bring you a new clicker. I see Sally out there. Ruth will bring you a new clicker. Who's got a clicker that's not working? One down here. Okay. We got a couple. Ruth or Sally, somebody out there in the entryway. Do we have a clicker for a couple people? Obviously, you have to be a registered voter. Okay, just give it a minute. We won't vote until you guys all have your clickers. But we can move on to see, is there anybody else that is at the microphone needs to address this issue? So select board, while we're getting new clickers, if you could caucus at the microphones and give us a recommendation on budget adjustments.
I will entertain a motion on this article.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that the board recommend approval for Article 5.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? I am in favor. None opposed. I got 4 yeses.
Mr. Moderator?
Yep.
Just so people know, the reason why the board deferred is because we didn't have the final numbers. That's why we didn't defer till today. So these were the final numbers this week.
Okay, Select Board. Finance Committee, can you take a public vote?
Finance Committee also recommended deferral for the same reason as Select Board. I will entertain a motion from the committee. Motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay, go
Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. Just a point of procedure on this article. There was really no need for this article to come to town meeting floor. The reserve account that's referenced here that we're moving money out of is reserved for the Finance Committee to cover unintended or unexpected expenses during the year, and a transfer vote by the Finance Committee could have accomplished this same vote here today. Thank you.
Mr. Menard?
Okay, so
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. We need to start using town government the way town government is set up, and the proper mechanism for this is to come before the Finance Committee.
Any other discussion? All right, motion's made and seconded to recommend approval. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
We are recommending approval 6-1.
Okay. Now, let me wait a moment and see if I can get at least 2 people back into the room. Here comes a woman who's sitting up front. Is there somebody that was sitting out back that we're waiting for them to get a clicker? One more person, so give it a minute. Every vote counts. Every vote wants to be counted. Okay, we're good to go. Okay, voting is now open on Article, what number are we on? 5. Voting is now open. Feel free to vote now. And we will wait long enough to make sure that the results come through. Okay, voting is now closed, so you should have gotten some kind of a signal to say, okay. Okay, don't give me the tally, don't give me the yeas and noes yet, just the totals, right? So we know almost 300 people have voted. And they're still going up, so that's fine. Okay, that look like that's all of them, Mel? Yep, okay, what are the results, please? 262 in favor, 28 opposed, 12 abstained. Okay? And so that passes by a clear majority. Article 6 is the capital plan. Mr. Nuzzulo.
I move that the town vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $1,016,722.36. Transfer from Article 6 of the May 4th, 2019 annual town meeting the sum of $1,887. Transfer from Article 6 of the June 13th, 2020 annual town meeting the sum of $15,986.44. Transfer from Article 2 of the November 17th, 2020 special town meeting the sum of $135,000. Transfer from Article 6 of the May 7th, 2022 annual town meeting the sum of $71,000. Transfer from Article 19 of the May 7th, 2022 annual town meeting the sum of $76,524.18 for a total appropriation of $1,317,119.98 to fund the fiscal year 2025 capital plan as appearing in the May 4th, 2024 annual town meeting warrant booklet.
Thank you.
Second.
And there's a second, thank you. This is on page 4 of the warrant that was mailed to you at your home or you picked up outside. If you want to follow that. Select Board, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommended approval.
Thank you. And Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval 6-1.
Thank you. And I think the town manager always makes a presentation about the capital plan, so let's have it.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to start with the capital planning process. The Capital Planning Committee creates a capital plan that consists of all capital requests made by each town department for the next 5 fiscal years, but we collect data that goes out 10 years. The Capital Planning Committee's first meeting to begin the fiscal 25 capital planning process was on August 30th. The capital planning documents were sent to departments in September, and the Capital Planning Committee met with departments throughout November. Departments were sent forms through our budgeting software called ClearGov, and all relevant information was submitted through this platform. The data collected is based on UMass Collins Center capital planning documents that include such categories as effectiveness of government, the effect on operating costs, effect on revenues, whether the project is mandated by state or federal government, whether grant funds are available, and how the project contributes to such things as economic development, public safety, public health, and education. Each category receives a rating, an overall score based on the aggregate score of all the categories. The higher the rating, the higher the priority. The Capital Planning Committee evaluates capital requests based on the responses to these categories, and as a group, reviews the merits of all the projects. Each member submits their ranking of each project, and these are averaged to achieve a composite score. The Capital Planning Committee received 35 capital project requests for fiscal 25, totaling $3,474,767. The prioritized list was provided to me at the end of December. In January, I presented a recommendation to fund 10 projects to be funded with free cash and unexpended capital, totaling $1,317,119.98. Priority number 1 is for phase 2 of the public safety radio system for $315,263. This covers phase 2 to replace all the obsolete equipment and will replace repeaters and antennas and will add a simulcast site at the Chase Road water tank. The original system was installed around 2009-2010. Priority number 2 is for a town-wide key card access and alarm system for all town buildings for $185,000. This request is to upgrade or replace existing town-wide exterior door hardware. The new system will create a master key system for all exterior doors, add on an electronic key card access system for main entrances with integrated security alarms. This would allow for key control and tracking, which improves security and access control and the centralization of key cards and access. Priority number 3 is for the construction of the Northfield culvert at Kelly's Pond for $200,000. This request is to replace the culvert on Northfield Road at Kelly's Pond. Fiscal 24 capital funds paid for the engineered plans and contract specifications to put this project out to bid. Priority number 4 is for an ADA study for renovations and assessment and schematic design for Turkey Hill Elementary School for $275,000. The project costs will support hiring an engineer or designer to develop a study to identify any immediate ADA noncompliance, identify the architectural barriers to meet current ADA regulations, prescribe any necessary modifications to specific areas, look at replacement of major systems, including HVAC, plumbing, electrical, building envelope, provide construction plan and schematic designs for the proposed work, and the estimated cost for renovation of the building. The final product will provide important information as the town considers potential rehabilitation of the facility with MSBA funding. Priority number 5 is for the replacement of the K9 Cruiser for $92,211. This request is to replace the 2015 K9 Tahoe with a new Ford Expedition SSV. The current mileage on the K9 vehicle is 83,000 miles. The current vehicle will be sold once it's decommissioned. Priority number 6 is for phase 1 of the replacement of the library security cameras for $36,000. The library security camera system is currently running on 2 separate systems, both of which are over their reasonable lifespan and need to be replaced to avoid failure. Phase 1 would replace one of these systems with an improved quality camera system that does not require on-site equipment maintenance and upgrades and can be added on to in the future. Priority number 7 is for the replacement of a marked traffic cruiser for $73,627. This request is to replace the 2019 Tahoe that currently has 102,816 miles. The current vehicle will be sold once it's decommissioned. Priority number 8 is for the installation of window safety film for $33,569. This request is to put safety film on the inside of all exterior doors with glass and inside of all large windows on the first floor, which are accessible. Priority number 9 is for the upgrades to security cameras at town buildings for $36,450. The buildings included would be the Town Hall, Eagle House, the DPW, and the Ritter Building. The Town Hall and Eagle House would see replacement of existing equipment as well as new cameras. The existing systems that are in these buildings are dated, difficult to manage, and lack scalability. Priority number 10 is for the resurfacing of the Wallace Park basketball and tennis courts for $70,000. The Wallace Park courts have become degraded. This request is to resurface the courts to avoid any further degradation. These courts receive a lot of use by the community. This is a recap of the 10 projects that are being asked to be funded today through a combination of free cash and unexpended capital. That's all I have, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Town Manager. I knew you were coming, so I waited for you. Go right ahead.
I just have.
I think you're going to need to.
Rhonda Lucia, 181 Reservoir Road. I just have some questions on the capital plan. For the townwide keying card access and alarm system upgrades, is that system able to be moved? Like, suppose we do a renovation of a building, is that something that's transferable to the new building?
It is a system that could be transferable, yes, and can be added onto as well. So if we did move it to interior doors, that could be added onto this system as well.
Okay, so it's not like we're putting money towards something that might need to be ripped out and completely redone if the building is renovated, correct?
It's hardware that goes on the exterior doors, so it could be removed.
Okay. The other question I have is on the Turkey Hill Elementary School installation of 3M window safety film. Now, in this capital plan, we also have the study for renovation and assessment and schematic design for changes to that building. It's my recollection when the safety film came up 2 years ago that the safety film actually has a lifespan of, I believe it was 10 to 15 years. And I'm pretty sure my recollection is also that the Turkey Hill Elementary School, one of the major areas of upgrade is concerning the glass in windows, that it's beyond its lifespan. And I want to say the estimate is $1.2 million to replace the glass. So I'm wondering, why would I, as a taxpayer, want to invest over $30,000 in putting safety film on glass, safety film that can last 10 to 15 years on windows and glass that is already beyond its lifespan. So if anyone can address that question.
Do you have an answer for the question, Mr. Beardmore? Well, your mic's not on either. Okay, so we'll defer to Mr. Beardmore to give us an answer to the question.
Can you hear me now?
Well, don't put it up too much, then we'll
All
have
right,
short
well,
people.
I'll do my best here. This is
Go ahead.
not a
Speak
comfortable
loud.
position to speak in.
Who are you?
My name is Peter Beardmore, 282 Pleasant Street. I'm a member of the school committee, and I'm the school committee representative to the to the capital planning committee. The previous commenter is correct in her recollection that this has been brought before to the capital planning committee as part of a safety program for all of our school buildings. It was a proposal in excess of $100,000. And the recommendation at the time, the consensus amongst the members of the capital planning committee was that that was a pretty big bite. Effectively, what this does is it stops a potential intruder from breaking the glass. If they were to come at it with a rock or a brick or something else, it slows down a potential intruder coming into the building. And this is a fairly new building that was built to modern standards. The primary school, also fairly new, it's about 20 years old. Turkey Hill, definitely not. And in fact, those of you who've been around Turkey Hill, this is a public meeting. I don't want to put any ideas in anybody's heads, but that is not a school that was built with modern safety standards, considering some of the events that have occurred over the course of the last 20-ish years. And so this is a risk mitigation measure, first and foremost. And it is a risk mitigation measure for risks that could happen anytime. They could happen Monday, they could happen 2 years from Monday, they could happen 20 years from Monday, or they could happen never. But they could happen. And what this will do is potentially, if an intruder were to recognize some of the vulnerabilities associated with that building, this will potentially slow down an intruder while first responders can respond. That is basically the intent of this proposal. The commenter is correct relative to the other proposal around the assessment and design for that building. That building is getting very old. It has been discussed heavily in relation to the other projects and our debt capacity in dealing with our overall building needs of a town. But the fact of the matter is that we don't really know the costs or potential avenues that we can take with Turkey Hill. And that $275,000 will put us much further along that path to be able to make informed decisions. Do I think that Turkey Hill or that 50-year-old glass is going to be replaced Monday or 2 weeks from Monday or 2 years from Monday? No, I don't. We have a tendency to take a long time. The last time we brought up a building proposal in this town was about 2.5 years ago. So it's going to take a while to get through this, and I would like to mitigate some of the risks associated with safety to our children and staff as soon as possible, and I think that this is prudent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beardmore. Okay, that's your answer to that, Ms. Elizabeth.
Can I
All set?
respond?
You move on?
Can I respond?
You can.
What I just heard?
You asked a question, you got an
Yep.
answer. Tell me what your response is. Sure. Keep it brief, okay?
I guess my response would be that, you know, there's been a lot of talk about whether or not Turkey Hill is going to be renovated or whether or not it's going to be passed to the town. And when I look at that building, I agree there is too much glass on that first level. Why wouldn't we add perhaps replacing some of that excessive, the excessive amounts of glass on the first level with actually adding more brick, making more walls instead of all this excessive amount of glass. Why wouldn't that be part of a potential new design of the building? And I have a suggestion as far as, in the meantime, I guess we live in a small town. I don't think we have a very high crime rate. I would expect that the police could make a priority of patrolling the school grounds.
Mr. Luzio, you're getting a little far afield, okay?
Well, what I'm
You asked
saying
a
is,
question.
I think there's alternatives to putting safety film on windows that are basically no good.
And I think you've made that point, and you got
Okay.
an answer about it, okay?
And I would like to amend the capital plan article. I filled out a form to amend it,
May I have your
reduce it,
form?
yeah.
Go ahead. Say it again?
Capital plan is all or nothing, no amendments?
No, it can be amended. In certain ways. I mean, you can't add too many things. You can delete things, yep. It reads, Ron DeLizio, the capital plan be reduced by $33,569 for a total of $1,283,550.98. That is her motion. I heard a second from Mr. Passios. So that is the proposed amendment. So the way we do these things now is we'll have a discussion on the amendment, then we can have a discussion on the article. Sir, are you going to address the amendment
No, I was going to address the last comment about the bricks. if
about
possible.
bricks? Okay. Go
Daniel
ahead, sir, while we're getting this typed up, go ahead.
Absolutely. Daniel Donnell, 155 Gilchrist Street. My wife works at the school. My daughter attends a school in the 3rd grade. My son is in the 2nd grade and will be in the school next year. I do not have the time to wait for Lunenburg to put in bricks. I need the safety glass. I work in Cambridge. I can't be thinking about that. I understand it's a small town, but stuff like this happens in small towns all the time.
We're not going to waste time clapping for different points of view. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Okay. Mel, how'd you do on that?
Jim?
Get
Mr.
somebody
Moderator?
at the mic? Oh, hello.
Hi.
Go right ahead.
Hi, Mandy Gilman, 186 Reservoir Road. I encourage the audience to vote, the town meeting to vote no on this amendment. This would decrease the capital budget by $33,000, and I support that money, so this is a no vote in my book.
Thank you. Mr. Alonso.
As chair of the Capital Planning Committee, I can say in support of one of our previous speakers who spoke about the discussion about this, this has been discussed at length in the capital meeting plans and their meetings in coming to this decision, and it was the consensus among the capital plan that this be approved. I would say that to the same points that we don't know when that glass or any changes in that building would happen, and it is a safety issue that met the criteria that we felt was more important. And as far as making additions to windows that have a certain lifespan or may be replaced, any building will eventually be replaced. So, I mean, it's not imminent. We don't have a plan in front of us to replace those windows or do anything else with that. So this covers the gap in between then, which could be, as a previous speaker said, could be years. So I recommend people vote against this amendment and for the whole article.
Thank you. I came up with your paperwork, I'm not sure. Okay. So now you have the amendment to Article 6 before you, and I assume you can read it at wherever you sat. The chief of the fire department sits so far away. Let me read it to you, chief. It says the capital plan be reduced by $33,569 for a total of $1,283,550.98. Anybody on the amendment? I don't see anyone, so I think we're ready to vote. So you would vote in favor of the amendment by yes, Against the amendment by no. Voting is now open. And after we do the amendment, then we vote on the entire article. Voting is open. Feel free to click away. Yeah, a couple people came in late. Maybe they went to a soccer game this morning or something. No, thank you. All right, we're still going, so I want to let everybody vote. You came here to be all day. You got nowhere to go. All right, that looks like it's done. Voting is now closed. And there are your results. 28 people in favor of the amendment, 301 opposed to the amendment, 7 abstained. So the amendment is defeated. Now, the capital plan itself is before you in its entirety. Mr. Passios.
Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. I'd like to question, I can't question a particular line item. I will tell you what this line item dollar value is, what it's respect to. I move that we amend Article 6, the capital plan, by reducing the dollar amount of this plan by $70,000, leaving a total of $1,247,119.98, if my math is correct, and allowing that change to flow to unappropriated free cash. My reason for doing this...
Wait a minute.
Yep, sorry.
So, did you write that down? I want to make sure I heard it. Reduce the total capital plan by $7,000? $70,000. 70, excuse me. Thank you. By $70,000, okay? So that was your amendment, or proposed amendment. So there was no second, Mr. Passios. So we'll move on to the debate on Article 6.
Okay,
anyone else want to stand up at the microphone on Article 6? Mr. Passios, on Article 6.
We're still debating Article 6, and I'll bring up my reasons for wanting to reduce that amount.
Go ahead.
That is the exact dollar amount that is on the last item on the prioritization list for the resurfacing of the basketball court at Wallace Park. That basketball court has already been resurfaced once, and I don't have the years available to me right at the moment, but the surface started to deteriorate 2 years after the resurface. I feel that the $70,000 is not going to be sufficient to do the job correctly, so we're not looking at another resurface 5 to 6 years after it's resurfaced again this time. The project has not been fully vetted in my eyes. I was a member of the Parks Commission for at least a term, and I was the one that brought the deterioration of that court to the attention of the commission. And that was a few years ago already now, and I went over there and inspected this last fall and again this spring. It has not deteriorated much since the last time the first time I brought it up to the commission. There's an underlying issue with the water drainage and groundwater underneath the concrete slab of this basketball court that is causing it to lift and lower and crack the surface. The $70,000, as far as I'm concerned at this point, without a clear study of what needs to be done there, is a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the capital plan? Hold on, I think he's coming down. 10 minutes later, I don't think so. Oh, no, go ahead. There was no second to the amendment, so we're talking about the capital plan
can be amended
in its
again.
Totality. Go ahead, sir. Tell us who you are.
I just want to comment on Mr. Passios.
You got to tell us who you are.
I'm sorry, John Bowen, 162 Highland Street.
Yep.
I agree with Mr. Passios. If you don't put drainage under that, what's going to happen is that the surface is just going to crumble again. You're going to spend $70,000 to put paint over tape. And I think that it's in the best interest that we not put the money into there until we actually do an entire resurfacing along with a drainage plan around it. Now, my property has a high water table, and I can tell you this right now, I actually am putting pipes around my house like a sewer system to be able to draw the water away and do a dry well. So I'm just letting you know ahead of time that if you spend $70,000 on something without putting any kind of piping under it or around it to protect it, you're going to waste $70,000. It's like putting paint over tape. And I would like to revisit the amendment, but I would like to make the amendment, the same exact amendment that Mr. Passios made,
You can
and
make the
present
amendment
that.
if you wish, sir. Go right ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment that we take the $70,000 and, could you give me the right number, Mr. Passios?
The final number, if my math is correct, $1,247,119.98.
Did you write that out, Mr. Passios, for us?
No, I did not.
Why not? You knew you were going to do this.
$70,000.
This is not your
number,
first
so
town
simple.
meeting.
And I second that amendment, by the way.
Okay, so
It's actually your amendment now.
It's my amendment, I'll
now
sign
it's
it.
your
You write it,
amendment.
I'll sign
You
it.
got to get the form. I think you know basically what we're talking about is to reduce the capital plan.
It's not my
Just
amendment.
put his name on it.
John Bowen, 162
Put
Highland
his
Street.
name on it.
Could I,
No, in a minute,
Thank you.
I got to let Melanie get it ready. Okay, so basically, Mel, the amendment is to reduce the capital plan by $70,000. And Kathy will give you what the
J-O-N
math
or
says.
J-O-H-N, B-O-W-E-N.
Okay, so Kathy and Mel are going to get this up on the screen for you in a minute. Now, you're going to speak just on the amendment.
Correct.
Again, he already addressed it, so you can speak a little longer, but basically we want to try to keep
I just want
chip
to,
on you.
I just would like to clarify, okay, look, my son likes playing basketball, okay, a lot. And I would send him over to that basketball court. But if it's only there for a year for him, what's the point in doing it? And I just want to make mention that, you know, I do have an interest because I have children. So those courts and people that play tennis in here and so forth, this is important, okay? I don't know if you've ever played tennis on the concrete, but it's not the same, is it? Well, that's what this resurfacing is going to be like. It's kind of putting a Band-Aid on things. So that's why I'm in agreement with Mr. Passios' amendment. Let's replace it, Parks Commission. Let's get some more donations. You got plenty for Marshall Park. Let's get some for over here.
Okay, thank you. So we're still writing it up, but we'll get comments on the amendment. Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
Move the question.
Move the question already? No. No, hold on a minute. I haven't even got it up on the screen yet. Just give me a minute,
Make sure I wrote
I know everybody's got their own personal bet about what time they're getting out of here. Evan's got his own, you know, so he's going to try to move it in certain directions. That's all right.
Mr. Moderator?
Nope, hold on a minute. Okay, so that's, it should read, reduce the capital plan by $70,000 for a total of $1,247,119.98. Okay, now, somebody's in my ear before I take his move the question.
manager, I'm sure.
Ah, the town manager, I always defer to her. Go ahead.
Thank you. Although the facilities director couldn't be here today, we discussed this prior to the meeting because this concern was brought up by Mr. Passios.
Okay, Ms. Lemieux, as much as I'd love to hear your point of view and his point of view, somebody moved the question.
Okay.
And that
sorry.
was seconded, so we can't have any debate yet until we decide whether or not we're going to keep debating.
Okay.
So anytime a move the question stops the discussion.
Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead.
If I may, I don't understand how we can move the question on an amendment when you haven't asked if anybody wants to comment on the amendment. That seems premature. I realize it's your prerogative, but it does seem a little bit premature not to ask people to their opinions about the amendment with zero debate and just jump right to the amendment vote.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Waters is pushing me. He was at a meeting on Wednesday telling me how he's going to do this all day long. You want to withdraw your move the question, Mr. Waters? Let people talk about it?
I don't see anyone at the microphones.
Okay.
That's because you moved the question.
Oh, wait a
Let somebody
minute.
I'll withdraw.
Look, I'm not going to have point of order. Mr. Bowen, first up, I'm not going to have a point of order every single 5 minutes from everybody here, okay? So let's go slow. Let's try to get this business done orderly, okay? So I can also rule that move the question is out of order, and so let's do that. Let's have the moderator rule it out of order because we haven't had a chance to talk about it, okay? So why don't you go ahead and tell me what your name is, and then I'll get back to you, Ms. Lemieux, remind me. Go ahead.
Anthony Scullambrini, 92 Beale Street. I'm sorry for messing up the call to question, but...
No, you're fine.
Microphone.
Pick it right up.
Is the mic on?
It is.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Scalabrini.
I am making a comment about the amendment.
Yep.
I think that while I appreciate the comments regarding the $70,000, that is a question of oversight for the construction that's an obligation of the town, not whether or not this money should be allocated. If they can get the job done for $70,000 and it fixes the problem, I don't care. It's not the point of whether we should give them the money, it's a point of whether or not it will be properly done. And that's not something we can fix or debate at town meeting. It's just about the money. We have to assume that they're going to do a good job or do an appropriate job. And if they don't, then we can come back and fix it. But the money itself has nothing to do with how the construction is performed. We can't do that at town meeting. So I don't think the amendment is appropriate at this point.
Thank you. Ms. Lemieux, I cut you off before, so let's let you say your piece.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This goes to the point about the drainage issues that the previous speaker brought up. I spoke with the facilities director before this meeting. He's not able to be here today. He did say, although that's a possibility about underlying water issues, he does not believe that's what's going on because the cracks in the court are not opening up. And also that he's been there during heavy rainstorms and has not witnessed any pooling or drainage issues in that area.
Thank you. Anyone else about the amendment to reduce the capital plan? Okay, Mr. Passios, this is your second chance to speak on it, maybe third, so keep it brief.
Yeah, in rebuttal to the previous speaker's comments, I visit that park at least 2 to 3 times a week. Born and raised in this town, I'm now retired, I have some time. And one of my things as having been a former Parks Commissioner, I watch our parks very, very closely. And you ask any of the commissioners, I'm on the phone if I see something that's out of place, or to our facilities director. Wallace Park has multiple issues with drainage. If you go over there and look under the swing sets, which are right off the corner of that basketball court, there's signs of pooling water from all of the storms that we've had. Yes, it does drain into the ground fairly quickly, but not quick enough to protect a large slab area like the basketball court. There are definitely drainage issues over there, and technically, I just want to make this clear, and I'm very much aware of it. I was on the Capital Planning Committee for a number of years, that my removing or the removal by amendment of a given amount of dollar amount does not necessarily mean that that particular project gets removed from the capital plan, because it is the prerogative under our charter of the town manager to decide what that $70,000 gets taken away from. So I want that for clear understanding from the town that that is one of the few ways that you can alter the capital plan. I can't specifically remove that project, but I can remove the funding. I believe a little bit of, I've got 10 more seconds.
Go ahead.
I propose that a full study be done as to the needs and the drainage needs and a good fix for that basketball court. I agree, it gets used a lot. But we need to stop throwing $30,000 at this, $20,000 at that, and then come back 2 years later and spend another $130,000 to fix what we didn't fix the first time. Thank you.
You stole my thunder. I did want to say that just because you reduce it by 70 doesn't mean that that's the project that is reduced. Okay, over here on the amendment.
So Anna Lockwood, 91 Main Street. So I'm the former chair of the Parks Commission. I was the chair for 2 years. Mr. Passios served with us until a year ago. The list of priorities for capital for the Parks Commission is the same from 2 years ago, in which Mr. Passios voted to put the Wallace Park repair on that list. So anyway, just my first comment regarding that. If you ever go down, this is not a new problem. The patches that were made, they were of poor quality. It's not a new crack, it's the same one. Basically, there were cracks on the court, and they went and they patched, and it was not a good job, and those cracks are back. So if it was a new problem, such as drainage issue, you would see new ones. But it is not, it's the same. So, why wasn't done a good job? We have had a lot of turnover in the DPW and so forth. So we need this capital in order to fix the courts, which is the park that it is the most used in town. Simply holding this back is just going to make the problem bigger and more expensive. The facilities director, who has a degree in construction and construction management, not just he visits parks, but he actually has a degree and has worked for many years. He doesn't think it is a drainage issue. He thinks it was a poor job done in the first place. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Sybil Coffin, 27 Oak Ave. I move the question.
Oh, again moving the question. All right, well, now we've had some discussion and debate on it. So moving, I assume somebody seconded, because I heard, okay, pretty sure you would have, Evan, okay. So moving the question cuts off the debate unless the moderator doesn't want to cut off the debate. In this case, I do want to cut off the debate. So that requires 2/3 of you to say you don't want to discuss the amendment any longer. Not the article, just the amendment. You don't want to discuss it any longer. Okay, so Mel, can you just put up, or do we need to put up something that'll say, move the question? Okay. Isn't this fun? I think so.
Point of order, Mr.
Maybe it's, oh my God, another one?
I don't think we need to vote to move the question. I think we should just vote on the amendment and move along. It's on the screen, ready to go.
Well, that's nice. I appreciate your input. No. Just to follow procedure, Peter. Just to keep it in order and orderly procedure. It only takes another moment. You took 10 minutes to give your explanation before. It only takes another moment. Okay, moving the question. All those in favor of moving the question, cutting off debate on the amendment. The signal voting is now open for yes or no by cutting off the debate. Having fun? I am. This question is just about cutting off the debate, right? I hope you understand that. Just about cutting off the debate. Okay, let's see, Mel, we pretty well done? Nope, still counting. Kathy says we're good, and then 2 more came in. Okay, huh? Okay, voting's closed. That's enough. How many in favor of cutting off debate? 330. 9 said no, let's keep talking about it. I don't know why, but they did. And so the question has now been moved. Now we're going to vote on the question. The amendment, okay? That's where we're at. So the amendment now is open for your vote. Mel, the amendment is to reduce the capital plan by, go ahead. Reduce the capital plan by $70,000 for some new balance number, which I didn't keep, which I don't remember, okay? So that's going to be up there in just a moment. You're now voting on the amendment.
The number, the amount, 1,247,000.
See, Evan, this is why you don't want to be moving the question all the time. Then we got to have another vote about the vote on that vote, about the vote before the vote. That's Mr. Beardmore's issue. This is the amendment. You're voting on the amendment. That the capital plan be reduced by 70,000 for a new total of 1,200,000, whatever it says, okay? Now, voting is now open on the amendment, not the article, the amendment, to reduce the whole capital plan by $70,000. Once you're done with this, then you can go back and debate the whole article, or somebody can agree with me that we'll just vote the article. I got all these kids down here, Mr. Beardmore. I got to let them see the procedure that's going on. Very important.
You don't follow your procedure consistently, Mr. Moderator, so I don't follow you.
Hey, listen, I'm up for re-election in May. You're good.
Mr. Moderator, I have an issue with
We need a replacement clicker down here. Oh, it's working. Just took him a little extra time. Mr. Passio's clicker didn't know if it wanted to vote or not. Okay, we got clickers up here not working. Could somebody bring them down versus make the voters go up? One of the police officers tell them we need 2 or 3. Just let me know, does it eventually go through? It finally came through. So there's quite a delay in getting through. Passio's had that same problem getting through. Is anybody not getting it through? Not at all, Betty. Didn't go through at all.
Just hit it again to see if it
Yeah, push it again if you have to. Just keep pushing it.
You got it.
Did it go through, Betty? No? Go out there and get it in. Okay. I see Mrs. McDonald does not have a clicker that votes. Is anybody else? David went and got her one. Dutiful husband that he is. Okay. All right. Good. You're good. Click away. Okay. Voting is therefore closed on the amendment. There's your results. 128 people like the amendment, 218 do not. The amendment is defeated. Now you're back to the article. Article 6, the capital plan, without amendment, in total, as this gentleman up here wanted to ask. Okay? So I'm going to say we're ready to vote on this. Voting is now open on the article. Article 6, the capital plan, not amended, in your town booklet on page 4. Voting is open. Click away. And if it doesn't light up right away, just keep clicking. 4 seconds. We got a new record. Now, I thought the whole clicker thing was going to accelerate this process. It seemed to be slowing it down. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Well, why is that? Why is that? So they get it, so they can get it back.
No, because they write down.
I know, so they can get it back, so it doesn't get lost or stolen. So I think we should have a pile of them right here to hand out when they have problems.
Then it probably exceeds
Yeah.
control measures over.
Well, I hear you. I thought of that, but I'm like, okay, sorry. I got distracted by the town manager. Okay, voting is now closed on the Article 6 for the results. Just wait a minute for the results. Okay, I assume everybody had a signal on the... Oh, wait a minute. Huh? Still hasn't taken your vote yet.
Click it again.
Click it again. Just keep clicking. All right, this is a problem. We got to talk to the clicker manufacturers or something. This is ridiculous. All right, has everybody clicked? Brian? Still nothing. Okay, you're going to have to go out and get a new clicker, Brian.
Can I ask a question about how the clickers actually work?
How they work?
Yes.
Or how they don't work?
Well, so my question is, my understanding is that until you close voting, people can actually change their vote.
Right.
So if they hit no and then they hit yes.
Yes.
So if we keep telling people, just keep clicking till it goes through, each time you click, you're initiating a brand new vote, you're sending a brand new signal, and it's just delaying things. So shouldn't we click once, wait, because there's a whole bunch of us trying to vote and the system's bogged down, and if people haven't had the okay by the time you say we're ready to close, they raise their hand and we either try clicking again at that point, but everybody clicking 1,000 times trying to get their vote go through is just delaying things.
Okay, and what I meant by saying click again, okay, what I meant by saying click again is the people that are not getting a signal should be clicking again.
They don't know they're not getting a signal, they get no feedback.
They should say, okay, if you're getting nothing, okay, then it's not going through and you should try again.
No, can I see the mic again? We're dealing with radio
murmuring, please let the gentleman have his moment.
We're dealing with radio signals passing through space with a bunch of us doing it at the same time. We get no feedback if it didn't go through. All we get is an okay if it went through. If you sit there clicking, no feedback, click, no feedback, click, no feedback. You're resetting your vote every time. Wait. When the moderator says we're closed, if your vote doesn't say okay, raise your hand. And then we can deal with clickers that didn't work. But if we all sit here, click, 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 we're just delaying the vote.
All right, I like that. Remind me of that in November.
Oh, I will.
Thank you. All right, Ellen. 6 out of the 8 that were returned back are working. Okay, so people have got to be, I think the message down here is be patient, okay? Click it, wait, 20 seconds or whatever, try again. It's not supposed to be sight, but you might try that. Oh, I'm exhausted just dealing with clickers. Okay, we're ready for Article 6. Voting is closed. You're welcome. 320 in favor of the article, 31 opposed, 1 abstained, 352 voted. Article 6 has passed.
Jeez.
Sorry. Article 7, the omnibus budget.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate $43,290,567.48, transfer $402,269.13 from the Sewer Enterprise Fund, transfer $4.20 from the reserve for MSBA debt, transfer $41,478,000.43 from the Artificial Turf Revolving Fund, transfer $27,929.97 from the PEG Access and Cable Related Enterprise Fund, transfer $105,762.48 from the Health Insurance Stabilization Account, transfer $100,000 from free cash, and transfer $56,537,000.50 from the Water Betterment Revenue to defray the charges and expenses of the town for fiscal year 2025 of $44,024,349.19, and to fix the salaries and compensation of all elected officials of the town as submitted in the budget of the town manager.
Second.
Excellent. Selectmen, your recommendation.
Select Board recommends approval 4-0. Obviously, we had an absentee.
And an absentee. And the Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval 5-0. We had 2 absentees.
All righty. Okay, Ms. Lemieux, why don't you tell us about the budget first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. For this article, please refer to your booklet, pages 33 to 36.
It's the column, when you look up page 33, it's the column to the farthest right. TM budget, town manager's recommended budget.
We'll start with the budget process. The budget process is a year-long process. This calendar shows the kickoff of capital planning starting August. The capital planning committee meets with departments throughout the fall, sending a list of prioritized projects in December, and my presentation of a preliminary capital plan in January and a preliminary budget presentation in February. The finance committee begins their weekly budget presentations from department heads and hold their public hearing at the end of March. They vote on their recommendations for the budget at that public hearing and any other articles in the town meeting warrant that would have a financial impact. Today, voters are being asked to approve the budget as presented. The budget recommendation reflects the needs-based budget for the Lunenburg Public Schools and level service town departments with some exceptions. It is a balanced budget that uses recurring revenues with the exception of putting $100,000 from free cash into the fiscal 25 reserve fund account and uses $105,000 from the health insurance stabilization fund to offset health insurance costs. It increases the local receipts estimate by $41,360, more than the February preliminary budget presentation. It meets or exceeds the town's financial policies. It recommends putting $100,000 from free cash into the regular stabilization fund, $250,000 of free cash into the special purpose stabilization to pay for future large capital projects. And it recommends transfer of $187,061 of free cash into the town's other post-employment benefits account, which our policy is 10% of the previous year's certified free cash. This slide shows a depiction of the breakdown of revenues. 66% of our revenues are from property taxes, 22% from state aid, 7% from local receipts, and 5% from other available funds. Breaking down revenues further, property taxes reflect adding 2.5% to the previous year's tax levy per Proposition 2.5, an estimate of $400,000 for new growth, and a debt exclusion amount of $2,313,898 for a total of $32,823,309. State aid reflects the governor's House 1 state aid figure, which is a decrease of 1.04% for a total of $10,682,086. The main reason for this decrease in state aid was the loss of 40S funding off our cherry sheet in the amount of $342,000, as we no longer qualify for that program. Local receipts reflects a 2.8% increase, or $90,110 over the previous fiscal year's estimate, and this is an increase in motor vehicle excise and school departmental income, but it level funds all other categories for local receipts, for a total of $3,307,851. Local receipts were increased during the development of the budget to close the budget gap between the school needs-based budget and the target budget. The budget uses for available funds free cash in the amount of $1,655,777 for $1,944.55 for a prior year expense, $100,000 in the omnibus budget for the reserve fund account, $1,016,722 towards the fiscal 25 capital plan, $100,000 into the regular stabilization account, $250,000 into the special purpose stabilization account, and $187,061 into the OPEB trust fund. There are 4 enterprise budgets: public access, sewer, water, and solid waste, where their revenues cover their expenses, with public access and sewer contributing towards the omnibus budget for indirect costs, which cover healthcare costs for those employees, Medicare, retirement costs, and any debt payments. There were many changes made to the budget from February until March. Many of our expenses are unknown when the preliminary budget is prepared. Two of the changes that came later in the budget process year was during discussions with our current trash hauler about our contract that expires in June and was extended till September. We were told that costs would be increasing substantially if we chose to stay with the same model of trash and recycling pickup. Another was a vote by the Personnel Committee in March on their recommendation for the compensation and classification schedule for non-union employees. This led to the following changes made to the preliminary budget recommendation. It increased the solid waste and recycling line by $100,000, increased the reserve fund account by $100,000, increased the salary reserve line by $55,000. This addresses the $111,000 salary administration costs impact and future DPW union negotiations in fiscal '25. Cut the funding for the additional police officer in the 10-year staffing plan and added back in the Radio Watch Reserve Officer salary funds. Cut the additional hours for the IT administrative assistant. Cut the additional hours for the Council on Aging meal site manager. Cut the additional hours for the recreational director. Cut the additional hours for the teen librarian. Cut the data collector line by $5,000, and cut the IT hardware line by $18,000, and cut the active health insurance line by $77,000. There were also many changes made to the school department budget from February until March. In order to help close the gap between the needs-based and the town manager's preliminary school budget recommendation, additional tax levy was added after the fiscal '24 new growth was certified. This added $236,025 to the school department. We reduced the pavement management plan by $50,000 and added it to the school department line. The select board reallocated ARPA sidewalk project funds of $101,640 and committed an additional $120,000 towards items in the fiscal '25 school department budget, including Chromebooks, network security upgrade, and 911 compliant phone system, for a total of $221,640. I reviewed the estimated local receipts, and we conservatively budget for local receipts and was comfortable with increasing the receipts by $41,000 to help close the budget gap with the school department. The budget before you includes a 4.37% increase. This is $1,780,000 over fiscal '24, and $221,640 in ARPA funding will go towards those items for an overall 5.34% over fiscal '24. Money Tech, another item under the education line, is a 3.75% increase, and this was based on an increase of 2 students at Money Tech. This is $44,256 over the previous fiscal year. This slide just demonstrates the highlighted cell is what you're being asked to vote on. The line below it is the funding from ARPA with a total bottom line on the very bottom. And now I will ask the superintendent. She will be presenting a few slides on the school budget.
This is an overall summary of the FY20.
Dr. Burnham, I think you'll introduce yourself first. There you go.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Kate Burnham, Superintendent of Schools. This is an overview of the FY25 school department budget. You can see that there's an increase of approximately 4.4% over the current year budget. You have the breakdown by personnel. There's an increase by 2.68%, and our non-personnel expenses increased by 8.85%. for a total budget of $23,901,908. There were some cost increases that were driving the non-personnel increases in our budget. health insurance increases, facility needs for repair, increase in our utility line, bus transportation, out-of-district special education tuitions, and we also cut several lines in the budget that provide supplies, instructional tools, etc. ESSER grant funding, COVID grants expire in September, so they will not be part of our FY25 funding. As a result of these monies sunsetting, we cut the positions you see listed on the screen. An instructional coach that supports teachers district-wide, an intervention teacher at the high school, classroom teacher at the middle school, another classroom teacher at the high school, guidance counselor at the middle school, a classroom teacher at Turkey Hill, a Wilson reading teacher, social worker at the primary, and a phys ed teacher will now be shared across the primary school and Turkey Hill Elementary. Those cuts are due to the ESSER funds sunsetting. Those are the ESSER cuts. From our budget, we are also cutting a classroom teacher at the high school in math and in science, a classroom teacher at the primary school, a special education teacher at Turkey Hill. A counselor will now be split and shared across the middle and high school. We will lose one paraprofessional at the primary school and 3 at the high school, and we will lose 1 district-wide maintenance position. There are also several part-time positions that will be cut, a part-time secretary at the high school for athletics, a clerk, part-time secretary at Turkey Hill Elementary, and at the primary school. We will not be hiring student summer custodians this summer, and we've reduced the responsibilities of one of our admin positions, taking away the responsibility of our Title I coordinator function.
To go on with other items within the budget, also included are non-appropriated and non-discretionary expenditures. These include the retirement assessment. Our retirement assessment is a 10.94% increase over the previous fiscal year. Health insurance reflects a 5.7% rate increase for active employees and 6% rate increase for town and school retirees. Our solid waste recycling reflects a 33% increase in anticipation of an increase in contractual costs. Our debt service reflects a 16.39% decrease. That is due to expiring debt. Our cherry sheet offsets and charges reflect a 6% decrease based on the governor's state budget proposal. The overlay account is level funded from fiscal 24, and our tax title account is level funded from fiscal 24. For the fiscal 25 debt service, the elementary school, high school heating system exempt debt expires, and a portion of our sewer enterprise debt retires in fiscal 24. And Meadowwoods water debt decreases by $1,250. And our MSBA payment for an old school project is reduced from $59,969 to $4.20. The fiscal 25 budget does not include any new borrowing. To conclude, the fiscal 25 recommended budget includes the governor's budget proposal for state aid. These figures are subject to change. The state finalizes their budget typically at the end of July. It fully funds all known contractual obligations. The salary reserve line includes funding for wage adjustments for non-union town employees for fiscal '25 and funding for DPW union negotiations. It's a balanced budget that draws $105,000 from the Health Insurance Stabilization Fund to help offset these health insurance costs for the next fiscal year, and $100,000 from free cash to the reserve account to address any unanticipated costs for the solid waste and recycling contract. For town departments, it maintains existing staff with the exception of one new 19-hour-a-week data collector position for the assessor department. This was thought as a measure we needed to take after last year's tax assessment, and $50,000 for grant writing services. It does not meet the various town departments' needs for additional staff hours and does not resume the 10-year police staffing plan for the second year in a row. It also does not fund a number of other requests in various departments due to budget constraints. The recommended budget funds the school committee's approved needs-based budget. The override article requests funding for the difference between the school department's level service budget and the needs-based budget for $948,136. The recommended budget leaves an unappropriated balance of approximately $9,000, and the current recommendation leaves a balance of approximately $214,000 of free cash that will fall towards next year's free cash.
That's it. That's all? Kathy's ready to vote, but I don't think we are. Okay, so the way we do this is the same kind of way we did the consent calendar, okay? I'm going to read down the budget by categories. If there's something you want to discuss about a particular category, that'll allow us to focus a little bit our discussion. So again, you're on page 33 to begin. You're on the column to the farthest right as you start there. It's labeled FY25 TM, Town Manager's Recommended Budget. Okay, so if you have something you want to
Mr.
discuss.
Moderator, before you get into the budget line items, there needs to
I
be
don't
a
even know who's
correction.
talking to me. Oh,
There needs to be a correction on the Finance Committee vote on this article. Please refer to the chair.
Go ahead, Chair.
So the warrant has it correct. Our motion sheet has it incorrect. The Finance Committee recommended approval of the omnibus budget 5-1 to 1.
5-1 to 1. That's the Finance Committee's recommendation on the budget. Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Passios. Okay, getting back to where we were, going through the budget, and just yell out hold if there's a particular category that you want to discuss. Total maturing debt, $2,941,321.50. Total general government unclassified, $4,293,122.97. Total general government, $2,177,963.90. Total central purchasing, $80,300. Subtotal police, $2,441,968.85. Subtotal fire, $1,678,515.10. Subtotal radio watch, $305,313.71. Total protection, subtotal other protection, $217,919.44. Total protection, $4,643,717.10. Total health and sanitation, $117,818.74. Snow removal, total DPW, $2,225,277.09. Total facilities and buildings, $1,022,711.12. Solid waste recycling, $469,775. $469,775. Council on Aging, $230,123. Subtotal Veterans, $110,775. Total Schools, $25,127,554. Total Library, $583,889.77. Hold on Library. Okay, and the omnibus budget total, which you'll vote on in the end, $44,024,379.19.
Hold.
There's a hold on the total budget. Yeah, well, there's always a hold on the total budget. Okay, so, whoops, excuse me. Okay, so the hold is on the total library. Other than that, nothing else. Who's yelling at me? Mr. Bowen. Would you sit closer, Mr. Bowen, in the future? Because you want to get up and talk to me often, and then I got to wait for you to come down. Can I yell loud? Yeah, you can yell if I can hear you. And yeah, usually I can.
I thought we were going to go line item by line item, and I wanted to put a hold on line item number 68 for clarification.
Okay, we don't go each line item because I'd be exhausted. But the cemetery one is under the total DPW, so there's a hold on DPW. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so somebody put a hold on library, so can we hear from that group person first? That's you, sir. Okay, give us your name, your address, and tell us your thoughts.
Joe Muley, 139 Cove Road.
Yep.
I'm curious why we're cutting a young adult librarian when we're on the high school campus where a lot of young adults come out of school looking for something to do. I'd like to know if the library budget was asked to be cut, and that's where, unfortunately, they had to take the cut.
Okay, so let's ask the town manager about her thoughts on her recommendation on the library budget.
I missed part of that question.
Okay,
So you're asking why the teen librarian hours were cut?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So that was a request at the beginning of the budget process to add hours to the teen librarian position. We weren't able to fund that by the end of the budget development due to trying to close the budget gap with the school.
So, if I understand you correctly, the hours that were requested were for more hours, and we're just getting the same amount of hours we already had.
Correct.
Okay.
And I misspoke. The reason those hours weren't be able to be funded was not due to closing the budget gap with the school. We had already done that. It was due to developments within the contract discussions with our current trash hauler and the need to fund the SAP wage adjustments.
Mr. Moderator, I have a question.
Sure, go right ahead.
On the total budget, or is it too premature to ask that question?
No, you can ask it now. Go ahead.
Is the town, does it have complete employment? Are there positions that are not open right now?
We have certain positions that are vacant that we're trying to fill.
Are you going to hire those people in those positions?
We plan to.
Okay. The budget, as it stands now, is less than a level services budget. Is that correct?
No, it is for the town departments. I would consider a level service.
So we're not
budget.
losing any services?
Same level of services in the town.
So the school is able to provide the same level of services with all of those cuts? Is that what you're saying?
That's a needs-based budget.
I'm not asking about how the budget was formed. I'm asking about the services.
The level service budget is under the override article.
Oh, okay, so there won't be any teachers' cuts if the override passes?
Well, that's a separate question.
Well, I was brought up by the town manager.
Okay, that's kind of a separate question. So we're going to do the override next, so let's get to that.
I understand.
Let's get to that when we get to that.
I understand.
All right, let Dr. Burnham give you a specific answer. Go ahead, Dr. Burnham.
There will still be cuts, even with the override. The ESSER cuts that I listed on the slide, those 9 positions,
Yes.
will still be cut with an override.
Sure. So then the next question I have is, how many non-ESSER positions are being cut?
Go ahead, Dr. Burnham.
10 full-time and a total, I think, of 9 part-time.
So you're still cutting a considerable amount of your workforce, and yet our students are going to get the same service.
They are not.
What aren't the students getting? What services won't the students be getting?
Our class sizes will be impacted. We'll be merging programs. We have cut our expense lines as pretty much as far as we can go.
What services won't be available now for next year?
This year, we have 2 separate programs at the Turkey Hill Elementary School. They are going to be merged into one program.
What's that service?
It's for our special education programming.
So you're cutting the service to help special education people, okay? People who need special education. Okay.
Right. We had a dedicated intervention teacher there as well, providing Wilson instruction for reading intervention specifically.
Just so I understand, you're cutting...
Sir, don't interrupt. Let her finish her answer, okay? All right, cool. Thank you.
We have several classroom teachers being cut in every building, largely at the K-5 level. That will not have a significant impact on class sizes, so that part will be level service. We have cuts that are being made at the middle school and the high school. At the high school level, the cuts to classroom teachers is spread across different departments, and the reduction of those classroom teachers leads to a reduced offering at the high school level. Electives will be reduced, and class sizes will certainly be increased at the high school. I'm trying to think of other positions. Thank you. Our facilities maintenance team, there are currently 4 positions in that maintenance team. There will be 3. We're losing paraprofessionals, 1 at the primary school, 3 at the high school. Paraprofessionals are hired to provide support in classroom settings, particularly for students with individual education plans or special education support. We have very part-time secretaries in our lower schools, the primary school and the Turkey Hill Elementary. They work 10 hours a week. Those positions are being cut, which means the secretary will pick up that added responsibility. We're losing a guidance counselor at the middle high school level. We're actually losing 2 at the middle school, and 1 of our guidance counselors at the high school will now be split 50-50, supporting the 8th grade, in particular at the middle school. So essentially at the high school, we're going from 3 guidance counselors to 2.5. We're losing a social worker position at the primary school. That social worker position is there to support families and students in terms of social emotional supports. The social workers largely are representing our behavioral health staff, meaning that they support students' mental health needs as well as what can often be manifest as behaviors at the lower grades. And we're losing an instructional coach district-wide. This coach position is designed to work directly with teachers to plan for quality instruction, implementation of the newly adopted curriculum, as well as interpretation of data for determining intervention needs and grouping students according to those needs and the interventions that can and should be provided in the classroom. And we had a position that was a Title I coordinator who was also serving as our literacy specialist for the district. We've reduced that position so that it is solely planned to be a literacy specialist. So the responsibility for all submittal, data collection, oversight, execution, and closing of our title grants, those are federal grants that we receive, will now have to be supported by our Director of Teaching and Learning.
Dr. Burnham, that's the chart that the town manager put back up, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
So, yep, those are the additional cuts beyond the ESSER cuts.
Beyond the ESSER cuts. Yep. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, can I ask a follow-up question?
Why don't you wait until after we get the other people, since
Sure.
we've already had a long question already. Okay? I want to make sure we get everybody to talk. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Through you, I have a question for the town manager.
Well, I think I know who you are, but tell us anyway.
Yeah, I know. My name's Dave McDonald, 155 Island Road.
Yep.
And I planned on saying that, by the way, because I know what you're going to do.
I know. It's all right.
Could I ask the town manager?
You may ask her a question.
Madam Town Manager, looking at the budgets and everything's going on, if by chance the override goes through today for the schools, are you going to be here next year looking for more money for another override to handle the budget?
Yeah.
In your professional opinion, I know a lot of things can happen.
Mr. McDonald,
but
I
you
don't
should
think
have
we
a
can
budget.
really guess where we're going to be next year.
Well, I think we could. I mean, I'm a businessman
okay.
too. You
If
know
she
budgets.
if she feels she can give you an answer.
I would rather hear from her.
I know,
Mr.
but
Moderator.
that's okay. If she feels she can give you an answer, that's all.
Okay,
So,
that's fine.
Ms. Lemieux, if you have an opinion on the question.
That has been a discussion at some of our meetings about forming a budget task force after town meeting to address future cost of the effect of inflation on the budget and outpacing 2.5% that we're allowed to levy.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't understand the answer. Are we going to be here next year, do you feel?
Okay.
Looking at what the increases are.
I can't
from the other
guarantee
towns?
anything. I mean,
You
that's
know.
a whole
All right, thank you.
conversation.
Go ahead, you're next.
Hi, my name is Erin Mulligan. I'm from Northfield Road.
Hi.
And my question is in regards to the school cuts. Being a parent of a special education child at Turkey Hill, my question would be, if you're cutting the special education teacher at Turkey Hill, does that leave a teacher for special education at Turkey Hill?
Yes, there will still be special education teachers at Turkey Hill. We have two programs that are sub-separate. One supports students with behavioral needs, and the other supports students with cognitive needs. We're eliminating one of those teacher positions, and those two classrooms will be merged into one, serviced by one teacher, but we still have special education teachers that support students at the grade levels at Turkey Hill.
Okay. So from what I'm understanding, at Turkey Hill presently, there are a lot of behavioral issues, and it would seem ill-advised to me at this point in time to cut any special education services at that school, seeing as they are struggling with their special education students to begin with and implementing measures such as group punishments for the students for what is seen as behavioral issues and improperly supporting special education students to begin with. Where can we find money to keep these important programs in place so that we don't have to spend more money on things like out-of-district special education needs, which is what we have to pay for when we fail to properly support our special education students here in town?
Thank you. Sounds like nobody had an answer for that question. Where to find more money in the budget?
If I knew where to find more money, I would have found it by now, because I'm not looking forward to the impact of these cuts. If there was another resource to fund any of the cuts, and I knew about it, we certainly would be using it. That said, if any future funding sources become available, I would go back to the school committee and recommend restoring whichever positions could be funded with any newly found funding source.
It could be may be considered impolite to suggest as much, but the funding could be found in the salaries of the highest paid government officials in town, which you would be among. I wonder how many teacher salaries that could cover. And maybe the 2 police cars that we don't actually need.
No, we're not going to go there. Thank you very much. Okay, gentleman behind you's next.
My name's Darrell Plant, 490 Lancaster Ave.
Hi.
More of a question. My concern goes to the transfer of the ARPA funding. 200-something thousand, I think, being used to supplement this school's budget. And my understanding of ARPA funding is that it's mainly supposed to be used for capital improvements. It's not supposed to be used for supplementing an operating budget of any department. Any comments to that, please? Thank you.
Someone want to address?
One more thing.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Okay, good. So I think the select board controls ARPA, so somebody should, from the select board, maybe address the gentleman's question.
It is our understanding when we voted for the ARPA funding that it did fall under the category available to the ARPA funds to be used, since these are one-time capital expenses.
Can I add? Sure. One exception to that was the Chromebook. 75,000, I believe, is a recurring, but under the current situation.
But it is a capital expense. And it happens periodically in the school cycle, but it is a capital expense. It's not. These are not being used to fund people's salaries or anything ongoing.
Okay.
I can also add to that, the ARPA funding, because of the amount the town received, we fell into a category where we didn't have to do a criteria justification for the expenditures.
Okay. You can in a minute. Sir.
Oh, Andrew Klein, 30 Baker Street. First, I think it needs to be pointed out that the second E in the acronym ESSER is for emergency. These were meant to be, when it was sold to the American public, not just Lunenburg, the American public, these were meant to be temporary positions to get people through the pandemic. The pandemic legally and technically ended years ago. We shouldn't have used these funds to fund teachers. This should have been a discussion about adding staff years ago through the regular means of adding staff. We misused these funds as a result. The other thing that I am hearing, and I'm trying to wrap my mind around, is why are we hiring still if we are in a financially unstable position right now? Why are we filling new positions? Why are we filling old positions when the town appears to be moving forward? It maybe not the way that the town government agencies want, but we're getting it done as a town. Why are we still hiring?
Good, thank you. Town manager, why are we still hiring?
Are you talking about vacant positions?
Any positions.
Yes. That's within the already approved appropriation, as well as the one major position that we have an opening still for is a land use director position, which is a vital position within the town that needs to be filled. Within the fiscal 25 budget, there's one part-time position for 19 hours for a data collector for the assessors department. We saw that as a measure that needed to be instituted after last year's tax assessment issues.
Awesome. And I've been to countless town meetings in my old hometown. I actually have never done an amendment before, Mr. Moderator. Do I just hand it to you?
Yeah.
All right. I've got an amendment here. The amendment that I propose is the 2025 fiscal budget should require a one-year hiring freeze to be reevaluated at next year's town meeting. If we are in as bad a spot as we are supposedly to require the next discussion of 2.5 override and all of these drastic cuts, then we probably shouldn't be hiring more mouths to feed.
Okay. I appreciate your amendment. Let me tell you that even at my knee-jerk reaction and then turning around to town council, as I always do, I have to rule that's outside the scope of the article.
Okay.
Nobody would have been warned that we were going to have a hiring freeze when they got their warrant mailed to them at home. So thank you, Mr. Klein, but I'll have to not accept that.
Okay, well, let's see. We got people we haven't spoken to over here on this article, so go right ahead, sir, over here.
Anthony Scullenbrady, 92 Beale Street. I just want to speak to the amendment that was just proposed. May I do that?
No,
Okay.
because it wasn't accepted by the moderator. I did tell Mr. Waters that I would let him speak, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Regarding the ARPA funding for the Chromebooks, it is not, while it does appear to be a capital expense, it is until we have a time when we do not have 5th graders or, I believe, 8th or 9th graders moving up to the next level, we're going to have that reoccurring expense on a yearly basis. Those are replaced and given to the students as they move up into those grades. So it's very kind of the Select Board to provide those funds for that service, but it is going to be an issue in next year's school budget because those funds will not exist for those Chromebooks that will need to be purchased for the next grades that are moving up into those. That's all.
Over here.
Sybil Kaufman, 27 Oak Ave, the Blue House. I just wanted to point out that the ESSER positions in question are not included in the override that we're going to discuss, and I move the question.
Oh, she goes again. You're going to be our designated mover, huh? Okay. All right. And you're the only one left, and you already had a turn, so I think we will be ready to vote on whether or not we should stop discussion. Okay? So you got to put that up, Mel.
Mr. Moderator.
Oh, point of order. I'm not going to allow point of orders anymore. I'm going to ban them in the future.
How does that affect the hold?
Huh?
How does that affect the holds that were placed?
Yeah, good point. Good point. He's asking if there was a hold.
We had
then
3
that
holds.
person wouldn't be allowed to speak
Right.
on the hold.
Do we
Good
have-
point. Good technical point. I like that. Okay.
I
So before we
apologize.
vote on moving the question, I think I will allow Mr. Bowen to consider coming down to the microphone, even though, Mr. Bowen, if rumor has it, you're going to address all this stuff later in the meeting anyways. So do you want to address it now, or can we wait to do it later?
Actually, no, this is in reference to some clarification of the specifics of the...
Well, you got to come down because nobody can hear you now. Okay? So this is about the DPW budget, and I believe your issue is whatever line item reflects cemeteries.
Hi, John Bowen, 162 Island Street. My question is on line item 68 on the Cemetery Commission budget. The Cemetery Department budget, if you notice from 2020 to 2025, is actually going to double itself. And I'd like to know from the town manager, from the DPW director, what portion of that $113,000 is actually wages and not a tax disbursement?
Can you explain the increase in the budget, Ms. Lemieux? Oh, it's a heavy question. It's deep.
You almost had me laughing on that one.
Yes. The one that's in the particular item that we're going to move.
No, they've never expended money before, but in the last couple of years, they actually implemented money to the cemetery, but they never did it for 20 years. They got $10,000 2 years ago from the town.
Oh, you got chocolate over here, too.
All right, I'm gonna have, that's $20,000. The town is paying an additional.
Oh, you leave that. What do you care?
One employee, that's 2 part-time employees. So I want to know how much of this budget is for part-time employees and the wages for the one cemetery superintendent. Right, anything cemetery is union, anything DPW is union.
Affect the question as written.
Well, that's what I'm asking. What I'm saying is, the budget itself, people are thinking that they're getting $118,000 worth of value out of the cemetery. And they're not getting $118,000 out of the cemetery. They're getting 3 workers, and they're not getting it. Well, the cemeteries never worked. The cemeteries never had a budget.
I'm glad we have a,
2 years ago.
well, I'm glad we don't have war.
Maybe just a 1 worker.
No, I was going to bring the same
Superintendent who do all the work. There's no additional help, because if they needed anything done, it's contracted out.
Oh, that was nice.
It didn't have.
It brought me back. I didn't even see the name. I didn't see the name. I didn't see the name on it, so I thought it was yours.
Fish, north, south, and then.
All right, Mr. Waters is going to stop you right there, Ms. Lemieux. He's got the number. But I think he wanted the reasoning, but go ahead. Let's get some more information while we're waiting.
From the presentation given to the Finance Committee by the DPW Director, we have breakouts of each of the salaries listed, and the total comes up to $87,410.48 out of the $118,110.48.
And there's head nodding over here.
Yes, we came up with the same.
Okay? That answers your question, Mr. Bowen.
Actually, thank you, Evan. I know that actually that number is correct coming from you, considering all the work you guys have done on that spreadsheet that I've watched. My question in addition to that is that, so those wages encompass 2 part-time workers and 1 cemetery superintendent. The 2 part-time workers are non-union paid workers because they're part-time, and then the cemetery superintendent is a local 39 union worker. Is that correct?
There is, yes.
Okay.
There's
So it's
seasonal
1
employees as well as a full-time
Okay,
cemetery
and
superintendent.
the additional money that is there, Rob Oliver asked for $10,000 2 years ago, of which the town allotted tax money of $10,000 to the DPW, and then I believe a year and a half ago, Mr. Bernard asked for an additional $10,000 to make the budget separated from the wages, $20,000. Is that correct, ma'am?
That was
I'm
under
getting to
purchase
a
of service.
Yeah, I'm getting to a point. You'll have to
Thanks,
forgive
because
me.
I think you're going to do this again when we get done.
Actually, no, I'm not. This is specifically for this, because what my question is, okay, is that before there was any money at all given over the last 2 years, the $20,000, no money was given under Jack Roddickman. Is that correct? There was no money going to them. Anything that was needed to be done came basically just through the DPW budget. And there was no specific money allotted for the cemeteries prior to when Jack Roddickman was here. Is that correct? The former DPW
Review
director.
back years of data to confirm that. I can't answer.
Yeah, but you didn't give any money, Ms. Town Manager. Is that correct? You gave no money from our taxes by our approval to the cemetery specifically before 2022. Everything, it was just the DPW had a budget, and there was only 1 worker who worked the cemeteries, which I think I know Bill Tyler and a number of other people, God rest his soul, Stan Barty, God rest his soul, Lance May, said that, 1 worker was sufficient to be able to take care of the cemeteries, and we're doing a fantastic and wonderful job. I think those were the reports that I've read of past. So I'm asking is that you have 1 union worker, you have $20,000, you want to expend $20,000 in an area that never needed $20,000, and that the town should actually take that $20,000 back away from the cemetery because we never needed it and give it back to the schools.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowen. I think she answered that she didn't know the answer from several years going back, so that's kind of the answer to your question.
Yep, then I would like to make an amendment.
Okay, go right ahead.
The amendment that I would like to make is to remove the town tax money of $22,000, I believe. I'll have to get a better number from the Finance Committee because I know they have that number because I heard when you went over it at the meeting, I heard it at the meeting. I want to take $22,000 out of the DPW and I want to put it with the school.
Okay, you got to write it down. Write it down.
I think I brought one.
Okay.
hand that up, David. Oh, okay. Hasn't been seconded yet, but I don't think he has read it yet. We'll get to you.
Okay, I'm waiting patiently.
What's the amount, Evan?
Not so patient.
Even. All right, so basically, and he's going to write it out specifically for procedure, but he's basically saying to take $22,000 out of that line item that relates to cemeteries, and give me the line item number, Mr. Bowen. Was to take just right. He's going to take $22,000 out of that line item and put that into the school department line item. And why don't you tell us, Dr. Burnham, does it go in a specific place in the line item, or is it just go into your general?
Point of order.
No, not yet, because I asked a question. He's going to put $22,000 by his amendment into the school department's budget. Where does it go?
I would like to speak about that, please. The
In a minute.
I don't have a recommendation at this time, but
Okay.
it would likely only fund one of the part-time positions that was
Okay.
cut.
Okay.
And we would have to prioritize which one would be restored.
No specific place. It would just be $22,000. Everybody can't yell. Point of order. I want to speak. Okay, one at a time. I'm having the conversation now with Dr. Byrne. Okay, no specific place. It would just go into the general school department budget. Okay, hold on.
We can't put it anywhere else, it's a single line.
It's a single line. Okay, school department's a single line, so we just have to go into the single line for the school department. Thank you, Mr. Waters. Okay, you'll get there, I promise. Don't let me end without talking. I want to have it in writing so that everybody can hear it, exactly what it says, so you know exactly what you're voting on. All right, yeah, I think you know essentially. Go ahead, Ms. Gomez, to give us your name again.
I was just respectfully going to say, are we
Your
going
name and your address. again.
Amanda Gilman, 186 Reservoir Road. That moving the question is on the
It will be. It will be.
And I was hoping that we were going to vote on moving the question.
Well, we were going to vote on moving the question. Unfortunately, I was wrong because there was a hold on cemetery. So I had to bring the cemetery down because of the hold. I shouldn't have allowed to move the question until after that hold had been addressed. Now that hold is being addressed. As soon as the hold is addressed and you vote on the hold, then I'm going to move the question. We're not going to open it up anymore.
Okay, can I just comment, could we see if we have a second for the amendment before we discuss it?
We don't have it. We don't
I
have the
haven't heard
amendment.
it yet.
I haven't heard a second,
I
have
haven't seen it yet. But I suspect that that's the way it goes around here.
Yes, do we have a second on the amendment?
The amendment reads, time out.
Sorry.
The amendment reads, the cemetery department line 68, $22,000 money be moved to the school department budget single line item. That's the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. You knew Mrs. Bowen at least was going to do a second. Okay, so you have a second. So go ahead. Yeah.
I'm Nancy Fosh-Yasko at 146 West Townsend
Hi,
Road.
Nancy.
Hi. I am the cemetery commissioner, and I would like to hold this, I would like to move this, and I would like to discuss this, because what you guys have just done, as far as letting Mr. Bowman write this out, is basically taking gasoline from the cemetery commission, as far as putting gasoline into the vehicles, as far as to mow, so on and so forth. That $20,000 was put there because of a reason. And not only myself, Nancy Fosh-Yasko, but other cemetery commissioners in my place.
Okay.
I don't want to have this any more discussion. I want to move this on. I want to move it from Bowen, and I want to move it and put it in the right light.
Point of order, point of order.
No.
The cemetery commissioner
I am
is out
going
of
to
order.
address this. Mr.
Out of
Bowen,
order.
I'm going to get control of this meeting sometime, or I'll take a 2-hour break and come back. Okay, so we haven't
I still like your tie.
Ms. Lasko. We haven't done anything. There's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded, okay?
Okay.
So eventually we're going to vote on the motion.
Okay.
Then, when we're done voting on the motion, we're going to move the question about the entire budget, which is what is coming next.
Okay.
So the only thing that can be discussed at the moment is the amendment. The young lady behind you.
Can I just say one more thing? I
One
just
more.
want to make sure that, again, that the public understand there's misinformation, and we need to keep moving on and then get to the crux of all of this. That's all I'm asking.
You got it.
And I thank you very much for your time.
That's okay. I've got all the time all day. Go ahead.
Hi, Josie Gilchrist, 193
Hi,
Malthus. Hi. I should have eaten breakfast before coming. This is...
Yeah, I know. Well, speaking of which,
I know.
Lunch is available, bagged lunch, $7 cash. I think if you go down by towards the cafeteria, you'll see the people there. If you need to eat, please do. If you get grouchy like I do, please eat, go out, come back, whatever. Understand that the cafeteria workers have a little fund that they use for, I don't know, it's a fund or something. So they would love you to contribute. And if you would, when you're leaving, at least pick one up before you leave. Now go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I see a little bit of unfairness, if I may. The gentleman over here with the hat stood up here very patiently for a very long time, and you told him that he could speak even before the motion to move the question was made.
Yeah.
I would like to hear more from him.
The move the question thing kind of happens like that sometimes. You're in the middle of something. Thankfully, he did have quite a bit of floor time to ask a lot of questions.
If I may continue.
You may.
He didn't have a whole lot. The answers to his questions had a whole lot of time.
Okay.
So he didn't have very much time up here to speak, and he was asking very good questions that were informative to the collective.
Okay. Sometimes it happens like that. Sometimes it happens that somebody moves the question. Now, here's the solution. You can argue against moving the question, and you can convince the majority of the body that we need to spend more time on something.
I would love to do that. Everybody here has a voice. That's all why we came. We should hear as many people as we can.
Trying my best. Okay. So,
Mr. Moderator?
Who's speaking?
May I speak?
You may.
In response to the Cemetery Commission?
Specific to that response.
Yes, to that response.
Let's keep this tight.
Absolutely. The only person that has those numbers of why that money's being used would be the DPW director. And I'd like to hear from the DPW director. I know he wasn't here, but what were they using to pay for money for gas, fuel, and everything else before the town started giving $10,000 2 years ago, $10,000 last year, making it $20,000 up to $22,000. How are you putting money into the gas and the fuel for the cemeteries and the trucks?
Okay. Didn't care to answer your question? That's your answer. Now, on this motion, you're a little bit out of line in this respect. You specifically delineated what line item you wanted, but you can't take it just from that. You're going to have to say, to take, town council advises me, you have to say take it from the DPW budget.
Oh.
Okay? So I'll strike that for you. Okay? All right. So.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. So what's before you, even though that's not what's on the screen, it's coming. What's going to be before you in a minute is the amendment. Okay? So go ahead, Evan.
Since I still have this presentation up from the DPW director, I can say that of that $87,000 that went to salaries, the remaining balances are on 4 lines. Cemetery uniforms for $2,200, cemetery fuel charges for $3,500, cemetery supplies for $3,000, and cemetery purchase of sales for $22,000. So by quick math, I'm seeing that adds up to just over $30,000, which isn't a lot of money to spend outside of salary. So I am in agreement that we've had inflationary increases going on for the past few years. It does not surprise me in the slightest that we have surcharges going on and maintenance cost increasing, and that getting by with $30,000 to run the cemetery is pretty moderate if I'm honest. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Alonso.
Speaking to the amendment, it was my understanding, and I just checked, and I'd like to hear from the DPW director directly, but it is my understanding that that cost of the $22,000 is basically a lot of the maintenance work, a lot of the brush trimming, the lawn cutting, the maintenance around the gravestones, et cetera, that happens. And in the past, I can say that this number was lower, and when the Cemetery Commission brought this up, and the DPW directors prior to the current one were covering costs out of their other line items because there wasn't enough funded, and I recommended to the Cemetery Commission that they should request more that adequately funded the care of those grounds. That's what that money is for, $22,000 to talk about additional services that need to be brought in occasionally. When one person can't know all this constantly, we had to get other people in and other services, especially some of the larger projects. This is a very reasonable number for all the costs that the chair of the Finance Committee just went through and just enumerated. So I would argue and urge people to vote against the amendment.
Oh, wait, whoa. So we can't have the two opponents on cemetery going back and forth endlessly. So, you know, and this has been going on, and I think everyone's aware that you have different opinions about things. Talk about the amendment.
Correct.
Talk about the amendment. Keep it tight. Let's get to a vote.
I just want to say, Mr. Alonso, I can appreciate that you would like the town tax money to be able to pay for the cemetery commissions. However, there is a process where we can create a cemetery corporation under a 501c13. And if anybody wants to ask the attorney, who is, remember, their attorney, not our attorney, they can actually ask him specifically what an IRS code 501c13 is, cemetery corporation, and how they will be able to hold money. And basically, you know, the money that you're expending from the taxpayer to do the work that we could raise. I just got informed this morning by a particular individual, and I'm not going to mention who, but he wanted to give an awful lot of money to this community.
But, Mr.
And in that, because they couldn't hold money,
you are so
they weren't able to keep it.
Asking about the 501c3
the amendment,
and somebody who wants to donate money to the
The amendment is to take that money away from the townspeople and raise it ourselves.
No, stop yelling. Ms.
Cut him off.
No.
Point of order.
You will not keep yelling out.
I'm not. I'm just.
No, you will not.
This is my first
when
time
I address
said point
I'm
of
sorry
order.
you haven't been here before.
The other gentleman
Let me
said it
tell
behind
you,
me.
you may be addressed when I ask you to speak at the microphone. You may not yell out, you may not yell point of order, unless it's something where I'll stop and I'll address you. But please, you know, 20 years ago when I started coming to town meeting, people just screamed at each other all day. I don't permit it, I don't like it, it's not going to happen. Now, he's finished speaking because I want him to be done because now he's getting way off topic. You may address specifically the amendment.
Again, the amendment, again, I do not agree with it. I think Mr. Tom Lalonzo said it very elegantly, exactly what has gone on here. So I need to move this on. The town would like to move this on and move this to the next
Okay, well,
area.
it's already ready for a vote.
My apologies for yelling.
Okay, that's fine, I get it. I know these are emotional issues. We're going to get to the next emotional issue after this. Okay, so we're ready to vote. We're ready to vote just on the amendment. After the amendment, we're going to vote on move the question, and then we're going to vote on the article. So you've got some time now. Go get lunch. Amendment from the DPW, $22,000 to be moved to the school department's budget. It's a one-line item budget. It can't be specific to anything. Okay, voting is now open on the amendment. Vote, it's open. I hope everybody gets a signal. I'm getting a lot of signs from you people. Oh, thank you. The selectmen have to feed me up here. From Carol. Thank you. Carol Archambault is feeding me because at the special meeting back in November, we passed over an article she wanted to address, and she asked me why, and I said because I was grouchy and wanted it to be passed over. True story. Okay, voting is now, I think, nope, hold on. Okay, voting is now closed on the amendment. Those in favor of moving that $22,000. Let me see the tally. 52 in favor, 283 opposed. It does not pass. Okay, now,
we're back to we moved the question. Okay, now you can debate whether or not you want to move the question. Does anybody want to debate moving the question? No. Oh, you may address that you don't want the question to be moved. You don't want to cut off debate. Go ahead.
This is a $44 million budget.
Yeah.
And I would be surprised if my neighbors here would want to cut off a budget that impacts everyone in this room directly. So it seems that for this item in particular, it's not to the benefit of us to close debate so quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure it was quick, my opinion, but
Moderator, once again, I move the question.
the question's already moved. We're debating whether or not to move the question. I know. Give me a break. Let's do it. Now people are yelling at me from the audience again. All those in favor of ending debate, say yes. Yes. Oh, no, on your clicker, on your clicker. Or no, voting is open, do it. I'm having a Mr. Goodbar if you want to know. You know, we're getting to be like the British Parliament. You ever watch them? They just yell at each other back and forth the entire time. And supposedly that's democracy. I don't know. They still coming in now? Okay.
The next thing, we would like to address the right jolly gentleman's comments.
Okay, voting is now closed on the issue of ending debate. Those in favor of ending debate, 312, 30. Oh, good. Yep. Who's yelling at me? Well, I tell you what, Ms. Hatch, go out and get a new one, but I don't think in this particular case it's going to make any difference, okay? But I do think you want to go quickly to get a new one, because now we're going to vote on the budget, because the debate is closed. Great. Okay? All right, debate is closed. That did not supposed to be 2/3. That's not. Oh, it is 2/3. I can move the question. Thank you. All right, so now we're on to the budget. And there might be another article people are interested in. We'll see. Okay. The omnibus budget, which has not been amended, the total number, $44,024,379.19. You may open the voting now. If you're in favor of the budget, say yes. Otherwise, no. I know on the one hand, the clicker takes a little more time because you got to wait and all that kind of stuff. But I'll go back to what I said to you originally. There may be people who don't want to raise their hand on a particular political issue, but are much more comfortable anonymously voting their own mind. So it does take a little time, and that's unfortunate. The other thing that's kind of good about the clicker is instead of the old days, I used to say, all those in favor say aye, and then everybody would try to shout everybody down. So the clicker just kind of neutralizes a lot of things. So it is still a benefit, even though it's difficult at times. Okay, I'm going to declare that voting is now closed. All those in favor of the omnibus budget, hold on. Not a hold. Somebody's waiting for something. I don't know. Somebody wanted to yell out some more. Who said something out there from the masses? All right. Don't close the vote yet. People still aren't getting through.
What do you mean not getting through?
Not getting through. You know, we've never had this many people. We're just not used to it. Okay. Has everybody vote gone through? Anybody whose vote has not gone through? It may be going up back there, but let's just see if everybody's getting an okay signal. Okay, Mal, has it stopped going up? Okay, voting's closed. Let's see the tally. Those in favor of the budget, 309. Opposed, 37. 10 abstain. And so Article 7 passes. Finally! Okay. Now, there might be a few people interested in the next one. Article 8, the override budget. I've got 20 people lined up, maybe 25 over here to tell me about this. I'll ask Ms. Emke to introduce and move the article.
Okay, I move the town vote to raise and appropriate $948,136 to supplement the Lunenburg Public Schools budget for fiscal year 2025, contingent upon the passage of a Proposition 2.5 ballot question.
Second.
There's a second. Selectmen, your recommendation.
Recommend approval 3-2.
3-2. Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval 4-2.
4-2. Okay. I believe Ms. Archambault and Mr. Beardmore. I'm going to move the question, Mr. Beardmore. You're out. Sit down.
I'll be all right with that.
All right.
Yeah, really.
Go right ahead, Ms. Archambault and Mr. Beardmore. All right. Get nice and close to that microphone. Thank you.
I got to move it.
Pick it up, whatever you wish.
There we go.
Good. Thank you.
Okay. I'm Carol Archambault, 662 Page Street. I'm the chair of the school committee. And in beginning the discussion about the override, I just wanted to point out a couple of things. First off, I am a retired teacher. Education has been my whole life. I have lived in this town for 35 years. I have 2 children that have graduated from Lunenburg High School. I am proud of our high school. I don't have to be on the school committee. My grandkids don't come here. I'm just fine in my little piece of Page Street. But I'm here because schools matter. They really matter. We know that good schools are good for your property taxes. We understand that. But we also know that good schools provide community spirit. There is nothing like a warm October day on homecoming. We also know that people like to volunteer at the schools. People take great pride. We are laying the groundwork for our next generation. We are guaranteeing by educating our children that we are passing on our democratic values to them. Schools cannot be more important. So therefore, with the devastating cuts that we have already discussed in the budget that we have passed, we are talking about an override. I would like to, through the moderator, ask Mr. Waters, the chair of the Finance Committee, to just explain, as I have heard many misconceptions, about what an override is. Mr. Moderator, could we do that?
Oh, please. I love hearing from Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, Ms. Archambault. So an override is, in essence, a way for a town to make a correction to the revenue that it can generate. We're limited by how we can actually bring funds into the town. As the town manager explained during her presentation, we have cherry sheet offsets, we have local receipts, and the vast majority, 66% of our revenue, comes from our taxes, our property and real estate taxes. In order for that number to increase, we are holden to a Proposition 2.5 law. That law went into effect in, I believe, 1980, and it was an attempt to control and minimize overtaxation, and it's done so fairly well. Each year, you can increase your tax levy, the amount of money that the citizens pay, by 2.5% at most. It's as simple as that. However, that limits the amount of funds that are accessible to the town to spend when 66% of the money coming in is only increasing at 2.5% per year. If inflation increases faster than that, you're going to be offset. If there are other expenses that come up, you're going to be offset. And so the law has a control lever, which is called an override. An override is a permanent increase to the tax levy. So in this instance, it's $948,000. If approved, that money will be spread across the town to all the residents. There's a table in the handout that you were given that explains exactly what you can expect to have based on your property assessed value. The article that we just approved, the omnibus budget, is already going to increase our taxes because of Proposition 2.5. That's how it works. An override is above and beyond that, and it is a permanent increase to your tax bill, which serves to correct for the issues that can come up, underfunding issues that come up. So this article is going to ask the town to put forward another just under $1 million, $950,000, to cover the costs of the schools as they are. If the town eventually decides that they no longer want to do that, the opposite happens. It's called an underride, and you can take that money back from the town. The process works where it starts here in this instance. It has two steps that need to pass. A town meeting vote, right here, which is what we're going to do today, and then it also requires an election ballot vote, which is happening on the 18th of May. It's 2 Saturdays from now at TCP. The usual voting that goes on, we'll vote for select board members, cemetery commissioners, all of that. There will also be a ballot question, which on the first page of your warrant article reads exactly or very similarly to the article that's here before you today. So the process seems difficult, but I assure you it's quite simple. That somebody in the town, in this instance the select board, puts forward a question and says, hey, we're short money, we need to raise extra money, and this is how we do it. It's about as good as I can do without a slide.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
You're welcome.
So as a school committee, first off, I'd like to thank the school administration and their staff for the hours and hours they've poured into not only looking at this override question, but the budget. I'd like to thank the town manager and the select board and the finance committee for all the help they have given us through the budget and through setting up this override question. I'd especially like to thank the SOS Lunenburg Group for everything they have done in pushing forward this initiative. The school committee is very unique in town government because, like Dr. Seuss's Lorax, who speaks for the trees, the school committee is the singular vote for the children, the voice of the children. The children's voice has to be represented, and as they cannot vote, the voice comes from the school committee. What you're going to hear about today, there we go, I found it, is a fair amount of information about our schools. And there's going to be a lot of data. It is vitally important that in this age of so much data coming at you all the time, that you remember that every time we talk about money, every time we talk about test scores, what I see in my head, and I hope you see in yours, is a 9-year-old who's sitting at a desk trying to learn something, or a high school student who's in the midst of a chemistry lab, because that is what the data represents. It is not like data coming out of a manufacturing company. These are children, and this is what we're building on. In the last 6 years, we have built a strong system of building our children's achievement. The superintendent had a vision when she came here as to how to see achievement grow. She has modernized education in our school district. The teachers have worked extraordinarily hard. And their instruction is data influenced. We take a look at what we see from the children and we look to teach them in the manner that they need. Now, as a former first grade teacher, when I had 25 little 6-year-olds wiggling in chairs in front of me, I had 25 different ways I had to instruct kids. That's hard work, and data informs it. So what the data is telling us, here we go. The U.S. News and World Report in 2024 says that Lunenburg High School ranks 2,736th out of over 24,000 nationally ranked public schools. This is an 88th percentile. Lunenburg High School ranks 106th out of 405 such schools in Massachusetts, and 13th out of the 70 that are qualified as Worcester Metro. We have grown. We have done a good job. We're approaching an iReady goal. Now, I'll tell you what that is. As part of instructing kids to where they are at, you have to know where that is. In our district, we have adopted a system called iReady Assessment. iReady Assessment is used kindergarten through grade 8 to tell us which of the children in front of us needs a little help with reading comprehension. Which of the children in front of us are having trouble integrating math ideas into real-world problems? What are the issues with our kids? When I was a child, that was a B. A B doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't tell the teacher how to instruct. So our ready goal was to get 80% of our kids performing at grade level in a 2-year period. Last spring, we took that assessment again and saw we were making strong, solid progress. I can't wait to see where we are in June. We're going to be almost there. The work has been done. The kids have worked hard. The teachers have worked hard. This is from the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, and it tells us that our district is making substantial progress towards targets for most accountability measures. This was not true 5-6 years ago. This is true today. We're making progress. If we don't continue to have the tools at our side to continue making this progress, we won't. I'm going to pass this on to the real data master here, on to Mr. Beardmore.
Thank you, Mrs. Archambault, and thank you all for your patience today. We appreciate you being here and participating and voting. I want to walk you through how I see what occurred during our budget season this year, and hopefully it'll inform your understanding of why we came to the override number that we came to. By the way, we've put a ton of time in. I personally, I think I'm well over 100 hours on this budget. Multiply that by 5 for the school committee members, multiply it by 10 or 20 or 30 by the staff. There's an extraordinary amount of work here, so please bear with us as we try to kind of work you through the sum total of probably in hours in the thousands. Yeah, I got to build here, and bear with me. Okay. So the town manager, she explained a little bit earlier today, brought forth a budget number back in February of $23,574,522. And at the time that was brought forth, the school committee had already been meeting on the budget. This was in February. We had been meeting on the budget regularly since November. And it was apparent at that time, and it was communicated at that time, that a 2.5 to 3.0% increase, and this reflects 2.94, was going to land us with about 30 full-time equivalent cuts in personnel, as well as drastic cuts to expense lines and other things that we'll talk about. Nevertheless, that was the number that was brought forth in February. As the town manager explained, over the ensuing weeks and months, an additional $236,025 was added when the certified new growth number came in. An additional $41,361 was added from local receipt estimates. And $50,000 was added from the proposed budget for the DPW. And I want to be very clear, this was not moving money from the existing DPW budget to the school department budget. We have done regular upgrades every year of $50,000 in pavement management, and this year the town manager, wisely I think, decided to take that increase for this year and apply it to the school department budget, which brought us to the number that we just voted on a little while ago. That $23,901,908 is the education, the Lunenburg School District education line that we just passed in the omnibus budget. Now that budget was going to bring pretty drastic cuts, and it's bringing pretty drastic cuts. And fortunately, thanks to the intervention of Selectman Emke and other members of the Select Board, an idea was brought forth to apply ARPA money. ARPA stands for the American Rescue Plan Act. The town had about $3 million in discretionary funds that were appropriated by the Select Board to apply $221,640 to school projects and capital needs. So this specifically addressed, or is addressing, the network security upgrade that was discovered this year as a necessary component to upgrade some routers and deal with some critical security vulnerabilities that we presently have. Another unfunded mandate from the state, and by the way, everything that we do pretty much accounts for unfunded mandates for the state, from the state, was a requirement to add 911 compliant phone systems to our buildings. Currently, you can dial 911 from our phones, but it only tells you the street address. It does not tell you the room that that phone call came from when it goes to dispatch. And as those of you who have been following the news may have realized, when emergency calls come from schools, it's often good to know where that call is coming from. And so we are required to upgrade our telephone systems, and that is an additional $63,676. And what was discussed a little bit earlier relative to Chromebooks, our actual Chromebook costs are, I believe, up over $100,000. I want to say 108-ish. 104,000, pardon me. And so this covers a portion, about roughly 3/4 of what we spend annually in Chromebook purchases. We buy Chromebooks every year for 5th graders and 9th graders, and then they turn them in and we recycle what we can. But effectively, a lot of education is now computer-based. Our assessments, MCAS, are computer-based. Kids have to have working computers in the classroom, and that pays for that. So this is one-time funding that the select board has seen fit to add to our budget. And so what we are effectively dealing with in terms of appropriated money from Lunenburg is $24,123,598. In addition to that, we also spend federal grants, and we go after every red cent that we can find when it comes to outside funding. There's a Title I grant, there's special education grants, there's a comprehensive health grant, there's competitive state curriculum grants that paid for much of the curriculum updates that Mrs. Archambault spoke of a little bit earlier that have modernized what was a terribly outdated curriculum in Lunenburg. We were not teaching to the state standards. We are now, and we are seeing the results. There are also revolving accounts. We had a presentation at the school committee meeting this past week about our athletic accounts. Our athletic program is paid out of a revolving accounts that includes sports fees, it includes gate receipts, and it also includes some money from taxpayer revenues. Less than half, though. In fact, most of our sports program is paid from outside of the budget. So why can't we get the same services in FY25 for what we spent in FY24, plus that same nominal increase that we've seen every year for the past several years? And the fact is that you can almost boil it all down to inflation at the end of the day, right? Increased utility costs. This year, and we did under budget in the current year for utility costs, but this year we're looking at an $81,000 increase in utility cost. Increased bus transportation costs, an additional $107,000 for special ed, and an additional $127,000 for regular education. Increased building maintenance costs. We talked about earlier with the cemetery, it's very true for everything dealing with building trades and facilities. Inflation is driving up all of those costs, but in addition to that, we are experiencing a lot of unanticipated costs associated with our facilities. We have a building that was built in the late 1960s over on the other corner. This building is already approaching 10 years old, and it was built with a low bidder contract, and there are things that are starting to break, as well as the primary school that is now a 20-year-old building. This year we had about $39,000 in unexpected costs related to our facilities, plus that additional $82,000 for our computer network. Increased out-of-district placement costs. Since FY23, we have had to increase our out-of-district out-of-district placement costs by $322,498. That is required by the state. It is non-discretionary spending, as is basically everything that I'm talking about on this slide. For 9 kids. Unfunded state mandates. We talked a little bit about that with the emergency 9/11. We seem to get a new one every year. And increased health insurance costs. This year that number is $136,000, which fortunately is not nearly as bad as the nearly triple that number that we were looking at early in the budget season. Important to point out that these increased costs have absolutely nothing to do with those ESSER funds that were talked about earlier today. ESSER, as a gentleman pointed out earlier today, stands for the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. We received 3 rounds of ESSER over the period of FY21 through what is now will be the very beginning of FY25. But that money is expended, it is gone. We spent that money on mitigating losses associated with COVID issues. And we're planning throughout that process, and I was a member of the Finance Committee when we started using those funds, became a member of the school committee. Every year during budget season, there were very direct points made by myself when I was on the Finance Committee, and we've discussed how are we going to mitigate those expenses and draw down when those expenses, when those funds come to an end. We're there now. Unfortunately, it came at a time of all of these additional increased costs. So it is, very much a perfect storm, unfortunately. So I know that you've looked at these already, and I don't want to spend too much time or overemphasize them, but these are the actual cuts that are associated with what has been appropriated today. Now, this does reflect, the top half of that is ESSER-related cuts, and the bottom half is cuts that will be mitigated if we pass a Proposition 2.5 override. But standing before you today, there are roughly 19 full-time positions, 8 part-time, and 1 stipended position that we will not have here on in September of 24 that we had in June of 24. That is the direct difference in terms of what we have currently appropriated for services. So what will the override fund? Largely level services. This will bring the school department back to the point that the other departments that the town manager described earlier today are at, with relative level services. Now, level services is hard to put a pin on because needs do change from year to year, and every budget line item is not the same because of the needs having changed. But suffice to say, it's pretty darn close to level services, excluding, of course, those ESSER-funded positions. So what does the money buy in terms of retention? We retain 10 full-time positions out of what was previously eliminated, plus 8 part-time, plus 1 stipended position. And again, I don't want to belabor what all these positions are. You know what they are, I know what they are. It is what it is. We believe that this will get us to a point where we can continue with that momentum that Carol talked about earlier. And it also restores our expense lines for things like classroom supplies, equipment, and educational tools. These new curriculums require additional purchases every year to keep up with in-classroom materials. Classroom supplies, we have had to severely cut, after a spending freeze this year, severely cut virtually every line of our expense lines. That totals $194,059 right now, just in expense lines. And that's really unsustainable because some of these expense lines are supplies, art supplies in the primary and elementary school, which we are effectively burning down those reserves right now. So when we get to next year, we're going to run out, and we will not have the ability to run programs that we're currently running as a result of that. Okay. Additionally, this override covers that $241,640 that is currently coming from ARPA, remember in the previous slide that I talked about, to fund the E911 system, the IT security upgrades, and the Chromebooks. So if the override passes, we will effectively send that money back to the select board for reappropriation for other ARPA-related spending. And there are a couple of reasons for that, but primarily it's because the approach will ensure that the schools have a budget basis of support for recurring costs in the future, such as the Chromebooks that we talked about earlier, such as the one-time and unanticipated infrastructure costs that we seem to be running into every year that is forcing us to have to move around budget lines to deal with those unanticipated costs. Going into this year, we do not have that wiggle room. If we have a catastrophic facilities failure, we really have no ability to deal with it through normal budget transfers as we have dealt in past years. What the override will not fund, back to that previous slide, all of those positions that were at the top of that slide, I will not read them to you, but there are, a considerable number of them. It's 9 full-time positions. It also, somebody asked the question about, will we be back here for an override next year? And the answer was, we don't know. That's also my answer. We really don't know. I can't predict what inflation is going to do. We do have some contractual costs that we know about, but many we frankly don't know about. We have budgeted salary reserves for, negotiations with collective bargaining units. They're very modest. But we don't know what's going to happen in the future. We don't know if we will be back. This does not suppose needs beyond the current fiscal year. Okay. Mr. Waters talked about earlier the handout that had the chart of what the override would cost, what it's actually going to cost us all out of pocket if this passes. The left column is your current FY24, so our current year-in tax rate. The middle column is what you all just voted for. That's what we're paying for now. These are effectively the estimated tax rates for FY25. This is subject to the process that we go through for reevaluation and setting the tax rate that the select board and the assessors have to go through. So they are estimates, but they're very well-informed estimates. And the third column is basically what it would cost with an override. So this line is not in addition, this line is cumulative. So for example, with your average household assessment, average single-family residential assessment of $481,000 this year, your taxes were roughly $67.88. Next year, we've just voted for $69.08, and if the override passes, it will be $71.06. That represents a roughly $198 increase to your taxes if you own and live in and pay taxes on an average residential property in Lunenburg. Now, I have been an override skeptic. I was against this before I was for it. And I approached the budget this year with that sort of zeal. And those of you who have read the ledger may have seen my name once or twice because we had some battles over that, right? I wanted to get as much from the budget as we can to support the schools that we possibly could so that we didn't have to be in this situation. But here we are. And this will cost me, I actually happen to live in a home that is about that value, about $198. And Mr. Alonso asked at a meeting earlier that we not reduce this to the price of a cup of coffee. So I would ask you in your head to think about what it really means to you, what that $198 means to you. I bought Mrs. Archambault a cup of coffee yesterday at Coffee Roasters, and it cost a little over $4. So do the math, figure out the number of weeks. It's literally less than a cup of coffee a week. Sorry, Mr. Alonso. I did it. I really did it. That being said, I don't want to underemphasize, we understand as school committee members, we are taxpayers, we know people in Lunenburg that frankly can't afford to pay this. In Lunenburg today, disproportionately, when you look at the recent census numbers, the hardest economic times are actually hitting young families, disproportionately. And we're aware of that because we understand that those are the folks that are our constituents too. As well as the elderly, as well as all facets of our town, we understand that this represents additional financial hardship, and I absolutely do not take this lightly and do not mean really, truly, to equate this to anything else that has anything to do with your personal wallet. So further discussion. We have gained the momentum in Lunenburg. We're making measurable progress against the headwinds that we've seen in Lunenburg from demographic changes, the youth mental health crisis that is sweeping our country, and COVID learning loss. Our MCAS scores, our iReady scores are showing improvement because of deliberate, strategic decisions that we have made with the help of our administrators. The execution that has been made by our administrators, by our faculty who are world-class, and our staff, and the investment that has been made by the people of Lunenburg. We also have numerous facilities projects in progress now that need to be seen through. We have fallen behind. in facilities maintenance. We have a punch list right now that is already in the high six figures of issues that we need to address. And we're not going to address them all this year, but we need to address them. And this is a step in that direction. We've made high value investments. Lunenburg today, and when I say high value, I don't mean high cost, I mean high value. Lunenburg today is in the bottom 12% in Massachusetts in per pupil spending. But we are above the state average in achievement and accountability ratings, and we are in the top third as calculated in national rankings. We are continuing to invest, and will continue this year, in high quality curriculum materials and professional development, both through local funding and grants. We have a most qualified hiring practice. When we open a position for a teacher, we do not look at the salary schedule and say, can we afford to pay for that teacher at that rate because they're more experienced? We hire the most qualified candidate for the job. And we focus on the skills and confidence and passion for lifelong learning for all of our students. That is pulled directly from our mission statement, which has been the mission statement of the school department for 6 or 8 years now, and I think we're doing a really good job of this. We don't teach to the test. We teach the child. And we aim to teach that child as a whole person that will be successful throughout their lives. And I say that to you today as somebody who was born here, somebody who went to school here, K through 12, somebody who raised his children here. One is a graduate 4 years ago and one is a freshman in high school. And I am confident that we are doing that for our kids and our grandchildren. However, we are risking losing momentum and declining achievement. That's less focused intervention. Focused intervention doesn't mean intervening when there's a problem, by the way. It means intervening when a student needs additional challenges. It means when a student is not necessarily placed in the right classroom. It means focused time on that student to ensure that they are achieving to their maximum capacity. We're looking at reduced instructional materials that can lead us to not take full advantage of our curriculum. Fewer classroom materials, which invariably shift the burden to our teachers and staff, and that is just not sustainable. We talked about facilities maintenance, a lack of flexibility to address unanticipated costs, and potential in-year cuts to other lines when those costs come around. And finally, difficulty hiring and retaining top-notch staff. And this is something, ladies and gentlemen, that we are dealing with right now as a result of the budget situation that we are in. We have received resignations from recognized top-notch teachers who are going away because of this situation. I mentioned I was educated here. Don't laugh. I feel pretty good about it. You know why? Because of the teachers that I remember when I was here. Don Adams died this week. He was 96 years old. And if you ever attended a musical at Lunenburg High School in the 1980s or 1990s, you saw demonstrated on those nights how he could draw more out of those kids than anybody ever thought, those kids included, could possibly do. And he's one of hundreds that were there at the time. And guess what? We've got exactly the same quality right now. I'm 100% confident in it. And I want my kids and your grandchildren to be able to look back on that the same way I look back at Don Adams and Dale Diamantopoulos and Ron Lamoth and all of the teachers that were instrumental in making me the person that I am today. I'll let Mrs. Archambault wrap it up. I should have done that.
The short problem. Vertically challenged. So the bottom line is, how will the children be affected? I thought long and hard about this, and my thoughts are based on my 35 years experience in education. And I only dealt with a few roles, I could go on for hours, but nobody has time for that, a few roles that would be eliminated. I was thinking about a no override vote would highly impact a first grader who is trying to learn to read. Sometimes these bumps in the road are not that big a deal. I taught first grade, I know. I have the time to pull the child aside and work with them. I have a colleague who is an instructional coach who comes by and helps me to figure out what to do. But we cut the instructional coach. Something that could have been fixed in a couple of months now drags on for years. A fifth grader who may be learning how to apply fractions in real-world problems catches on real quick. Lots of kids don't catch on real quick to that. That takes a while. So what does this other child do if there's not time for the classroom teacher to go work with them and help them to find more challenging areas where they can work and develop their skills while other kids are working on the basics? I think about a seventh grader who presents as being very anxious and has trouble with their peer development. Those kids are not available to learn. So never mind that they're having trouble in our world. Because they're having trouble in our world, they're having trouble in the classroom. They can't learn what they are supposed to learn because they're worried about their anxieties and their friends, and we cut guidance counselors in the middle school. We have some supports there. This child will have to wait a bit, maybe be in a bigger group to talk about it. It's not going to be what they need. And high school students, for a while I was a high school curriculum person, wearing another hat from another age. High school kids are looking for their passions. They're looking at, maybe I should take this elective because I might have an interest in astronomy, or I might have an interest in journalism. That might be my passion. Oh, never mind. It conflicts with my graduation requirement of 4 years of math. I can't get in that class. They can't offer another section because we had to cut high school teachers. This is what bothers me about cutting teachers. My heart breaks for those staff people who have put in their time and their energy. I know I was one of those once. I got cut one time. Put in their time and their energy for our children. But I can't get over the effect it has on our children, our collective children. That's what we're asking you for. So what can you do? We need to vote. We need to vote today to give our kids what they need to be successful, to give our kids what people gave us. We need to vote in 2 weeks at the town election to make sure, because it has to pass in both areas. It passes here today, that's the first step. We got to keep going. We got to get through the election in 2 weeks. And then at some point there will be, and that's up to the select board at that point, an appropriate time to appropriate the funds that are voted in. So you want to know what you can do? That's what you need to do. I thank you for your patience.
Thank you both. Okay, in a second. So I can tell by the applause that the majority of people already have their opinion made up. So let's bear that in mind. I would like you to not applaud, because there may be people who want to feel the opposite of what you're feeling, How about now? Better. Don't be applauding, because there may be people sitting near you that feel differently, and it's going to be difficult for them to vote, and we like to keep things anonymous as best we can. So you know how you feel, and I can already tell there's a large majority that came here to support this article. I understand that. So I want you to also understand that there's a lot of people who want to speak. So everybody keep it to like minute and a half, 2 minutes, so that you can get your point across. And I also want to hear from the people that have questions. I'm sure there's a lot of people who want to tell me why they're in favor or why they're opposed in general, but I want to hear from people that have questions, because people may have questions, even though I think the majority of you already have an opinion. Okay, so we'll start over here with Mr. McDonald. By the way, lunch was delicious, but they're sold out, so you all lost out. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Moderator, Dave McDonald, 155 Island Road. It's kind of, I feel privileged here today talking, but I want to go over a couple of things. 1 year ago, and again, I asked a question about overrides. Overrides are very tough to pass, as we all know.
Right.
So I like to do it in one shot, because I don't think we have a chance next year they're going to come back. So what I like to propose is, one, take a look at what happened. Lunenburg's been through a tough year. And go back to last year with the taxes. The town lost $1.6 million in taxes last year because of the problem that we had with the taxes. Then you look at the Massachusetts government. The governor took away $1 billion. I'm sure that affected the schools as well. So we had 2 hits this year. When we talk about the override, I support the kids. I really do. My concern is, I hate to see teachers get cut. But I don't want to see citizens get moved out of Lunenburg because they can't afford to live here. It's got to be a common ground for both. What I'm suggesting is hold off on this vote. Let Renee Empry get together with the task force for a budget and come up with a solution that helps the town and the schools. I'd rather go with a $2 million override or $2.5 million override if that fixes the problem. If it doesn't fix the problem, we're going to be back here next year and there's going to be more hostility. That's my proposal. If it can be done, I don't know. But I do support the schools. I just want you to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over here.
Dave Rogers, 82 Highland Street. I'm quoting from the April 5th, 2024 article in the Ledger. It says, Vice Chair Brian Leighton said he voted for a dollar amount and percentage and wasn't focused on where the money came from, but said that with the expiring one-time revenue that the schools could be in a similar budget position next year. That to me is a warning, and you don't have to be too smart to figure out what's coming down the road. I looked at the historical perspective of stuff that's in today, in the works, and there's 13 projects from maintenance to the Passio School, et cetera, et cetera. So I think we have to think about that, and I appreciate the honesty of these folks. They don't know, but you can read between the lines. The last thing I want to tell you is that people think that Lunenburg is a wealthy town, and it isn't, okay? And I'm going to give you 2 examples. I was privileged to be a founding member of the Lunenburg Lions Club. And over the years, they have developed a food bank. And that has grown exponentially for the folks in Lunenburg. The other situation I want to relate to you is a firsthand CVS situation. I was in CVS ready to pick up a prescription, and there was an elderly lady in front of me, and she was having a conversation with the pharmacist. And the bottom line was that she didn't have enough money to do all that she needed to do, and would only have enough to take 50% of the pills. And she was a small lady, and I looked at the pharmacist and I said, so I went to the side, and he got the message. And I paid for her prescription. And he couldn't believe it, the pharmacist. They said, well, it's nothing compared to what these people are going through. So in fact, not everybody in Lunenburg is wealthy or getting by. That's just not the case. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Over here. Dog, keep the applause down, come on.
Beatrix Menard, 67 Electric Ave. Less than a year ago, I graduated from the school district. I born and raised in this town, and I've got one very simple point that I would like to make.
Go ahead.
In this room, in this very auditorium, I found my passion in life. But I would not have been able to do that without the support of my teachers. I was not an academically gifted student. I struggled in many of my classes, struggled to turn in work, struggled to pay attention in class. And I shudder I am fearful of the coming students, the people that are in school now, the people that will be in the school in the future. I want them to have the same gifted experience that I did, be able to find what they want to do in life in their own time. But it's very difficult when class sizes are increasing, when teacher count is decreasing, when you can't always find a friendly face because sometimes they're busy, because they have so many other students to take care of. There were 3 guidance counselors in the high school and a guidance secretary in my senior year. And each and every one of them was laden with students, was constantly taking care of somebody. And we all appreciated them so much for the things that they did for us, small and large. And without all 3 of them, I don't think they could have gotten to everybody. And I don't know that they're going to get to everybody. Every student that has some problem, small or large, they might not get their problem fixed. And, you know, there's only so much that we can do as a town, but there's so much that we can do as a town. And I think it's important to recognize that and pay attention to those things that are both small and large.
Thank you. Okay, keep it down. Oh, thank you. Your name?
Owen Snyder, 985 Flat Hill Road.
Okay, are you a registered voter?
No.
Okay, well, I'll sponsor you. You can speak. Okay? That's all. That's it's kind of a thing. If you're not a registered voter, you're supposed to ask permission, or somebody's supposed to sponsor you. But go ahead. I'd like to hear from you.
So I am a current 9th grader at Lunenburg High School, and coming from my 8th grade year into my 9th grade year, I had been recommended to do honors bio for science, but I had to make the tough decision to choose between that, Latin, and band. I decided to do Latin and band, but I missed out on the opportunity to do honors bio because we didn't have enough people to teach it to open up another block for me to take it. And that was before all these cuts, and I just want to say there's going to be a lot more tough decisions that are going to have to be made by other students, and if we don't keep all the current stuff that we have, there's just going to be a lot of tough decisions that people are going to have to make.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. All right. I don't want to lecture you people. You want to sponsor this one?
I do.
All right. Go right ahead. Tell us who you are, young man.
My name is Isaac Scalambrini. I live at 92 Beale Street. I'm speaking in support of the override. I support these things because they will ensure that Lunenburg will have thriving schools and athletics. School sports are very important, and they make sure you have confidence, and they teach you how to work hard. If the schools aren't funded, the kids that come after me will be denied the valuable experiences I've had in middle school sports. Schools are the heart of our community. We can't afford to let them get worse. Please vote for the budget and the override. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, your father's got a big smile, I can tell you that. Okay, sir.
Robert Bowen, 1686 Mass Ave. Just a quick observation. In the budget presentation that we had this morning, I noticed that the retiring excluded debt was over $500,000. That means effectively that the increase to the average taxpayer for this override that they will feel over and above the 2.5% is really $100, not $200, because that $500,000 of excluded debt is not there this year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're next.
Hi, Sophia Muley, 139 Cove Road. I'm a student. I'm a senior this year.
Okay, do I need to sponsor you as well?
No,
You're
I'm
right-
18.
Huh?
I'm here to vote.
And you're registered, right?
I am registered.
Hey,
I have a clicker and
all right.
everything.
Go ahead. Now we can clap for it. All right, go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm a music student, and I'm going to major in music in college next year. And I gotta say, I came to a lot of school committee meetings this year and spoke because music was one of the, it was a fairly significant, I mean, it wasn't significant, like, money-wise, but it was a cut that was being made along with other department cuts in the high school, and I really didn't want to see that happen because, like, my high school experience my middle school, high school experience would not been fulfilling for me if I didn't have that, and our department is kind of small, but and a lot of kids have to choose like between classes to even like get in there because we're so small. But I went to these meetings and I fought for it, even though I'm leaving, because it was so meaningful. And what some other people were saying about the guidance department too, they are completely flooded every single day. I'll go in there during any free block I can if I have to talk or get some support, just mentally sometimes, and it is hard sometimes. And they are just so valuable and important and essential. So, keeping all that stuff kind of intact. And I must say, I like I said, I'm leaving. I'm a senior. I'm relieved. I'm excited to graduate. But I gotta say, I wouldn't have gone to those meetings if I didn't think it was absolutely imperative that this override passes and that the schools are preserved in a way that is actually beneficial to every single student. So
Thank you very much.
That's all I have to say.
All right, I think that little one's going to be too young to speak, but if you want to speak on her behalf.
Mike Young, 36 Florence Street. This is my consigliere, Nora. May the 4th be with
Get
you all.
closer to the microphone, sir.
Oh, yeah. May the 4th be with you all. I just wanted to say, regardless of where you might fall on this particular issue, I think it's too big and too important to completely decide its fate here where the whole town isn't present. So I would strongly urge, again, regardless of where you fall on this particular question, to vote it to go forward and give a chance for democracy to really happen and allow everybody in the town the opportunity to vote on it, and not just the awesome folks that are participating today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Right behind you. Pull it out if you want, yeah.
Andy Klein, 30 Baker Street, and I guess I'll be that person. I'm not in favor of this override. Somebody who stood up here earlier pointed out a person not being able to pay for their prescription. That is the tip of the iceberg. I understand that the schools are being impacted by inflation the same way that the individual, the business owner, et cetera, are being impacted by inflation. But what does, again, going back to, let's call it $200, right now the shopping cart that used to cost $75 costs $150 in round numbers. That's the better part of a shopping cart and then some. For families who are not getting wages added to their paycheck at 30%, but inflation's, last 4 years, when you look at the federal dollar amount or the federal stats on inflation, we have seen 30+% inflation in 4 years. This is not sustainable. Tax and spend, tax and spend, tax and spend. I get that cuts, I don't think I can say the word that comes to mind, they stink. But right now, everybody I know in Lunenburg that I know personally has had to make deep, painful cuts to their budget. Everybody I know in Lunenburg has had to, for business owners, is facing this inflation, and it's involved at least some cuts. Now, there's a lot of people that have spoken about, how great Lunenburg's been. I am not a Lunenburg native. I've been here since 2016. I come from another town in Worcester County, a town where for almost 20 years, every few years, there is the fear-mongering from the school committee and from the superintendent that your child is going to have a terrible education, that the sky is falling past this 2.5 override, this is what we have to do. And every single time it got defeated, and every single time the schools moved on, and every single time those kids ended up making greater achievements. This is tough. I get it. I've already looked at my finances. I'm running a tight ship as it is. This just hurts even more. And I feel bad for every single person, especially the elderly who are on fixed income, who all of a sudden their $400,000 house is worth $1.5 million. They're paying the taxes on that now. And now they have to go in and only buy half a prescription bottle? It's lunacy. Please vote no for this. Thank you.
Thank you much, sir. Young man right behind you was in line before you folks over here, so go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Sam Casey. I live at 3 Smith Drive. I'm also a senior. I'm also registered to vote.
Excellent.
So I would just like to say that the classes that are not as important, classes like economics, classes like music, classes that don't come to mind when you think of school, not math, not science, not history. All of these are the classes that shape our future. And not having the opportunity to take those classes is taking away not only from us, the students, but also the future of the town. Because we are the generation that will fill in the future in this town. As someone who wants to major in economics, there is a non-zero chance that I'll be up there and I'll be running this town along you guys. And I would like to say that when you are passing this override, you are essentially investing in the rest of this town. And it's not just a personal level. It is a hit for income and for house and all of that topics that have to be incorporated when it comes to financial insecurity. However, this is an investment if you boil it down. You are investing in the future of this town, and above all, that is paramount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right over here.
I actually think Evan had his hand up before I got here.
Yeah, but I called on you.
Okay. Anthony Scullambrini, 92 Beale Street. I want to respond to a previous commenter.
Go right ahead.
The idea that this is fear-mongering mistakes how carefully the budget has been composed. Dr. Burnham, who's right here, went through more than 8 different iterations of the budget. We had presentations at school committee that talked about art supplies on a grade-by-grade level. We are not fear-mongering. We need the money. If you look at the numbers, it's right there. The second thing I would say echoes what the other commenter said, which is this is an investment in the future. Investing in schools increases people's wealth. Investing in schools makes communities safer. We need to pass the override.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I'm going to get to you, but you've already had some chance. Go right ahead. This one right over here. Thank you.
Peggy Proctor, 141 Gilchrist Street. Very nervous, and I just wanted to comment on all these students who have attended this meeting on this beautiful day. Not only attended it, but spoken quite eloquently, and I think that's a huge attestament. Is that the right word? Probably not. I think I didn't do well in English.
Testament. Yeah.
Yes, okay. To the value of education, and the issue is times have changed and state requirements have changed. And unfortunately, the way state government works is we have to pay a lot of those expenses, and many of them are ones that we can't count on. But again, I want to thank the students. To think that we're producing global citizens who are registered to vote at 18, I think is absolutely awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Right over here, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Trudell, and I live at 54 Houghton's Mill Road. I wanted to speak on the importance of this override. It is as important as our children. It is crucial that we maintain and continue to improve what we are able to offer our children. This is not fear-mongering. This is giving facts. I know some people don't like those. They exist. Hearing about the proposed cuts without the override horrifies me. It is a disservice not only to our children, to our greater town, our Commonwealth. You know, my opinion is that this is not tax and spend, this is tax and invest. Our children deserve the very best that we can give them, and I have no doubt that we can pull together as a community to help support one another. Those of us that are struggling a bit more than others. We are a strong town, and I hope that we go with the override, and we have to maintain our current level and then do better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to encourage anybody that's got a question, okay? Because I know I'm going to hear a lot of opinion, and that's fine, and that's important. But if anybody's got a question about the override, they really should be coming forward to get that answered. Go ahead, you're next.
Okay, so I'm back again, Erin from Northfield Road. So my statement would more just be to anybody who's on the line and who's concerned about the override just being a Band-Aid or something that's not going to address the full issues of the school budget. In that, like, yes, this is something that we need temporarily right now, but I would encourage everybody who is upset about that to be more involved in the school spending, get involved in the school committee, and really try to understand how we're allocating our funds as a town so that we're not running up against this in the future and that we're not trying to beg $20,000 from the cemetery commission to give to the school to make sure that our students are serviced. I think a lot of the students that spoke before me said it well when they said that we're investing in the future of our town. These are the people that are going to be shaping the policies in the future, long after some of the people who have spoken are gone, to make sure that your prescriptions don't cost an arm and a leg, to make sure that your housing is paid for. I am a young mother. I have the same concerns everybody else does. This impacts me as well. This is going to cost my family in excess of an extra few $100s a year, but it's worth it to know that my children will be better taken care of within the Lunenburg school system.
Thank you much. I promised Mr. Waters, he keeps raising his hand. He won't go away. Go ahead, say something. Oh, no, you can't speak. Yeah, right. They're all dead. Ah, well, we don't want to hear from the Finance Committee. Here, Mr. Waters, stand up.
There's a conspiracy afoot.
There is. Here you go.
Oh, I need my notes. I'll check over there.
Here we go.
They're back live.
All right, we're back live again.
They're back live.
We're back. Waters. Turn it up.
Right here.
There we go.
They're back on.
We're good. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will keep it brief. First off, I just want to thank the citizens of Lunenburg, the legislature of the town. Historically, these meetings are attended by 150 at the start, and we have to sometimes call if there's still a quorum by the end. So the fact that we have over 350 people here, it's not bad. So thank you to the citizens first. More importantly, though, thank you to the kids that have been advocating for this since February and advocating strongly to the point where they actually pulled weight and made changes on the school department's budget. So I applaud the students. It's continuing to amaze me every day with this. Just really quickly for a little bit of historical background, as the school department noted in November of 2023, they started discussing the budget and the budgetary shortfalls and what was going to happen with that. Prior to that, Dr. Burnham had already started bringing it up in her reports to the school committee. This is not new information. It reached the Finance Committee, and we started discussing it in the middle of January, towards the end, the end of January. On February 22nd, this Finance Committee put forward to work on an override article for the full town, to look at everything, schools and every other department in the town. From there, it sort of progressed to where the select board eventually did put forward an article and selected just the schools for that article, electing, I believe, to kind of go the route of Ms. Emke's task force to look at the town side more than, to give it a little more time. From that meeting, the 22nd on, there are 40 hours, and you can go on, 35 and a half hours on YouTube right now of Finance Committee meetings where we go over painstakingly every single line of every single budget. I encourage you, if you're bored, to go and watch one of those. All of the data, all of the numbers exist. They're all accessible. There is no attempt to hide anything or do anything behind the curtains. It's all there. The school committee, not as many of them are online yet, but I see 21 hours of available school committee meetings as well where it's been a topic of discussion. To address the override itself, the process is messy, and it's sort of designed to be messy because there's oversight involved. This isn't just we know the number because we can plug it into a calculator and it spits out this magical override number. DLS, unfortunately, has not come up with that yet. But for now, we have to go through this back and forth of where can we move money from, and it's a multi-departmental process. But it's designed to be that way, so we end up at a number that makes sense and is necessary to get what we need in the town. With that, I'm only going to throw two little numbers out, or three numbers, I guess. Since 2009, the superintendent, I'm guilty of requesting, I think, at least 3 of her budgets myself. So we've had a lot of budgets come through. And she actually gave me all of the school department data all the way back to 2009. That's all available as well. I'm happy to share that with anyone. Since 2009, 63% of all of the school department budgeting went to 3 categories: transportation, health insurance, and teacher salaries. That includes special education and paraprofessionals and whatnot. Those effectively are non-discretionary. So you're talking 2/3 of their budget, and that was in 2009. This year, it's 66%. Doesn't leave a ton of room left over for anything else. They have been operating to maintain those inflationary numbers that they have very little control over by cutting every other department that they can possibly cut, to the point where we end up discussing art supplies for the 2nd grade classrooms and whether or not they're going to have to use crayons or markers left over from last year. Since 2009, the Lunenburg tax levy has increased 187%. Since 2009, the school department budget has increased 156%. That's not the same number. We're not lining up, which I agree we probably needed to disperse some of the funds to some of the other departments in town. We have the best roads in Massachusetts. We have a spectacular police and fire department. Our library is top notch. We've spent the money where it needed to be spent. Now we're hitting that wall. Our teachers have done as much as they possibly can with as little as they possibly have, and we've had a breaking point.
Okay, you need to wrap it up.
I'm wrapping it up, I promise. This is that breaking point. So they've operated, they have given us some of the best schools that we have in the district, and in the state, while also giving some of the least amount of money per pupil. To address the last point that we should look at this from a full town perspective and hold off on this, the town can wait. Our kids have had 2 years of COVID where they were struggling to get back to it. So now we're going to say, nope, let's hold off another year where we try and pass a big town-wide override and say, sorry kids, if it doesn't work, well, you'll be fine. We'll just pull ourselves up and we'll just make the best of it. The kids do not deserve that. We've had them wait long enough. This is when we need to do it now.
Thank you, sir. Over here.
Hi, I'd like to move the question.
You would?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, there's a...
Or at least cut off debate after the person who has his hand raised and the 2 folks who are standing, or the 3 folks who are standing.
Is that your proposal? To
Yes.
Move the question
If the question after the 4 folks who are standing and Mr. Passio speak, yes, please.
All right. Okay, I'll accept that. So, but seriously, like 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. I mean, it is a lot of minutes, yeah. Or less than 2, okay? But seriously, you know,
keep it under
almost
an hour.
everybody here knows how they're going to vote. So that's the point. Over here, please.
Christine Foltz, 284 Lancaster Avenue. What I see here is a proposal for helping the schools. The town needs help too, and when we have these 2.5% overrides, I do believe that this is too little and that we should not vote it up. I mean, we should vote it down totally because we need to come back with a fully comprehensive view of what this town needs. We don't do these 2.5-year overrides every year. They happen like every 10 or 20 years. We need to do something that's going to help us into the next 5 to 10 years. This is a Band-Aid. We need a new knee. I have 2, I know. But we need more money than this, and in 2 years, if we come back and say, we need more money, it is not going to be available because people have already just had this override. And overrides don't go away. Like our roads, when we build our roads, we did a different type of thing. It was not an override. So that money does not sit on us every year. This is going to sit on top of our taxes every year for the next, as long as we live. Thank you. Please vote it down.
Hopefully it's a long time. Okay, Mr. Passios, you're next. Then, no, I said Passios. Then you can be next. Oh, and her too over there. Good enough. Okay, keep it brief.
Thank you, Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street, obviously a member of the Finance Committee and in the minority on this committee as to the disposition of this override. I think I've been very vocal since the beginning of the budget season, excuse me, that the entire season is a fluid process, and hopefully we come out the back end of it with the best budget, best possible budget, given the constraints that we have. The budget we just passed a few minutes ago, or a while ago now, really doesn't address all the needs of the town, obviously. I agree with the previous speaker, it's a Band-Aid fix for the schools. They're still not going to have what they need to go forward. But I'll repeat this, and I've been repeating it for at least 2 decades, warning the school district and the school committee directly that their budgets year after year and their way of approaching facilities and salaries was not sustainable. And I've said that every year, I believe, for the last 2 decades. So here we are now, on top of the non-sustainability of the numbers they were spending, we have these, excuse me, I can't say they were totally unanticipated, but we'll leave it that way, of unexpected increases. I have a problem with the energy increase in that we've got other ways to mitigate that. But we have inherent issues with the way this town is run from the top to the bottom, all departments, including the school department. And this is where the taxpayers need to draw the line, do the deep dive next year, come back with a proposal that's going to carry this town financially for at least the next 5 years before we talk about another override, and do it right. Don't do it piecemeal.
Thank you, David. Right over here, then this gentleman, Mr. Clark, I'm sorry, but we moved the question before you got out of your seat.
No, there was a very inaccurate statement.
It doesn't matter. The question was moved. The question was moved, Mr. Clark, sorry. And the mover, I can't hear you. You're not at the microphone, and I can't hear you. And we can't let anybody inaccurate fix it. Okay, go right ahead.
Hi.
We're going to let this young lady speak, Mr. Clark. Go ahead.
Heather Herrera, 198 Kilburn Street. Sorry, I'm really nervous. I just wanted a question.
Good question. Thank you.
I think I understood it properly, but one of the cuts was combining 2 of the programs for special ed in the middle school level, I believe. Is that like the Achieve program and like the 2 separate? Turkey Hill, sorry. Speaking as a mom, I have 5 fabulous kids that have been through this school system, ranging from pretty moderate special needs to honor student with special needs. And I have to say, those Achieve programs, I just want you aware, those programs, if you're combining behaviors with intellect, you're actually adding double the problems, and you're going to end up having kids needing to go out of district, which is going to hit the bottom line. So all these unexplained expenses, we're going to guarantee them if we don't do the override to support the teachers that are the aides that can handle the little problems before they become year-long problems and need out-of-school district placement.
Great.
So,
Thank
you.
Okay, you've got the last word.
John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive. I have a question.
A question, good.
The previous speaker spoke and said if this override passed, the $200,000 plus in ARPA funds would be returned. Is there an obligation to return that? Why would we return that?
That is a great question. Thank you for asking it.
Well, how about answering?
The obligation was to spend the money on those specific items that the select board appropriated. There is currently, the way this is formulated is there is a redundancy associated with this, and the school committee discussed this at length, so much so that we wound up changing our mind on it from one meeting to the next. It really required some discussion in a meeting, discussion with members of the finance committee and select board, and then looking at another meeting. The question as to whether it is obligated to return that money, I believe the answer is no, but I think it's a little bit ambiguous. You could argue it either way. But at the end of the day, the school committee members decided that that was the right thing to do, and to not go and work further down the facilities punch list, which was the option that we were looking at. And so we have publicly agreed to that, and you know, to my knowledge, there's no intent or discussion about going back on that.
Okay, so, but if we pass this today, there could be follow-on discussions between the select board and the school committee on whether that money should be kept in the school committee budget at this point. Is that true?
Yes, there could also be, you know, a lightning bolt strike. And I don't mean to make light of it. We've all said, we're elected officials, we've all said this is what we're going to do. And I have no intention of doing that, and I don't think any of the other school committee members do.
Good. Okay, it just seems like a shame that that money is already allocated for real things that have real needs. There are some things that are not going to be met if that money is returned. It seems foolish to send it and spend it where it needs to be spent.
And you're absolutely right, Mr. Fortune. I think we're in agreement on this. The question is really procedural. By the way, we have a punch list. Some of that punch list we may bring back to the select board and say, can you reappropriate? But we're not at that point yet. We haven't gone through that process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Clark, I apologize, but the question was moved. There were people in line. The moving party allowed it, and I'm not going to do any more discussion. We are ready to vote. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of moving the question, please signal by saying aye on your clicker. If you don't want to move the question, you want to hear more discussion, which I think Mr. Clark would like you to do, then vote no. This is just on the issue of stopping debate. Then we're going to go to the article. So if you want to keep talking, you're going to say no, okay? If you want to stop talking, you're going to say yes. If you're tired of listening to me, probably say yes. Everybody getting a signal, an okay signal? Is everybody okay? Anybody's clicker not work? Seriously. I don't see anybody. Okay. All right. Voting is now closed. What's the vote? Do we stop talking? Well, I haven't seen it yet. Yes. Okay. All right. Now discussion and debate is over. It's time to vote on the article. The article is number 8. Shall we have an override of the amount in document read as it appears up here? You may now start to vote for the override or against the override. Murmur, murmur, murmur. I hear it all. I can, I don't. This doesn't seem like I should. Okay, while I'm waiting for the results, I know you're all in suspense. A lot of you may have come for this reason only, the override. I would appreciate it if you would stay. We're not going to be here forever. We won't. You've dedicated your day already. There's other articles that are important to people, you know. So please, participate in all that goes on in town, because there's a lot of important business. And stay involved. Has anybody's clicker not worked? Any show of hands that did not work? Mr. Tenny Brown, try it again. I didn't hear who somebody said something. Okay. Pending. Okay, got a couple that might be pending. Okay, so I'm just going to wait it out. I know this is very important to people. So let's see if you can try again. It worked. Anybody still not working? Everybody worked? Okay, all right, we got it. I think everybody has voted. I'm going to declare that voting is over. Shall we pass the override at this stage? I'll take the results, Mel, when you're ready. Voting's closed. 266. Okay. Stay, please. The next article. Oh, and let's not get. Oh, come on. They're already here.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Moderator.
It's painful.
Mr. Moderator.
We'll take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Everybody go to the bathroom.
Katie B.
I was at that
Article
meeting on Wednesday, and I said to them straight faced, I said, I'm going to move on my own to put the override at the end of the warrant. And I could do that, you know, to the point where I could be strangled.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I know.
It's hypothetical, don't worry. It didn't happen.
Have you announced that I'm selling Ducky Lucky tickets?
Ducky Walkie tickets. Don Johnson is outside selling Ducky Walkie tickets. If you buy a Ducky Walkie ticket, you have an opportunity to win 4-2, an airplane ride and a restaurant to anywhere in the world you want to go. No doubt. This is a long-standing fundraiser. Come see Don. The money goes to the Lunenburg Food Pantry. Get yourself a Ducky Walkie ticket. I got the other one. Yeah. Take this one, Chris.
I think what really happened.
That's
I understand that, but I think really what really happened is, that's a lot of work. No, the husbands aren't going to vote for it. Okay. This is what they say, but I think what ends up happening with all of the other people, none voted. Because she's worried about the school. Okay.
Okay, we're going to move on to Article 9.
It's not going to be addressed today.
You gave us a 5-minute break?
I've never seen you vote yes on anything.
Yeah, apparently.
Sure. Even against the school system.
I'm testing my microphone. Can you hear me over the with the microphone, right? Okay. See Don Johnson if you want a walkie-talkie ticket. Literally, you can win. A ticket will get you. Ticket for 2, airplane ride, any restaurant you want, anywhere in the world. And it's going to cost you $10 or whatever for a ticket. Not bad. What a chance.
It's not looking too good, Tim. I don't know.
I know.
You promised me too. You shook on it.
I did.
You should have spoke by now.
I was thinking about 6 hours, so yeah, I know. He's going to be up there.
Seriously?
I got to try to.
He's the next one. Unless somebody has long presentations. Truly appreciate it because I totally get it. You know, I totally get it. So very much. No. Yeah, I know. I can't wait. Okay, I'm going. Oh yeah. I come up here to support my daughter and her family. And, you know, I'm not going back to the club, but that's what you're asking. I'm not even close. What? Crazy though. I don't really care. If that passes, they're idiots anyway. So that just pushes me into another level where they got to get even more involved, right? So next.
It tells me she's ready to go. I love using my gavel. For those of you that stayed, I appreciate it very much. Please sit down and shut up. We're going to get going here. Just everybody get back to their seat. I would love to hit my gavel again, but we're doing all right. Thank you very much. Good. Okay. We are now moving on to Article 9. That's Mr. Franco, please. This has to do with titles and grades in the salary administration plan. Mr. Franco.
Okay.
Okay.
I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg.
I can't hear you, Mr. Franco.
Why is that? My mic is on. Check, check. Check.
All right, technical, where's Suzor?
Check.
Suzor, we can't hear up here.
Oh, it's reverbing when I speak. Hey, how about that? Check.
Okay, go ahead. Now you have the floor.
Okay. I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 70-8, entitled Salary Schedule, subsection A, and specifically Schedule A as referenced therein.
Is there a second?
Wait, I'm not...
Oh, you're not done, I'm sorry. I'm going to go out. I was going out there to tell all those people to be quiet, so
I just
sorry.
got to the first comma.
Okay, finish then.
Therein, being the classification and salary schedule of the town of Lunenburg for fiscal year 2025 as follows. What is that reverb? All right. The position of library page to be assigned to grade 2. The position of Council on Aging meal site manager to be assigned to grade 7. The position of outreach coordinator to be assigned to grade 8. The position of PAC, that's Public Access Committee manager, to be assigned to grade 12. The position of police executive assistant to be added and assigned to grade 10. And to rename the reserve officer position title to police reserve officer.
Second. All right, second. Selectmen, your recommendation.
The select board recommends approval.
All righty. Finance, your recommendation.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact, 6-0 to 1.
Thank you very much. Who's going to speak to this?
Myself, Joanna Bellata from 362 Sunset Lane in Lunenburg. Woo! Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, for still staying. We appreciate that very, very much. As I said, I'm Joanna Bellata. I'm the chair of the Personnel Committee. I have
Wendy Bertrand, Vice Chair, 71 Longwood Drive.
and we all like to travel together, so then we have our other two members, Sue Andrews and Donna Fortune, with us as well. So thank you all for again staying. Let me put my glasses on. And we also want to give a big shout out to the Town Representative Julie Beliveau, the Assistant Town Manager and HR Director, who really supported us through all of our meetings. She kept us on task. It was a big task, but Julie forged ahead. It became a bigger project than we thought, and she really did a lot of hard work in rewriting all of the job classifications for us. So thank you, Julie. So the Salary Administration Plan, and now we'll refer to it as SAP, but it stands for the Salary Administration Plan, has approximately 85 members who are not covered by any collective bargaining agreement. The last 2 years, the committee began assessing the SAP roles. We hired a consultant that had started the project with us, looking at the job descriptions and trying to reclassify some salary grades the plan from Winchington had used. And the HR director had created a survey that went out to other communities to try to get their job classifications as well as their salaries. And the committee met with department leaders to review all the descriptions for them, their employees. The town manager was at meetings. So it was a lot of work, a lot of progress. And as you remember, we started back in July of 2022 with the review of the job description, position classifications, and compensation. We had then come in front of you last year at the May annual town meeting and had talked you through where we were at. We still hadn't gotten everybody where they should have been. We were still working on the grids, but we didn't want the employees impacted by that. So at last town meeting, we had given them a 2.5 COLA, hinging on where we ended up with the salary, and that there would be retroactive back to July of 2023, because it wasn't the employee's fault that we hadn't finished this job task. And then March of 2024, our projection completed. project completed. So Article 9, we're here for 3 articles with you. Article 9 is the Salary Administration Plan 2024 reclassification and new positions that they just read off the screen. So does anybody, we want to vote on that? I can relist them. I don't think I need to save time. They're right there on the board. I have to what? What's she saying? I can't hear what she's saying.
One more.
Oh, there we are. I didn't know I was supposed to touch the thing. Nobody told me. Look at, this is all I said. I'm sorry, you could have read along. Here we go. I'm on the right slide now. So these are the positions that they talked about that we had reclassified after looking at other job descriptions. We utilized data of the communities, that the HR manager, and this is where we felt they should be ranked now. So that's what we're asking you to vote for on Article 9.
That's because I was chewing. Anybody have questions about the reclassifications? This is not about the salaries, the reclassifications. Now I'm too loud. No questions. Time to vote. All those in favor of Article 9, please click by saying yes. Opposed, say no. Voting is now open.
I know.
I didn't realize I was supposed to do this.
I didn't either, but that makes sense because she said to me, I'm like, I don't know.
My microphone seems to decide to reverberate, so I'm just going to keep yelling at you until somebody in the booth comes out and gives me a hand. Okay, so voting is closed. All those in favor, vote. This is Article number 9.
There's another handheld over here.
Cesar, can you move Article 10, please?
I can. I move that the town vote to replace the current salary schedule in the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 70-8, entitled Salary Schedule, subsection A, and specifically Schedule A as referenced therein, as amended, with the fiscal year 2024 salary schedule and fiscal year 2025 salary schedule, as recommended by the Personnel Committee, which authorizes wage increases for fiscal year 2024 and fiscal year 2025 for permanent employees not covered by a collective bargaining unit agreement or individual contract, and further to transfer $89,771.61 from the fiscal year 2024 Salary Reserve Fund to fund the wage increases for fiscal year 2024 and transfer $110,948.87 from the fiscal year 2025 Salary Reserve Fund to fund the wage increases for fiscal year 2025 for Salary Administration Plan employees.
Second. Thank you. Selectman, what's your recommendation?
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay, Joanna, tell us about this article.
I'd be happy to, and thank you for both boards approving this one for us. So Article 10 goes back to what I said from last year. There you go. Article 10 goes back to last annual town meeting. We did the COLA, but we didn't do any of the rate increases for within the salary grid because we didn't know where that would fall. So the FY24 adjusted salary schedule replaces the current salary schedule, and the approximate, as they said, retroactive impact is $89,771.61. And then now with the grid completed for FY25 schedule, COLA and wage adjustment. So you got the 2.5 COLA, the 3% wage adjustment, and again, 85 employees, is approximately impact is $110,948.87. So that's what we're looking for you to approve today.
Any questions about this article? And you may have said this, I was playing with my microphone. This is retroactive increases, right?
The 24 is, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Passios.
Yeah, Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Personnel Committee on bringing this forward. I know it did get delayed for a couple of reasons that we don't need to go into at this point. A little tiny bit off topic, but I think the school department negotiators ought to take a lesson from what they're doing with the salary schedule, that being taking steps off the top, moving the salary grid down to bolster the lower end of the pay scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Passios. With trepidation, because there's somebody over there who's on the committee. Go ahead. Try this one, sir. Nope.
Coming on. Now it's on, no? Now it's on. Thank you very much. I forgot what I was going to ask. John Fortune, 50 Hemlock Drive. Looking at these numbers, they're not massive in any way. Were there any employees that were grossly underpaid? We keep hearing this at different town meetings and things. So was anybody grossly underpaid, or is this just a kind of peanut butter across most of the employees?
Some were underpaid. We were below or the above. And we don't want to be above. We went with the average. Our goal is to stay within the average from all of the surveys we got back. And that's what we did. We had more below than more above, but we did have some that were above.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions on Article 10? No one at the microphone. Kathy keeps whispering. We're ready to vote. Okay, voting is now open. And for those of you that are in favor of Article 10, signify by saying yes. Obviously, if you're not in favor, you'll say no. Everybody's clicker goes through. Voting is now closed. Let's have the results. 151 in favor, so Article 10 passes by more than a majority. Moving right along, now we're going at breakneck speed. Article 11, Salary Administration Plan Sick Leave. Mr. Alonso.
I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 70, entitled Salary Administration Plan, Section 20, entitled Sick Leave, subsection F, to add the following new item 4. If an employee becomes a parent with or without giving birth, e.g. because the employee's spouse gives birth to a baby or the employee adopts a child, employees may access up to 8 weeks or 40 days of sick leave. All other available accrued time, such as vacation and personal time, must be exhausted first. However, employees are able to retain up to 1 week of vacation personal time for use during the fiscal year, with such amendment to be effective as of July 1st, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen.
Selectmen have deferred.
Okay, you'll have to take a public vote.
Yep.
Okay, Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval 5-0 to 1 with 1 absent.
Okay, anybody at the microphone, comments, questions? Mr. Passios.
Again, Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. I won't go into the history as to what brought this onto the article for this town meeting, but I do know that our procedures and our policies for our town employees are in the dark ages, and this helps bring it forward a little bit, but it's nowhere near what you folks out in the private sector are getting for benefits in this particular area. It still needs to be reworked, and for fairness across all town employees, this needs to be taken further than what we're doing today, but this is a good step. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Christos Lukaditis, 49 Maple Parkway, and President of Lunenburg Professional Firefighters. So in the past, I've listened to town officials state that we shouldn't be making financial decisions based on emotional arguments. And while at the time I didn't agree, I've come to agree with that statement. But more often than not, that is unavoidable. And once again today, we're being asked to do that with this article. However, this is only an emotional article because the town has made it an emotional article. A town employee was denied the use of this leave based on the town's policy, even though the town's policy is outdated and in fact silent on this specific use. One can argue, based on the other provisions of the sick leave policy, that this use could have been acceptable. Instead of recognizing the discrepancy and choosing to work with the employee on this, the town refused and stuck to their policy. This policy, correct me, this article should never have been brought to this floor under these circumstances. It's situations like this that cause animosity between employer and employee, and another factor in what drives employees to leave this town. Past practice only seems to matter when it benefits the town. The town needs to stop treating their employees as adversaries and start treating them as assets. While I cannot speak for all town employees, I can only assume that most employees continue to work in this town because they love the work that they do. It certainly is not because of their salary. As we've already seen, we can't attract or retain employees due to uncompetitive salaries, and as we've already heard, the town is okay being average. That's not cutting it anymore. I hope that this is a wake-up call for our town officials to improve the working relationships it has with its employees. If not, then we are just going to continue to bleed great employees to other towns. And with that, Mr. Moderator, I move to amend Article 11 by striking the last sentence from Section 4.
Mr. Lekaditis, can you write down what you wrote in your amendment?
I can. It's pretty simple, but I can if you want me to.
Right below there, right there, yep.
What does he want to take out?
So read to me what your, go back.
I'm trying.
Thank you.
So last sentence, last bullet point there, I'm looking to strike that.
These are bullet points.
Right, these are both.
I need to have the article. Here it is. Okay. And where do you want to stop? Where do you want it to?
Well, the way it's written in the, striking the way it's written in the warrant, starting with employees must, I'm sorry, correct me, all other available accrued time, such as vacation and personal time, must be exhausted first. However, employees are able to retain up to 1 week of vacation/personal time for use during the fiscal year. That is what I'm moving to amend to strike that line.
Second. Okay. So starting here at all.
Correct.
Will be stricken, right?
Correct.
Okay, you write it out, Mr. Lekaditis. Sign it, please. Okay. So that's a motion that was seconded, so we can discuss that while he's writing. People with questions, comments, anything, Mr. Passios. Go ahead. I'll get to you, Mr. Beamer. Go ahead, Mr. Passios.
Yeah, Dave Passios. I'd like an explanation from the sponsor of the amendment as to why he wants to strike that. I think it leaves out and makes the paragraph silent on that issue, and I think that's problematic.
Well, basically striking that would allow the employee to use the 8 weeks of sick leave immediately. There's no reason that that person using leave under this use should not be allowed to use sick leave right from the start. The question was brought up during debate of this about abuse of sick time. Keeping it the way that's written will only encourage the use of abusive sick time. Employees will use their time if, in whatever fashion they want to, if they're forced to use it this way. I can't, correct me if I'm wrong, any of the departments heads that are here, but I don't think there's a department that currently has a sick leave abuse policy. This will create one.
Okay.
If I could
Go ahead.
respond very quickly to that. I think the concern was that the employee is forced to use all vacation time before other sources of accrued time. So that, I believe, is what added to that why that last sentence was added in there. I'm just throwing it out there for information. My understanding is that the vacation time would have to be totally used up before they could dig into sick time and personal time. If I have that wrong,
Well, with the
I
exception
apologize.
of the way it's written, with the exception of 1 week, and that's what I have an issue with. They shouldn't have to use their other benefited time before they can go on sick leave. Like I had said, you can argue that the current policy allows for that use, and depending on situations with birth of a child, even more so you can argue that point, that it would fall into the categories allowed for use of sick time. Plus, this potentially could impact budgets more, especially if you're dealing with employees that backfill positions that they're going to be out longer, thus creating more overtime, which I know members of the Finance Committee and the Select Board have brought up on numerous occasions with budget presentations. You're just going to add to the overtime, and this town has raved about the benefit packages that they offer. When you start limiting like this the use of what the people that can use their benefit time for, well, it's not even considered a benefit.
Okay, I think all you need to do, Mr. Lekadat, is on your motion,
Yep.
is just say strike all language that begins with all other, okay?
Okay.
Oh, I'm going to have to say, in the sentence ending at a year, because with such amendment to be effective July 1. You're going to have to leave that part.
So can I put beginning with all other and ending with fiscal year?
Right.
Okay.
Strike that part of the language. Just write it down so we have it. I think people know what you're talking about. Mr. Beerbohm.
When I read this in the
Wait a minute. We don't even know who you
Oh,
are.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
record.
Forgive me. This is Peter Beardmore, 282 Pleasant Street. I had a similar thought when I read this in the warrant, and I agree with Mr. Passio's first statement pertaining to the level of currency, I guess, of our current policies. I worked in the public sector most of my career, in the private sector most of my career, and I get PTO and I pretty much use it as I see fit. And if I need to take FMLA beyond that, I follow the law to do that. This seems to kind of get into the pocket of the benefits of the employee to excess, in my mind. I think if we're going to fix it and allow them to take sick time to care for the birth of a new child or an adopted child, then let's let them use the sick time and not condition it. And with respect to the use of up to 1 week, like I can absolutely see the previous speaker's point around the abuse of sick time. If you go and do that and use all your vacation time, and then you have a scheduled 2-week vacation at the end of the year, how are you going to do it? Well, you might use additionally accrued sick time to do that. So this puts, I think, more power in the hands of the employee, which it seems to me they deserve.
Thank you. Over here. Didn't you used to work here?
I pretend I did.
Okay.
Adam Burney, Goodrich Street. I had an actual clarification or question in response to the previous speaker. Currently, if an employee is to give birth, are they required to use vacation and personal time prior to sick time?
I didn't hear the question. I was talking. I apologize.
If a current employee were to give birth under the existing policy, are they required to use vacation and sick time, vacation and personal time prior to sick time for that absence?
No.
Okay, then I would fully support the amendment, as a spouse or an adoptive parent should have the same rights as anybody who is birthing, and I think that we should all support this and our employees.
Can I just get clarification from the HR manager? Because when we had this discussions, we had said whatever time they want to take, they take. And I thought the FMLA policy of the town.
Hello? Okay. So our current sick leave considers a birthing parent a serious medical condition. So therefore that falls on sick leave. Stand up. Julie Bellavo, Assistant Town Manager, HR Director. Thank you. So our current sick leave policy for the salary administration plan is 3 bullet points. It's if you have the employee's own serious medical condition or illness, if they are the caregiver for sick spouse or child. So it's all medically certified. And the last one is to provide time for medical appointments. So everything is medically certified. There was no current coverage for a non-burden parent under the sick leave policy. So this is simply creating another bullet under the sick leave policy to allow a non-burden parent access to 8 weeks of sick leave if they have it.
But the question
What's the question?
is, go ahead, Julie. Nope, you're not up.
The question is that our current policy says that they have to use vacation time first, then sick time. Is that correct?
If it's a birthing, no, because that's the serious medical condition. The employee can use sick time.
Okay, thank you.
So now with this, it's putting the non-burden parent in line with the burden parent.
Correct. We all understand that. What we don't understand is how the time, what they have to use.
Because what a woman goes through when they're medically certified, so traditional birth, is typically 4 weeks. You'll have a doctor's note saying that you're medically incapacitated for 4 weeks. That falls under a serious medical condition or illness under our sick leave policy.
Right.
Okay. Does that answer? Are we clear? The answer is no. We use sick time first for that.
Got it? Stay there. The answer is no. You have to use your sick time first.
They use sick time, yes.
That's what it says.
Thought I had addressed that first.
That's what it says.
To be clear, up through, if you are approved, if you have a traditional birth, it's often 4 weeks or 6 weeks. If you're taking beyond that, that's no longer medically deemed, a serious illness. So if you were a woman who gave birth in our town, and after 4 weeks, your doctor says you're good, you now have to turn over to your vacation.
Yes.
Even though you were the one who physically gave birth. So the sick time currently, as it reads in the current policy, only allows even the person who gives birth to use sick time for that, whatever is deemed by their doctor.
This is not the current policy. This is the addition to the policy proposed.
Dan, wherever you are, we need another microphone up here, I think. Okay, sir.
Bradley McNamara, 42 Stone Fence Road. I'm also the president of NEPPA, Local 353. I'm here to say that I don't have kids, so maybe I'm wrong on this. But when you have a kid, it's stressful on both parents, whether it's adopting or birth. It's not a vacation. So if we have a new employee who has 2 weeks vacation and they have a child, let's say in July, they have to burn all of their time except for 1 week's vacation, and then they have no vacation time for the rest of the year. So if you have an infant and you want to take that child when it gets a little bit older, let's say in February, for 2 weeks to go visit your in-laws who live out of state, you now have burnt all of your vacation time because you're at home helping your partner, and now you are unable to take that family vacation to go visit someone out of state. The birth of a child is stressful for everyone. They should be able to use sick time to support their spouse in any fashion. They should not have to burn their vacation and personal time first.
I have a comment, but John Bowen, 162 Highland Street. I have a comment, but I have a concern with what the assistant town manager had mentioned, which is probably a legal question. A bylaw supersedes policy, and if a bylaw as written, a policy is written that is different from the bylaw itself, then the policy is moot and the bylaw stands, because the bylaw is created by the people and the policy is created by the employer. So that being said, it's a legal question that I have. Is that or is that not true?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. For the record, Adam Costa with me, Tellerman and Costa, Town Council. So I don't agree with the previous speaker's rationale as to why a bylaw might supersede a policy or a regulation, but I do agree with the conclusion that in the event of a direct conflict between a bylaw and a policy, as is proposed here, the bylaw would control. Having said that, I'm not indicating that there's any such issue here, because the previous speaker didn't refer specifically to what provision in the bylaw would conflict with the proposal that's on the screen. If there's a specific provision of the bylaw that's cited to, I'm happy to look at it, but I'm not aware of any bylaw provision that would conflict with the proposal that is a part of Article 11.
Thank you, Councilor. I have a comment, as I had said, Mr. Moderator, if I may, by your leave, thank you. As a former union member, no longer, I had an opportunity to acquire a collective bargaining agreement through the Freedom of Information Act for the DPW, through the Department of Labor Relations. And I have read into that. What I'm hearing here from Mr. Lakiditis and the officer who spoke, I didn't hear his name, that, it appears that you're going to take something that is beneficial to the individual who wants a vacation with his children. This is what I'm getting later on, but can't because they chose to have a baby. Now, I am in agreement with their proposal, okay, that they shouldn't be using vacation time, they should be using sick leave time, and I think that it would be fitting if in the next collective bargaining agreement you asked for 60 days, not the medical necessity, but the necessity for the family. And that would be a fair approach to be able to handle in a collective bargaining agreement. But I am in agreement, and I will vote yes for the police department, fire department, and other individuals in this town who work for this town to be able to have, not select what they have to pick, like this here with vacation and personal time must be exhausted first. I don't think so. Ready? I would make an amendment today to say 60 days of sick leave, but I'm not going to do that. I think that's a collective bargaining issue. And what I've seen in collective bargaining agreements in this town has way too much power over its employees. And you should be disgusted with them. Thank you.
My name is Debbie Ritchie. I live at 98 Royal Fern Drive in Lunenburg. And I'm just concerned because this article also states that if your child, to care for a child or anything else, when you adopt a child, do you not want the parent to bond with this child, not just say, okay, now I have to go back to work because I only had, 1 week available to, and vacation time in order to, have time off with my child? And then you say, okay, I have to go back to work, I'm leaving the baby with a new person. This baby has just been adopted. You can take time off if your child has to go to the doctor for a checkup. You have time off to take a spouse to the doctor if it's medically necessary. Why is it that if a child is adopted, you can't use sick time to tend to that child, which nurturing a newborn child is part of it?
You can. You could use up to...
Well, then why do you have to use vacation time if you adopt a child first before you can use your sick time? That's what you're proposing.
That's what they're amending right now. Yes, ma'am. But they get up to 8 weeks not 1 week. They get up to 8 weeks of time off for adoption of a child, and we're looking to amend that last sentence that they wouldn't have to use vacation time first.
Right, that's the proposed amendment by the fellow that was up before me, not what's on the board originally.
Correct.
Okay, that's why I'm asking the question, because I agree with him that it should be stricken from the end of that new proposed bylaw.
Perfect, thank you.
I apologize, Sarah Kammer, 304 Lancaster Ave. I'm about to be difficult. I agree with this amendment. I remember having a newborn and writing a final grant report with the newborn on my arm while my husband had to go to work. So I'm very sympathetic to this. Also, though, it says employees may access up to 8 weeks, 40 days of sick leave. I think if you have a relatively new employee, we should have an amendment to the amendment that says up to 8 weeks of sick leave or donated sick leave time from other employees, if they so choose. Okay. That's fine.
Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road. 2 points. One, if it's an employee's accrued time, it's an employee's accrued time. I don't think the town should be saying which time you can use for what. Secondly, for those of you who are not municipal employees, the municipal world is very different than the private world. Municipal employees do not pay into paid family medical leave or anything like that, which means they can't access it. So if you're looking at your paycheck and I'm like, well, I could just take this time because it allows it, it is not true for municipal employees, which is what makes something like this even more important.
Anthony Scullenbrini, 92 Beale Street. I have a question. It's for our lawyer. If they are benefits that a person has earned, vacation and personal time, does the law allow the employer to dictate how those benefits are used once they're earned? In other words, is it even legal to do what you're proposing in the last sentence that the amendment would strike?
I can tell he's thinking.
I'll take my answer off the air.
Can you dictate the way they take their earned time, if you will?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, Adam Costa for the record. So my understanding, and I wasn't involved in the drafting of Article 11, though I did review it as part of the warrant. So my understanding was that the intention, and I don't want to speak to the drafter's intentions, but this is just my understanding of it, with the last sentence was not to add, and please correct me if I'm mistaken, not to add a complication or a restriction, a further restriction to this provision, which was meant to provide flexibility and an accommodation to parents, but rather to provide clarity that unlike the standards that would otherwise typically apply, and I think the example was just given of a circumstance where an individual would qualify, if that individual was the one that had given birth, would qualify for 4 weeks of sick time, but then after that point would no longer qualify for sick time, but would be required to take vacation time if it had accrued, to allow individuals, whether it be the birth parent or another parent with or without giving birth, to avail themselves of the 8 weeks, the 40 days of sick leave, but to note that they wouldn't be required to utilize all of their vacation time first, which would otherwise be the case if that parent had not given birth and wouldn't qualify for the sick leave. They would be required in that instance, under current circumstances, if I understand it, to utilize all of their vacation time before they would then have the ability to use, that's all, they would have to use all of their vacation time. They wouldn't qualify for the sick leave. This would make the sick leave available to them, but we wanted to be certain, the drafters wanted to be certain that they wouldn't be required to utilize all of their vacation time first, they could reserve at least 1 week of it to be used for actual vacation time at their choosing without qualifying for sick leave. That's not the direct answer to the question, but that's the background as it relates to the last sentence. Because this is a provision of the salary administration plan, it isn't governed by state law. Yes, I do believe that this restriction, or again, I don't believe it was meant to be a restriction. I think it was meant to provide an accommodation. But this last sentence here would be lawful. Doesn't mean that the body can't strike it if the body so chooses. That's their right under the amendment. But I do think it would be lawful if they choose to retain it.
Okay. Man says it's lawful.
And
All right,
that
where
is
we at?
correct, just to
We got
jump
two
on
here
it.
over here, sir.
My name's Will Pommier, 49 Jocelyn Street. I'm just supported this amendment because I am a public sector employee. I was authorized through my employer up to 12 weeks because my wife was a high-risk pregnancy, and the recovery by the doctors was 12 weeks. And as a veteran, if I was limited to having potentially 1 week remaining of time going to the Veterans Administration, I would have no time remaining for all those appointments, because for some of us, we have no control over when and where we get our treatments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, sorry, one last part of it. The other thing too is with the restrictions. I personally believe that this should be more of an employee supervisor managed versus a statute or article dictating control over this situation. Thank you.
Over here.
Hi, Ann Nelson, 435 Townsend Harbor Road. I support this fully. I think people should use paid time off for whatever reason they need and treat them like adults, and they'll handle it responsibly. I just wanted to make a comment about an employer where I worked tried that issue of donating time to people who needed additional time off, and it did not work, and we had to discontinue that program. And it's because people don't accrue time off at the same rate. You might earn time at $50 an hour, and I earned time at $15 an hour, and that became an accounting nightmare. And they had to stop that program because of that. So just a point of information
All right, so
regarding
don't-
sharing or donating
Don't
time
go
off.
too far, because that's the Second Amendment that I want you to address the First Amendment.
Right.
But that's okay, I hear you. If you need to repeat it, we'll let you come back. All right, we're going to go over here first, and then you'll come over to you.
Hi,
You keep
Chrissy.
bouncing side to side. I see you over there, I see you over here. Go ahead.
Chrissy Carboni, 19 West Townsend Road. I just have a quick question. Is it 8 weeks per birth, or is it just 8 weeks? The reason I ask is because I had twins, and under Massachusetts state law, my job was secure and safe for 16 weeks because it was 2 births. I had to fight for that because my HR department did not remember that. So that's why I'm asking the question. In this day and age where twins are coming fast and furious, and triplets as well, I just want to make sure it's 8 weeks per birth. Thank you.
Listen to all these little wrinkles. You're next.
So I'm more
Now,
here.
you've spoken a number of
Sorry,
times.
Erin Mulligan, Northfield Road. I have a question in regards to the policy in general. I understand that the public sector works very differently from the private sector. Do public sector employees in this town have bereavement leave?
Bereavement leave.
Yes, and that bereavement leave does not stipulate that they use sick or vacation time for that, correct?
Unless they need additional time beyond what is granted.
So I know that we're just trying to catch up on private sector benefits and stuff, but what if we had a totally radical idea of not making somebody use their sick or vacation time at all for the birth of a child? What if we just had maternity leave as a town where you have a baby, your spouse has a baby, you have 8 weeks of time, you don't use your sick time, you don't use your vacation time, you have time to care for that infant and for your partner? Is there a way to amend this to just say that you don't have to use your accrued time?
Well, we can't take another amendment at this point in time until we get rid of the first two we've got, because I can only take subsidiary motions, so many, because then you'll have so many backed up, I wonder which one we're voting on. So say if you want to make a formal amendment, you'll have to say
Aaron,
that.
if I could address that really quickly, one thing that we try to do
Can't
as the
hear
person
you, Wendy.
with the personnel committee, one of our charges is we represent those employees not covered in a collective bargaining unit. However, while we can't always have exact same benefits and verbiage in, we do try to keep, if we have something like this, somewhat similar, not completely radically different as to what is offered in other collective bargaining units. So I think, when we looked at this, we looked at what do our teachers have? What do other collective bargaining units have? What did their bylaw and policy look like when we began to correct this? Believe me, I think that would be fantastic. But then that's a whole separate accrual of time. So I think that I don't know that that's something at the moment that we could make an amendment truly to, and I'm kind of looking back at town manager and parental leave.
Is it an accrual or is it something just
a
leave?
separate accrual. Yes. So as we have bereavement leave, we have sick leave, we have vacation leave, a pot of time.
Okay, so we can't hear the conversation.
So
Heather,
I was asking
come up
town
and
manager,
repeat it.
would this be something that's accrued? When somebody comes on as a new employee, they accrue vacation time at a certain rate, as one of the other speakers was talking about. Same thing with sick time. Personal days are a pot of time you're given annually. Same thing with bereavement. I think the reason I was
think
asking.
bereavement is standard no matter how long you've been working, as far as I'm aware of, from an HR perspective. If you've been working for a company for a month or a year, you still get 5 days if your spouse dies.
Right.
Yeah. And the question is, why doesn't maternity leave fall under the same kind of circumstance? Why is it an accrued thing? Why isn't it just a leave that you get, no matter how long you've been working?
Something to look at when you go back to committee. Over here.
Katie Kissel, Peninsula Drive. I just have a request. If this bylaw is amended, I'm fine with the 8 weeks, but if it's changed, I'd request that we hear something from the Finance Committee because that will change the financial impact, I would assume.
Yep.
Thank
you. Well, that leads me into, even though Mr. Alonso was going to be next, we'll let Mr. Waters tell you about the financial aspect of it, and then we'll talk to Matthew.
Before we do that, could we get an answer to one of the previous speaker's questions?
Sure.
She asked about whether or not it was 8 weeks per child, or if it was just 8 weeks and we never actually received an answer.
Is it 8 weeks per child, or if you have twins, triplets?
I mean,
quads?
that's the mass.
She asked if there was 8 weeks per birth.
Birth.
If you have twins, it's one birth, right? Is that what you know? Okay.
No, FMLA allows
Right, so you
twins
don't have a
16 weeks. We did not discuss that. We never had that conversation. I know the FMLA guideline says the 16.
Well, the state paternity
The
is
state
16
guidelines
weeks.
say 16, but we did not discuss that. So to be honest, to answer the question, no, it's 8 weeks. And again, just to recap, this is something that the non-birthing parent has not had if they were a salary administration employee. They did not get any time like this for the birth of their child.
Not
Non-birth.
time, but use of accrued time. Right.
Okay.
Sick time.
Food for thought, going back to committee on some of this stuff that's coming up that people weren't ready for. I like that idea. And I do like the idea that now we're having a discussion about things. I like the fact that we're having a discussion about things. I mean, the one about the override was all one-sided, so this is nice. We're having a back and forth discussion. I like this.
Sir.
My name is Matthew Brenner. I live at 619 Northfield Road. I'm very much in favor of the proposed amendment. I have because we should be taking the best possible care of our employees so we can keep attracting the best possible employees. I have a question about another part of this bylaw change, but if you want that to wait, that's fine. Great.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. I want to get to the amendment, just the first amendment. Go ahead.
Will Pommier, 49 Jocelyn Street. I have a quick question about what was just mentioned. Is this clause supposed to deal with just the non-birthing parent or both?
Both.
Okay, I just wanted, because we just heard,
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we had understood that clarification. Thank
Good.
you.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote. I got to have Mr. Alonso wanted to speak.
I just had a quick question, and I think one of the Personnel Committee members alluded to this, but I didn't really get an answer. Well, as the executive body in town, I'm not against the amendment at all. I think it makes perfect sense. But as the executive body who oversees all, contracts going through all the unions, I want parity to be part of this. So my question is does this clause that the amendment moves to strike, does this exist in any union contract right now, yes or no?
No.
No, then I am for the amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, all right. Mr. Waters, one more time.
I also have a
But not one of your 20-minute.
Nope, this is just a follow-up question. As a follow-up question, in any of the other union contracts in town, do we have in existence just general maternity or paternity leave as a whole in the same way that we have bereavement leave? Again, for parity.
Ms. Lemieux, you probably know.
I think what I'm getting confused with when we're talking about leave, are we talking about paid time or are we talking about protected job time? So paid, accrued time. So answer both. So yes, we have the FMLA, which is 12 weeks of job protection, which would run for birthing, non-birthing. We have, with that, you have to use, we require that you use some sort of paid time, accrued time, whichever is applicable. In this circumstance, right now, this doesn't exist in the salary administration plan. So given the example of a female having the child, that would be dependent upon the medical documentation. So if the note says you're incapacitated for 4 weeks, you use your sick time for 4 weeks and flip the other 8 weeks into vacation to ride out your FMLA period of 12 weeks. Unless it's twins, then you have 16 weeks, which that, per the law, you can take unpaid. With the non-birthing parent, this, again, does not exist. They would not be able to access the sick leave, the sick time, unless there was a medical necessity. So being a primary caregiver for either the spouse or the child that had a serious health condition. So in the other contracts, that's currently how it is. This does not exist in any of the other contracts where they can use sick time.
Okay, we're ready to vote on the amendment, not the article. The amendment is up on the board over here, and would strike the language that begins with all other until you get to the end of the quotation marks, okay? All right, we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, not the article, just the amendment, signal, start voting now, and vote yes or no for the amendment. Anybody's clicker not working? Everybody looks good. Close the voting on the amendment. Where's the vote? 132 in favor of the amendment. Okay, now, we have a second amendment from Ms. Cameron, thank you. language would include, employees may access up to 8 weeks, parentheses, 40 days, parentheses, of sick leave, and access the sick bank or donated sick time from other employees. And that was seconded, okay? It was seconded, but that's cool. Thank you again. Okay.
Point of order. I think
Sure, why not?
this is outside the scope of the article.
Yes, it is. We've never discussed this, so we would have no input to be able to provide.
Okay, well, let's talk to our scopeologist, whether he thinks that adding volunteered time.
Does Lunenburg give sick bank? I don't even know if you guys have
Ms.
sick
Bellotta?
bank.
Hi, Ms. Bellotta. Hi, over here.
I apologize.
Okay. I mean, that room over there may be named after your family, but what do you think there, Mr. Costa? I'm not having a problem with it. Huh? Go ahead, your opinion.
So I'm going to disagree that it's beyond the scope, and I'm usually I am quite conservative with scope questions, but the question with regard to scope is what, at least in the context of a bylaw change, is what is the area of the bylaw, the section, the subsection of the bylaw that's proposed for change? How does it read? What's the extent of the text that's quoted in the warrant? And in this case, we're talking about an amendment to a section of the salary administration plan bylaw that is entitled sick leave, and section or subsection F begins by stating sick time can be used for any of the following reasons, and then this is a new proposed subsection 4 that adds an additional reason, and it's specified here. So adding that proposed language by way of an amendment, I think, is within the scope. Doesn't mean it needs to be supported either by the proponent of the article or by the body, but I think it is within the scope.
Yeah. And
So, hold on, I didn't even get a chance to say why. The reasonable person would not be thinking that this amendment would go on to say that people could give each other banks of their sick time. So, as usual, I tend to disagree with the attorney in his take on this, and in this case, I'm emphatically disagreeing.
We hardly ever hear from you, so I'm so glad you spoke up, Mr. Minot. But I ruled that it is within the scope, so that's the end of that discussion. Okay, so we got the new amendment. We're still not on the article. You're another one moves back and forth. I never know where to find you, so go ahead.
Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road. I actually have a scope question too. Does the SAP already have a sick bank? No, there is no sick bank.
No sick bank.
Okay, so employees on the SAP have no access to a sick bank.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Mrs. Nelson, were you going to speak about this issue about sick banking? You already did. We all remember it well. Go right ahead, sir.
Christos Lakaditas, 49 Maple Parkway. Just a clarification, is this creating a sick bank or allowing an employee to donate sick time, or both?
Say it louder because I didn't
Is the
follow.
intent of this amendment to create a sick bank for the SAP employees, or just allow them to donate to another SAP employee, or both?
At the moment, it doesn't address that.
Because under the sick leave policy in section C, a donation of sick time is allowed under the discretion of the town manager.
Oh, it's already allowed.
Yeah, a specific sick bank that employees pull into is not addressed in here, but the donation of directly to another employee is allowed under the SAP.
I can speak to the intent. I wasn't sure if we had a sick bank in town or not, so I included both in the language. I'd be happy to strike that sick bank, although if we want to move into the modern age, we should perhaps consider developing one in the future.
Well, let me ask you, Ms. Kemmer, based on what the gentleman said, Mr. Lakaditis, and based upon what you said, maybe something in the future, can we pass on this amendment for now?
Sure.
Excellent. Thank you. Because I got to warn you, these guys down here are having dinner. Look at Lizzulo and Luke Franco, they're having dinner now. They moved along. Okay, we're ready. Mr. Brenner, go right ahead.
Matthew Brenner, 619 Northfield Road. I sincerely hope I am not opening a can of worms with this question. If an employee becomes a parent with or without giving birth, Is that standard language, or are we creating a risk where the interpretation of becoming a parent means the creation or adoption of your first child and no others? If this is standard language, I'm comfy with it, but I don't want us to be in a situation where this is turning into a weird restriction later.
Ms. Belleville, I think that's kind of your question.
Sorry, just waiting
You're
for the
caucusing?
committee to respond.
Okay. Are we creating something new and unique that we're going to...
This wording is straight out of, this is the LEA's, the school
Out of the
contract.
teachers. Okay?
And to clarify, the LEA agreement has been traditionally interpreted within the town as meaning any time a child is given birth to or adopted, not just the first time. Correct?
Can't speak for the
Okay,
school.
thank you.
Thank you. Oh, you're back, Ms. Karen. You changed your
I'm
mind?
so sorry, but I was just realizing as I sat down that our sick time from other employees donated is per the discretion of town manager, and I really think it should be by right. So
You want to go back?
I want to keep the amendment, just
Okay.
take out and access the sick bank. So employees may access up to 8 weeks of sick leave or donated sick time from other employees.
Point of order?
No.
Yes?
No.
You have to hear it.
No.
You
I'll
have to
listen
hear
it in a minute. I'll listen to it in a minute.
Jesus Christ.
I'm trying to hear what she's giving me as her amendment first. Okay?
He's
So I need you to tell me just what it's going to be, Ms. Canair, where you went. You got to write it down for me. Where'd you go? You need to write it down for me, or amend the one you wrote down before.
I'm gonna.
Okay. Because we have to keep a record of this. Okay. Somebody had a point of order.
This would be an amendment to an article, to a bylaw that would not even...
I don't even know who's talking. Oh, thank you. Mr. Menard. Introduce yourself. Thank you.
You ready?
Yeah, oh yeah.
This would be an amendment to an article, to a bylaw that isn't even on the warrant. And there's been no discussion amongst any boards for this amendment and a change to another article, another bylaw.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Clarifying question. You mentioned something about
I had a
LEA.
point of order.
I thought you just made your point of order.
Rule on it.
We did. We said that we believe it to be within the scope. Both town council and myself said it's within the scope, therefore we're going to allow it to go forward. That's the ruling. I can tell you don't agree, but that's okay. Go ahead.
Mary Foyle, 985 Flat Hill Road. Can you repeat what you said about the LEA agreement? Yep, sorry, through the moderator.
Some of the verbiage was taken straight from
So does LEA mean Lunenburg Education Association? Or does it mean, because sometimes LEA means something different?
No,
Okay,
LEA.
that is not in the LEA contract. Like, I can guarantee it, I know the contract really well, that is not in the LEA contract.
The town language?
Nope, not in the contract. It is not in the LEA contract. I can pull it out of my bag right now if you'd like me to, but it's not that. The language can come from somewhere. I've seen language. I'm just saying if we're saying it's coming from the LEA contract, it is not coming from the LEA contract. We don't even have vacation time, actually. So
That was a response to a question.
Not the whole language, Mary.
Not the whole language, but the assumption of it, and I think this is more ours than in the school, what the school gave. But the language, because I got it from the superintendent's office. I called over, copied and pasted, and we changed the amount of time.
different contracts have different language.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're getting there, Mr. Lekaditis. This is on the amendment.
Correct.
Well, it's going to be on the amendment.
Christos Lakaditas, 49 Maple Parkway. And while I agree with the intent of the amendment before us, I
All
urge
right,
the...
Ms. Foyle,
Hi, sorry, I can't hear Mr. Lackaditis because you guys are talking. Thank you.
So while I agree with the intent of the previous speaker making this amendment, I must urge people to vote it down because if my interpretation of where this will be placed, if we then approve this section to be added to the sick leave policy, is will only be applicable to this section and not the entirety of the sick leave policy, which to me is incorrect. Town employees should have the ability to donate sick time for any reason that sick time can be used. Unfortunately, that is not, we cannot do that under this meeting here and should be addressed at a later time. But I would urge this amendment to be voted down because just putting it at the own discretion of the town manager, in personal experience, the donation of sick time is not as easy as it sounds.
It's not as easy as it sounds?
Matt Snyder, 985 Flat Hill Road. Apologies for sitting down. I'm recovering from knee surgery. Just wanted to comment that if I would also be in favor of voting down the amendment about donating sick time. I think the only fair way to do that is through a sick bank because then you have people who are willing to donate to some people and not others. And so I would be in favor of voting down this amendment.
Liz Peterson, 20 John Street. I also work in the superintendent's office and we deal with these leaves all the time. I just wanted to clarify some things. So first of all, FMLA in general provides for 12 weeks of unpaid leave. However, we have in most of our bargaining contracts that if someone has the actual time available, that they can afford to use that time and have paid leave instead of unpaid leave. So I wanted to clarify that. This has some of the language in our contracts, but not the full language in our contracts. So I wanted to clarify that as well. And I wanted to read a portion of the contract that says, childbirth and pregnancy-related leave. Paid leave for the employee who gives birth to a baby is available as outlined in the preceding section, which was the FMLA section that I just talked about, based upon documented medical need, subject to the employee having available sick leave. So that's what our contracts normally say. Most of our employees are under bargaining contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kamara, where'd you go? Is she gone? I can't find you. Okay, she's up there? Okay. Is this exactly what the amendment would be? That's exactly correct? The article be amended to include, quote, employees may access up to 8 weeks, 40 days of sick leave or donated sick time from other employees. Okay, enough debate on it, I think. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, not the article, just the amendment, please start voting now. For the amendment, yes or no? Is there anybody whose clicker's not working? Let's try to vote. Okay, voting is now closed. In favor of the amendment, 50 in favor, 90 against, 91 against. The amendment is defeated. We're back to the original article with the amendment, correct, with that sentence that Mr. Lackaditis had deleted by an amendment. So is that what's up there on the board? Yep. Okay. No other debate, I hope. Okay, we're ready to vote on the article itself as amended. Article number 11, please begin voting now. If you're in favor, as amended, yes. Opposed, no.
Is there anybody that's trying to vote that's not getting an affirmative response from their clicker? I don't see any. I believe we're ready to vote. Voting is closed. Number in favor of Article 11, 123. Opposed, 13. The article, as amended, passes. All right, moving along.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you all being so patient today. And we're going to number 12.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Article 15, Mr. Alonso, sewer enterprise budget.
I move the town vote to appropriate from sewer enterprise revenues the sum of $1,348,919.87 and appropriate from sewer enterprise retained earnings the sum of $363,500 for a total appropriation of $1,712,419.87 to operate the sewer enterprise fund for FY25, and further that $402,269.13 be included in appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the sewer enterprise fund.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Selectmen, what you recommend?
Recommend approval.
Finance?
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Okay, my notes say Mr. Reynolds is going to address this. There you go. Go right ahead, sir.
All right. Mr. Reynolds could not be with us today, so I'm Bill Bernard, DPW
Okay, you
Director.
need to get up to the microphone. Get personal and close to it.
All right. Mr. Reynolds could not be with us today. I'm Bill Bernard, the DPW Director. All right. So I have a quick little slideshow. So, is that where we're at? Yep, so due to rising costs, a rate increase will occur in FY25. The average ratepayer will see an increase of approximately $12.34 per month. The reasons for that is we have to do numerous upgrades to the system. The system's approaching end of life. The early part of the system is over 20 years now, with an expected life of 25 years. Both Fitchburg and Leominster are increasing their rates, so we do not have a treatment plant. All of our sewage goes to Leominster and Fitchburg. They are both going up. Fitchburg is going up 7% for each year for the next 5 years, and Leominster is increasing by 16.17% in FY25, and then an additional 3% in FY26. Now, there's also new reporting requirements as a co-permittee of the Leominster NIPTES permit, so we will have to hire a consultant to help us with that. And we have rising labor and material costs. And just a note on the picture in the slide, that is a clog in a pump. I just urge people to not put anything down their toilet other than waste and toilet paper. Even though they say flushable wipes, this is what happens to flushable wipes. And it's costing the sewer users money. So the enterprise, it's an enterprise fund, so our revenues are from charges. So the biggest charge, the $1.2 million, is user charges. That's the quarterly billings for using the sewer system. We also have connection fees, bank fees, permit fees, penalties and interest, and investment income, and the estimated betterment revenues. So our budgeted revenues is $1.75 million. And then we have expenses. Big line of expenses: payroll, infrastructure maintenance, outsourcing. We don't have an internal sewer department for maintenance, so we have to hire a contractor. I don't think I need to read the whole list, but highlight some of them. Capital expenditures. We put a lot of money into capital expenditures, $350,000. So we've developed a 10-year plan for capital improvements to address the system that is getting older and coming to end of life. The other big number, the $859,000, that is the fees we have to pay to Leominster and Fitchburg to treat the surge that leaves Lunenburg. So our total expenditures, estimated expenditures, is $2.1 million. So that leaves a deficit of $357,000. To make up for that, we're going to pull that money out of our retained earnings. So, oops, did I miss? Which way am I going here? All right.
All set?
Any questions? Yes.
Well, let's see if there's any questions. Comments? Nope. Kathy says you're ready to vote. Okay. This article before you is Article 15. All those in favor of the article as displayed, please start voting now, yes or nay. Is there anybody whose clicker is not working that wanted to vote? I don't see anybody, so I'm closing out the voting. All in favor of Article 15, let's see the results. 115 in favor, 6 opposed, 1 abstained. The article carries. So we go on to Article 20 because the next few articles were part of the consent calendar. So Article 20 is before you, Ms. M. Is it Article 20, because there was a hold on it when we went through the consent calendar.
I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $10,000 from the sale of cemetery lots account to be used for the care and improvement and embellishment of the town cemeteries.
Is there a second?
Second.
Selectman, your recommendation.
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance Committee.
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Thank you. Cemetery Commission to answer questions. No questions. Okay.
Wish to make an amendment?
Well, you introduce yourself for starters.
Thank you very much. My name is...
I ask that every time, folks, because we're recording it. So we want to be able to have it on record. Go ahead.
My name is John Bowen, 162 Highland Street.
Yep.
My concern about the particular amendment is that the Cemetery Commission, as of late, has continually made comments publicly with regard to whose money belongs to who, where it ended up being relevant to a rewrite of a turnover policy, actually a new right of a turnover policy, because of some issues and circumstances with the handling of the Cemetery Commission, obviously handling money. Now, my concern is that, is this $10,000, Cemetery Commissioner, your money, or is this the money that the DPW director has full unfettered control when it gets turned over to be used for day-to-day maintenance?
All right, so that's a question.
That's a question before my amendment.
Before your amendment, okay. So let's have the DPW answer his question.
Historically, that's been used by the Cemetery Commission.
My question was not what is it historical. My question was, will it? Is that a commitment from your town manager?
It would follow past practice.
I didn't hear your answer, Heather.
It would follow past practice.
It will follow similar practice.
And what would that past practice be, specifically?
To be used by the Cemetery Commission.
By the Cemetery Commission.
No, I'm asking about who uses the money and who has the authority to say where that money gets used. Is that yourself, ma'am?
I'm not sure what
Okay, so the $10,000 is going to be taken out of the lots fund, the cemetery lots fund, okay, and it's going to be used for the care and improvement and embellishment of the town cemeteries. What specific fund is that going into? Is it going into the DPW? Is it going into the general fund? What fund is it going into?
It's treated as a capital article for the use by the Cemetery Commission.
So
as
is
long
that-
as it's used lawfully, then it can be used.
So is that use by the cemetery commission, who will say what happens with that money? Or is that by use for day-to-day operations and maintenance, which is your responsibility under the charter?
By the Cemetery Commission.
So the cemetery commission is going to be able to use this, but has no specification of what they're going to specifically use for what improvement or embellishment that this money is going to be used for. There's never been a presentation brought to the finance committee. There's never been a presentation brought to the select board for the specifics of the particular embellishment and improvement, because you said this is not going to be day-to-day maintenance and operation, which falls under your purview. So my question is, what is the embellishment and improvement that was presented to this town that $10,000 is going to be used for?
Mr. Moderator, that sounds like a question for the Cemetery Commission.
Okay. Well, let's ask the cemetery commissioner, what's the money going to be used for?
Hi, I'm Nancy Fosciasco, again, 146 West Townsend Road. I am the cemetery commissioner. So what we do each year, depending on how much money we get, it usually is the $10,000 that we usually go for. In past years, we've put buildings into place as far as having the cemetery building. It was X amount of dollars that we did. That was before me. I was sitting on as, I believe, the vice chair at that point in time. We've also done the niche wall, which was about $50,000 that was taken out. And what we do is we bring it in, we appropriate here, and it's voted on, and we go, and we do what is needed, meaning there is a small area on the south cemetery that needs to be done, which is called a skirt that goes around the flagpoles. That needs to try to get done this year. We have at Fish Street, we need to do some information there as far as we need to figure out how many stones is needed as far as building a wall there. We have someone in the town that's going to give his time for that, so we're going to be doing that. Anything that is needed to, better the cemeteries, that's what the commission does with any of the money that we appropriate.
Okay, so that's the answer to the question.
My concern is that what specific improvement and embellishment, that is not specific, this is generalized, and to sit there and say, yes, let's take $10,000 out of this fund that the cemetery commission is the perpetual care fund that they do not really have control over. I'm sorry, not perpetual care, but the burial rights fund, because in order for them to take the money out, it has to go through the treasurer, okay? And the treasurer has to authorize it, but only by the signature of the town manager. So my concern is that why is there nothing specific that was brought forward to the select board, to the finance committee of these specific improved embellishments? What she just explained, she's the cemetery commissioner. What she just explained, okay, was day-to-day maintenance and operation. To repair, did you hear? To repair a skirt around a flagpole. That falls under the purview of the town manager, day-to-day maintenance and operation. It's already been answered to the Attorney General's office by Mr. Costa already on an issue with regard to a contractor in town whose duties were whose, okay? That's day-to-day maintenance and operation. Repairing a wall is not a construction project if somebody's volunteering for it, and if somebody's volunteering for it, that's actually Mr. McGrath who's volunteering for that, but he's getting paid by the cemetery commission to fix stones and to do walls. So the thing is that, to me, that's patronage, okay? That's giving a town person who's not an employer or contractor, who's giving volunteer time money to be able to do other things and calling it volunteering. So I'm just specifically asking about improvement and embellishment.
Okay, she gave you a generalized answer. You would like more specifics. I'm guessing that's not coming. Tell me what your amendment is so we can moved forward.
my amendment would be to take the $10,000 from the sale of lots in the cemetery lots account to be appropriated to be used to reimburse the town for a portion of the $22,000 for which the town pays for already, which we had an earlier discussion in this regard with regard to line item 68 in the DPW budget. That money is allotted to the DPW for the same services, okay, already paid as is required by Mass General Laws, Chapter 114, Section 23 and 25. We clearly state, okay, that the town should be reimbursed by the Cemetery Commission from any money that they used, and I'm not saying perpetual care money. I am saying any money that they used should go first to reimburse the community, okay, for its day-to-day maintenance and operation that it's already paying for, which, when I put an amendment on the floor, I got yelled at.
Now you're going on, tell me your argument. Just give me the amendment. I got to have town council look at it, okay? So he can get into the weeds of whether or not, because...
May I speak?
No. I'm going to have town council review the proposed amendment. Because, you know, I mean, it seems like a fairly simple article.
It is.
You know, and you're making it have a lot of other elements to it.
That's conjecture from the moderator. Point of order.
The moderator gets to conjecture quite a bit. If you read all this, the state laws on this, a lot of flexibility about stuff. But anyway.
That's correct, and that's why I'm saying is that.
And whether or not something's within the scope actually is my final decision.
That's correct, and I agree.
Whether or not Adam agrees or not.
That's right.
I usually consult him. Thanks much. Okay.
Absolutely.
So, you know, and certainly I know there's a lot going on in town. You know, you have to be blind or deaf not to know that. Go ahead, Mr. Costa, your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'm just going to read this aloud since the voters don't have the opportunity to see it. So it says, I, John Bowen, do hereby move that the $10,000 from the sale of lots in the cemetery lots account to be appropriated to be used to reimburse the town for a portion of the $22,000 allotted to the DPW for the same services already paid as is required by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 114, Sections 23 and 25. Have I stated that correctly, Mr. Bowen?
Yes, you did, Mr. Costa. Okay. Thank you.
So your question, Mr. Moderator, was about scope. So the current article reads, or the current motion that's pending reads, I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $10,000 from the sale of cemetery lots account to be used for the care and improvement and embellishment of the town cemeteries. The language of the motion that's on the floor is consistent with Chapter 114, the same chapter cited to by Mr. Bowen, but a different section, Section 15, that speaks to the sale of cemetery lots and the proceeds from those sales, and specifically the statute says that the proceeds of those sales shall be paid into the town treasuries and be appropriated to reimburse towns for the cost of land, its care, improvement, and embellishment or enlargement of the cemetery. That's what the current motion does. The amendment doesn't necessarily change what the motion does, except it's still an appropriation from the sale of cemetery lots account. It's still an appropriation of $10,000, and I think it's still an appropriation associated with the care, improvement, and embellishment of the town cemeteries. It's simply that the amendment would dictate that it be used to reimburse the town for certain expenditures, $22,000 worth of expenditures, apparently by the DPW for these same services. I'm not prepared to say that this is out of the scope, but what I am prepared to say is that it's not really the function of town meeting to dictate how municipal finance works and how those monies get reimbursed from one department to another. It's still an appropriation of monies from the sale of cemetery lots account. It's still an appropriation of $10,000, and it's still an appropriation for a purpose consistent with the statute. Also, these sections that are referenced here in Mr. Bowen's proposed amendment, sections 23 and 25, 23 just vests the Cemetery Commission with powers, and section 25 deals with gift accounts, and these are not gift monies, these are monies from the sale of cemetery lots. So I have some issue with the substance of the amendment. I'm not prepared necessarily to say that it's outside of the scope, but I do have an issue in terms of what it's attempting to achieve through action of town meeting.
Okay, so it sounds like it's basically within the scope. It sounds like you need to come up here and I think maybe scratch and amend it and fix it.
Yeah.
Okay? So you can use my stairs and Adam will sit with you. I will.
May I speak now?
You may, almost.
Okay.
I'll call on you, I promise. Okay, so help him structure that. Because I think what he needs to is like this language down here to,
So sale of lots, cemetery lots, that's fine. To be appropriated, that's fine.
Can you see that I'm busy over here? Thank you much. I'll get back to you, sir. I promise. Just like I promised this young lady I would as well. But I'm trying to get this in order first.
So $10,000 is fine. Sale of lots, the cemetery lots account is fine. Appropriation's fine. But again, I'm not sure that town meeting can dictate that it be used to reimburse the town for a portion of the $22,000. They can express that intent with the, with the desired intent that it be used to reimburse the town. So
I just thought that reimbursing was the part of the thing that I didn't quite.
That's really the heart of the motion,
Yeah.
right?
Well, the reimbursement.
Right. And that's what I'm having the issue with,
Right.
because I don't know how that gets accomplished through the town meeting.
All right, so see, let me listen to these people for a minute, Bowen, and see if you can work out with Adam what he thinks you need to do to fix it, okay? All right, good. Now, was it a point of order, Mr. Scalabrini? Yes. Excellent, I love points of order. Has it been what? His wife is up there. You think she's going to second it? Don't worry about it. Thank you. All right, now, right here.
May I speak?
You may.
Thank you. So I just want to bring some of the information out to the townspeople. First of all, some of the information that Mr. Bowen speaks about is not correct. One of which is there is no money that is being given to Richard McGrath as far as putting the wall together, however he's going to do it, at Fish Street. He is donating his time, and all we're doing is buying the supply. So if that means stone, if that means gravel, we're trying to beautify that area. That's the same thing that we do inside of North Cemetery and South Cemetery. That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for, is to make it look better for our people here in the town. Not only for their loved ones that have passed before us, but also the veterans that are there. And that's all we're trying to do. So please, if there's any questions from any of the boards or the select board or the finance committee, please reach out to the Cemetery Commission. We're the ones that make this. We're the ones that go over this. If there's anything you'd like to say or give to us, we'd be more than happy to discuss it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so give him a minute. Let him work out the language so we're clear what the amendment says and what you're voting on.
Of the town, the cemetery commission is the town, the town manager is the town, the select board is the town, it's all the town. I understand that the idea is you're reimbursing them for costs. What I'm hearing is that there's day-to-day costs for things like mowing lawns, there's costs for projects.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want that used for that. If it's really used in the embellishments and that, there should be something for that.
Yeah, but that's not the rule the town needs to determine that. That's a beef you have with the town manager.
I know, well, we've had that discussion. But what I'm saying is,
Don't argue whether or not you like the policies. You've got to get it within the scope for his satisfaction.
but what I'm saying is that 10,000 feet sale lots and the cemetery lots is to be appropriated to be used to reimburse the town, okay? To reimburse the town as applied in statute.
But I disagree with your reading of the statute, so we're not going to agree with it. You could express, with the intent that the money be used to reimburse. So
With
say
the intent to
appropriate.
reimburse the town.
Put that in, and you're good.
Yeah, so I would write in to appropriate account with the intent, with the desired intent that it be appropriate. So if you say with the desired
Yeah, but that
intent.
still gives discretion.
It does. I don't know how you.
I know, but you don't know how we're going to
discretion.
do it. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying is, all right.
Oh, we're close. Thank you for hanging in. Yeah, we could. Is Cherry Hill open? Jeff, Cherry Hill open? Yeah. DoorDash.
Okay? All right. Okay. All right, okay. Good, good, good. Thank you so much. All right, so this is what we're supposed to do, right? People want to bring forward amendments. People get a right to do that. We try to work it out so that it's within, when it's within the scope and that type of thing. Okay? So that we're doing things within the law. It's excellent. Again, I said at the very beginning of the meeting, if you were here, it's wonderful that people participate. And it's wonderful that we sometimes have citizen petitions, et cetera, and so on. So I'm going to get it up on the board in a minute, and you'll see what the amendment is to the article, okay? And then if there's anybody had questions about it, we're just kind of waiting to see what the language says, okay? You need a second? His wife seconded. Yeah. Then you'd like to speak. Okay. You want to speak now, or do you want to? Sure. I'll call on Mr. Alonso to fill us in while we're getting it into the computer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I want to say that this is an article that's been on town meeting for as long as I can remember. And just to remind people, the Cemetery Commission is an elected body, and the care, improvement, and embellishment, I think that it's not necessarily known beforehand what is going to come up or what is going to arise, and we need to have some latitude in elected bodies to spend $10,000. So I am against the amendment on that. But to the amendment, I have a question for town council, who has now left the building.
Come back here, Adam. You can't blame him for running away.
I'm not understanding the mechanics of what the request of the amendment is. We are raising and appropriating $10,000 to pay back ourselves. So does that make the $22,000 $32,000, or does it make the $22,000 $12,000? I don't even know what happens at that point. It seems ludicrous that we would actually spend an article to raise money to pay ourselves back something that we didn't borrow from ourselves.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, if I could.
Please.
To Mr. Alonso, so I can't speak with respect to the intent of the article, but I can at least relay some of the discussion I just had with the movement. So the way that it works under Chapter 114, Section 15 of Massachusetts General Laws is that when a cemetery commission sells burial plots, it places those funds in an account often referred to as the sale of cemetery lots account. You have such an account in Lunenburg. The statute goes on to read that the proceeds of these sales, once they're paid into the town treasury in such an account, are to be kept separate, hence the separately named account, and are to be appropriated to reimburse the town for the cost of the land, its care, its improvement, its embellishment, and even for enlargement of the cemetery. So traditionally in Lunenburg, year after year, we have this article that simply moves the $10,000 or so from the sale of cemetery lots account and appropriates it to be used for the care and improvement and embellishment of the cemeteries consistent with the language of the statute. As I understand it, and this is where I'll defer to the movement, but as I understand it, the amendment attempts to direct more specifically how those monies are going to be used, and specifically to direct them to reimburse the town for the cost that it has incurred through its DPW to perform some of these tasks. I explained to the movement that I don't believe it's the function of town meeting to be able to determine those finer details of municipal finance, reimbursement versus expenditures on new costs that might be incurred, but as you'll see from the amended article, certainly the movement can express the intent that that be done, and so that's how the amendment has been further modified.
So then if I may just add, so that from my understanding what I just heard is that will, quote, defray the costs, so we'll actually be spending, instead of $32,000 on the cemetery, we would be spending 22, or 12 actually, because this money would just go out of that line item. I think that's the intent of the mover of this, or the creator of this amendment. So therefore we'd be spending less money than more money, or even money. So on that regard, I would say I am totally against the amendment.
Okay. Have we gotten it all into the computer?
Comment, Mr. Moderator?
We will in a sec. Okay, that looks like that's a finished product, no? Okay. Almost.
Okay, do the final word, Mr. Bowe.
Final word, I concur with Mr. Costa. The way that this is hammered out is that it leaves open the opening, okay, that there could be a desired intent to appropriate that money to be used, which means that instead of doing something that may come under day-to-day operations, the Cemetery Commission could say, you know what, we have extra money that we can actually put back into the town from the sale of burial lots, which is right now, I believe it's $1,000 for each burial for a body. And that $1,000, 15 people die this year and get buried, that's $15,000. So out of $15,000, they're taking that into a fund that already has, which Ezekiel explained at the last Cemetery Commission meeting and at your meeting, Select Board, that there's over $200,000 in that fund. There's a lot of money in that fund. They're only pulling out $10,000. If there's so much work that needs to be done there, add the amendment, let them make the intent to do the right thing with it and say, we're going to use a bulk of this money to do things, have the discretion to do them because that's their policy, and at the same time, okay, whatever they're not using to reimburse the town for what the town is doing. So instead of us at $22,000 coming out of our tax check, $12,000. Which I think is more reasonable when you have $15,000 on average, 12 to 15 coming in every year. And that's why the amendment has been written and rewritten to say, with the desired intent to be appropriated to be used, meaning that they should hold that intent in their department, in their commission, to actually reimburse the town so that they can cut back the $20,000 that the town is giving them by using their own money that's available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Ritchie, 98, Royal
I'm going
Fern.
to listen to the Cemetery Commissioner Chair. Right after that, no, you're going to be first. Then I'm going to listen to the Chair second. Okay. And then we're going to end debate and get this over with. Let's go.
I was moved, the question was my...
That's okay. Well, we're not going to do that just yet because I already said she's got the last word.
Okay, so I want to bring again another point, and that point is simply that the rules and regulations from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts tells us what we can do on the Cemetery Commission is with that, as someone keeps stating, $200 and something thousand. We cannot take the principal, we can only take what is given to us, which is the interest. We have built that fund up because many years ago, when we put the niche wall in, we were in the red. We have now built up an X amount of dollars to try to help the Cemetery Commission, and meaning the cemeteries themselves, and to try to make it go into beautifying for the people here in Lunenburg. That's all that we're trying to do. The Select Board is well aware of this. Heather is well aware of this. The Finance is well aware of this. And I thank them all for helping us with this process.
Excellent, thank you. All right, no, come on. Oh. We already voted that we're going to vote now. Excuse me, I already decided we're going to vote. And then you're not going to yell at me, Mr. Bowen, up there. You and I talked about the yelling. Have a seat. Have a seat. If you may vote now on the amendment to the article. Thank you. If you're in favor of the amendment, yes. If you're opposed, no. Just the amendment, not the article. Is there anybody whose clicker is not working that's trying to vote?
Got rid of the riprap. They're working great.
Yeah, I know, huh? We should always have the small number of people here. Okay, I don't see any hands, so I will close the voting. All those in favor of the amendment, please say yes. No, 113 against, 6 in favor. The amendment fails. The article itself is before you. You can discuss the article. Hopefully you don't want to. All right. So I don't see anybody raising their hand. We're ready to vote. This is Article 20. It's a majority. Please signal by yes if you're in favor and no if you're opposed. Voting now. So anybody who's trying to vote, this clicker's not working. I don't see any hands, so I think we're ready. Close out the voting. All those in favor of Article 20? 119, 2 opposed. Article 20 passes. On to Article 21. You're all a little bit older than when you got here this morning, so you're closer to the senior tax exemption. Mr. Franco.
Okay. Where are we? 21, right? Yes.
21.
Okay. Yes, I move that the town vote to amend the vote of Article 33 of the May 6, 2006 annual town meeting to decrease the age of the exemption as allowed by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, 41C, from age 70 to 65. To amend the reimbursement amount up to 100% of the exemption, and further to adjust the income and asset limits according to the statute.
There's a second. Selectman?
Select Board recommends approval.
Select Board, you're correct. Finance Committee?
Finance Committee recommends approval.
Thank you. And my notes say Mr. Rabbitt's going to tell us and make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. First of all, we'd like to take you back
And
to...
your name is?
Oh, excuse me. I'm Jane Rabbitt's husband. That's all you need to know, Jane. Okay, so anyway, back in a quick history. Back in terms of Article 41, Exemption 41C, back in 1986, it was first approved by the town. It was later modified in 2006 to essentially bring it up to where we are right now. The town did not adopt any COLA activities, and so what it is we're stuck back in 2006. The interesting thing about it, in 2006, a certain organization, and I'll introduce Deb.
I'm Pete Lincoln's wife. Since he started that, I'm the chair of the Council on Aging, and the 2006 warrant was co-sponsored by the Council on Aging, and that's why I'm here with Jack.
I might note they've been very, very helpful in terms of working with this, and we also want to say thank you to Sue Doherty, who helped put this together as well. Thank you, Sue. Okay, so anyway, moving ahead, when we started working on this whole article, we really had 4 dials we could go and try and turn, but we decided to only turn 2 of them because those last 2 were more than what we could handle. And so essentially all we're asking for you to do is to essentially go from 70 years of age down to 65. And it'd be consistent with what the other towns in the state are doing. And we'd also like to amend the Exemption 41C to raise the amount of available abatement from $750 to $1,000. This is not big. In terms of the financial impact, if you were to go to the right-hand column, if you approved both of those, we would essentially be looking at going from age 60 to 85, and just for the point of it, we don't stop you from applying at 85. We just assume that most likely you've moved or something else has happened, and you're not going to apply. And it's consistent with the other models that fit. Okay, the other side of it is that we're going from the 750 to 1,000, and interestingly enough, in line fee, the contribution by the state is $500. So the town will be out of pocket about $500. Right now you're out of pocket $250. We'd go to $500. If the average participation has been essentially 20 people per year, we anticipate, because of the lowering of the average, the age, we'd go up to 30. At the same time, the town cost would be, rather than the current $5,000, we're going up to $15,000 and essentially a $10,000 increase. The average resident right now, you're paying $1.12. We're asking you to pay $3.38, and that's a net increase of $2.26 one time each year on top of your tax bill. That's all we're asking, to help those 30 people. If we looked at what the other towns were doing, essentially 50% of the local communities are at the maximum right now. 50% of the communities are giving $1,000. We're at $750. We're trying to take them up such that we're in the money anyway. And the other part of it is 66% of the local communities have moved the age eligibility to 65. So again, we're just trying to keep Lunenburg in the running. We did an analysis. Part of the requirement of being the assessor is to understand the effect on the community and where it's going to impact. And essentially, we realized that we've got about 12,000 citizens, and the median household income is $111,000. That's pretty good money on average. But it doesn't work like that. Everything's on a bell curve. Everything's on a bell curve. And so we went back and looked at the federal census for 2022, and essentially people over 65, we have 2,142. Roughly 18% of your population are seniors. And if you want to go 60, it's a greater number than that. Okay, but the American Community Survey identified 984 individuals living below the poverty line in Lunenburg. We think of ourselves as a wealthier community, but the reality is we've got 8% of our population is below the poverty line. If you would come back and break that out, if you look at our school-age children, we've got 293 that are living below poverty. We have, which would be about 29% of the population of that group. If we go to our seniors, we have 263 seniors that are living below the poverty line. And when you get to be a senior and all of a sudden they have the ability to go out and get any more money, that gets terrifying. It really does. And the possibility of losing your house and your life and everything else is beyond what most people can ever imagine. So what we're doing is we're asking you for a Tom Alonzo, a cup of coffee. In fact, we're asking you for less than a Tom Alonzo cup of coffee. So therefore, if you can see it in your heart, please support this. Really, it will make a difference. And I promise you that as a board of assessors, and again, I want to take my hat off to my two patriots in crime here, Brian LaFawn and Sarah. Are you still back there, Sarah? Sarah Cameron. They're working their brains out to get everything we've got done so far. And I know that we have a pile of stuff looking forward into the fall that's going to get closer to helping people not lose their homes because they can't pay their taxes. And thinking deferral and other pieces, that's coming up. We're doing everything we possibly can to help modify what a person's seeing in terms of staying in Lunenburg. We don't want to lose anybody. We want you to keep your house. So with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
You done? I hope. Oh, not.
No, I just want to thank Mr. Rabbit for all his work for our seniors. And I just want to add that these are your parents, your grandparents, and people who have paid their taxes for decades and decades. We've just voted money for our school children. This is such a little, it's pennies for our seniors, so please vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anybody with questions? Oh, Mr. Waters. Yep.
I just have two quick questions. Number one, has there been an assessment as to why we only have 20, if we have 263 seniors that are living below the poverty line, is there a reason why? I understand there's a portion of it is due to how long you've lived in town and whatnot, but
yes,
should we be able to reach more seniors?
Right. The reason why the number is so low is because our limits are so low in terms of how much you can earn. And when we signed those 20 or 19 of them last year, I was amazed. You know, we saw all the financial statements, and essentially, I don't know how these people live. I really don't. The thing of it is, we are capped in terms of how much your income is, how much your assets are going to be. That's what you're going to see in the fall, some changes. But yeah, there's a lot of room to growth. And folks, the food pantry really does need your help. It really does. Did I answer your question, sir?
You did. Just as a quick follow-up, is the intention then for the fall to bring us down so that we're looking at sort of the poverty line for income, so we're kind of matching that so we can ideally get more people?
Yeah. okay, the poverty line has two different pieces to it. You get the federal poverty line, and then you've got the state of Massachusetts poverty line. State of Massachusetts poverty line is quite a bit lower. We were worried about, hey, what happens if we do reduce the limits in terms of how much a person can earn, or increase the limits? We can't create an equation just yet because we don't have enough data. So that would be our intent, and I don't want to speak for the whole group, but yes, that is to try and address that and help as many people as we possibly can, because that's part of our job. It's not just to send you a tax bill, it's to understand how we can help.
Thank you. Just the last question that I had then was the American Community Service or survey that you had, that breakdown of percentage below the poverty line, is that just applying 8.3% of the total number in each category, or is that how the 984?
The 984 is a function of the population, and that's the 8.3%.
Okay, so that the percentage of below poverty at the different age groups could actually be different because we're just applying the 8.3% across each. It's 8.3% of each individual group, correct?
Yep. We're taking essentially the school-age children. We're dividing it against the residents and get you against the total 984 individuals that are in there. So we've got 293 children that are in that below poverty category.
The seniors could be far higher than the 263, and they could make up more of the bulk of the 8.3%.
It could be if you lowered it to 60 years of age. It certainly would be higher. I believe. So how many people are actively enrolled in the Adult Learning Activities Center?
They're not all enrolled at the center, but there's approximately 3,525 people age 16 and older.
Right.
According to the federal census. According to the town census, is about 3,500.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions.
Thank you. Waters and Rabbit love numbers. You see this? Back and forth. Okay, over here, please.
Hello, my name is Donna Paticchiolo, 132 Hemlock Drive in Lunenburg, and I'm up here in favor of amending the reimbursement amount and thanking you. Currently, I'm finding my property taxes that were raised are more than the amount of abatement I get. So this would be a wonderful for me. And I thank you if you could vote for this Article 21.
Thank you. Sir.
John Trainer, 105 Horizon Island Road. Just a thought, if you're trying to parse out the statistics to try to figure it out, all those 26% of the seniors may not be homeowners. They could be renters. So you can't let that sort of skew your thinking about the big picture.
Thanks.
That would absolutely be correct. With regard to the prior speaker, we're working on a thing called deferral, exemption 41D. And what it allows you to do is essentially say, I can't pay this anymore, or I can't pay the full amount. You come to us, we fill out all the forms, we'll coach you, and it allows you to pay a portion of those taxes. I mean, you can go down to zero if you wanted to, but pay them. But understand you owe the town. So we get to collect the money from you plus an 8% right now. When either you sell a home, you've got the money, or when you think death and taxes, you get to pay those taxes back, right? So that's essentially. We think that's going to allow a lot of extra people wiggle room to not lose their homes.
For another day.
For another day.
Thank you.
Next fall. Thank you, Tim.
Yeah. Anybody else? Okay, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of Article 21, please signal by saying yes or no on your clicker. We're on the last page. Well, my last page. All right, is there anybody trying to vote whose clicker did not respond? I think you're all ready. What are the results? Vote is closed. In favor, 110, 3 opposed, no abstentions. 113 voted. It passes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, I guess. Article 22, OPEB, other post-employment benefits. Mr. Nuzzulo.
I move that the town vote to readopt and accept the provisions of Section 20 of Chapter 32B of the Massachusetts General Laws as amended by Section 15 of Chapter 218 of the Acts of 2016, establishing an other post-employment benefits liability trust fund, to authorize the Select Board and Treasurer to execute a declaration of trust creating an expendable trust for the purpose of holding monies appropriated to such fund, to designate the treasurer as a trustee of such fund, to authorize the transfer of any and all monies currently held for the purpose of paying retiree health and life benefits to such trust, and to authorize the trustee to invest and reinvest the monies in such fund in accordance with the prudent investor rule established under Chapter 203C of the Massachusetts General Laws.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Selectman, your recommendation. Select Board, recommendation.
Select Board recommends approval.
Finance Committee, your recommendation.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Okay. Town Manager, you can answer questions. I haven't seen any yet.
I have this. Okay.
You want to say something?
You can take
Well,
a vote.
this is short form. You didn't say I'm going to answer, I'm going to make a
I can
presentation.
explain a little more if there's any questions.
Go ahead. Tell them something.
All right. The town adopted Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 20, in November of 2010. This law is to create a trust fund to deposit funds into the other post-employment benefits for retirees and their dependents. Funding this account reduces the unfunded liability. In 2016, the Municipal Modernization Act, which is Chapter 218 of the Acts of 2016, amended the local acceptance of General Law 32B, Section 20, to address a number of issues about the nature of this fund. These included whether the statute authorized local government units to create a trust fund for monies and other post-employment benefits that complies with legal requirements for trust and with governmental accounting standards, board standards. An OPEB fund established by a city or town under General Law 32B, Section 20, before the November 7th, 2016 effective date of the Act continues to operate under the terms originally established unless the governmental unit accepts or reaccepts General Law 32B, Section 20 after that date. Upon acceptance or reacceptance, the OPEB fund will operate under the terms of General Law 32B as amended by the Act. The Division of Local Services under the Department of Revenue recommends towns adopt or readopt this section of law.
All set?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have questions for the town manager or anybody on OPEB? Article 22, not seeing anyone. I assume we're ready to vote. So you may now start voting on Article 22 as read. Start voting now. Vote quickly. Is there anybody who's trying to vote, his clicker's not working? I don't see any hands. Voting is now closed. All those in favor? 100, 2 opposed, 3 abstained. The article passes. That was 22. Moving on to 23, the Historical Commission bylaw. Mr. Alonso.
I move that the town vote to amend the Code of Lunenburg, Chapter 12, entitled Boards, Commissions, and Committees by adding a new Article 4 thereto as printed in the annual town meeting warrant.
Is there a second?
Second.
Select Board.
Select Board recommend approval, 4-1.
Thank you. And Finance.
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Okay. Anybody? Oh, I knew you were going to do it, Mr.
If I may
Pesci.
introduce it just so people know first.
You may.
Okay, thank you. So all this is doing, as you see in the warrant article, that there were votes in May 1979 to establish the Historical Commission on 2 articles, and then a subsequent year of May 2008 at an annual town meeting, there was another article to clarify the membership of it, None of those votes and none of those articles actually created a bylaw. So right now, if you look in the town bylaws and you look for, hey, what is the Historical Commission? What does it do? It exists nowhere in any of the bylaws. All this article is meant to do is codify what was passed in those two town meetings without change, basically what was passed in those, put them into the current bylaws so they can be seen and researched and referenced by other people. That's all this does.
Excellent. No, we're not going to vote. Mr. Passio has his hand up.
You ready?
I am.
I am too. Dave Passios, 56 Whiting Street. I brought this issue up to the Board of Selectmen, I'm going to say 6 weeks ago. I may not be exact, but it was before the warrant was finalized. The circumstances behind this actually being entered as an article was a vote by the Board of Selectmen to approve 2 additional seats for the for the Historical Commission that actually did not exist because the verbiage between Mass General Law and the bylaw, there is something either in the bylaws or charter, I believe it's a bylaw. It does exist, but it was never corrected with one of the corrections that was made in a previous town meeting to codify the committee at 5 members. It said shall be 3 to 7 members. So that was corrected a few years after the commission was originally formed. The other thing that has happened over the years is that the Mass General Law has been slightly modified since it was originally accepted, and it adds alternate positions may be appointed to the commission, and there's some other verbiage in there that we may or may not want to accept, but it specifically calls out particular forms of government as to how the members are appointed to this committee. In particular for Lunenburg, because we've gone to a town manager form of government, which we were not under when this was originally formed or accepted. That change has also not been made. I came before the Board of Selectmen to try to get them to add a reacceptance of this chapter, to be added to this article, because at this point right now, it would be outside the scope, so I'm not even going to attempt to do it now. But I just wanted to give all of you folks the history so that you know that I'll be back here in November with those changes. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I thought he was going to amend it. Usually he kind of works up to amendments like that. All right, no problem. We'll go right past that. So anybody else on this article? Okay. Article 23, let's vote. All in favor, please signal by saying yes. Whoops. Yes or no. You may vote now. Is anybody trying to vote? Clicker not working? I don't see any hands. So voting is closed. All those in favor, please. 104, 7 against. Article passes. We have now Article 24, Ms. Emke. And just if you're looking ahead, Article 25 was already passed in the consent calendar, and that's the last bit of business today. So Article 24, Ms. Emke.
Okay. I move that the town vote to modify 1, Section 250-4.1G of the protective bylaw entitled Use Table by inserting a new use entitled Battery Energy Storage Systems, and by noting the manner in which it is permitted or prohibited in the various zoning districts as printed in the annual town meeting warrant. And 2, Section 250-4.13 of the protective bylaw entitled Solar Energy Systems by inserting a subsection F entitled Battery Energy Storage Systems to reasonably regulate the installation of battery energy storage systems as part of a solar generating facility and as a standalone use, as printed in the annual town meeting warrant, but also in subsection F4E by adding the phrase "in the" between the word "allowed" and the phrase "following zoning districts."
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Select Board, your recommendation?
Select Board deferred.
Defers. So you're going to need to do a public vote. Finance Committee?
Finance Committee finds no direct financial impact.
Planning Board, this was your article. What was your vote?
Could you repeat that, please?
What was your vote?
Planning Board voted in favor unanimously.
What was the number?
Number? 4-0.
Say it again?
Wait, no, I want to say it was 3-0 because I was not at that meeting.
3-0. Okay. Tell us about the article, Mr. Brennan.
Okay, so sometimes the planning board gets to come to you and say, we've got something to really help the town. In this case, it's to really help the town because the state says we have to. Battery energy storage systems. The state recently decided, by the way, those count as solar. Kind of makes sense, doesn't matter if it makes sense, state says so. And state says we have to allow them. As a matter of fact, we already do. What this bylaw is here to do is to give us some control over how we allow battery energy storage systems. Without the proposed bylaw, right now, the only thing protecting us, giving us any control, is our current zoning, which isn't really written to take this into account. I have a picture there of what they look like. And if you're looking at these saying, I don't really get it, it looks like a bunch of storage containers that someone stapled air conditioners on the side of, that's exactly what they look like and pretty much what they sound like. They're really good. They allow solar energy to function within the community, but maybe you don't want that right next to your house. Maybe you don't want to listen to that all day. With this bylaw, we still have all the protections protected by zoning. In addition, public safety is monitored, and we're looking to protect the aesthetic, enjoyment, noise, and historic preservation qualities of whatever property these would be put on and the adjoining properties. You've read the whole thing, hopefully. Notable points. There is a site safety plan. If you're worried about that, that is approved by the fire chief. There's a site security plan approved by the police chief. Some people say, but these installations, what if they catch fire? The applicant, not the town, the applicant has to pay for training for the fire department for their specific battery storage system. Design standards must be maintained. Things like distance from other properties, buffer strip, noise levels, those have to be verified by engineers and then approved and checked by the planning board. So we've got several steps to make sure that while we have these systems that we have to accept, we're doing it in a way that protects your property and your quality of life in town. The other thing we did is this bylaw is designed to account for future changes. We have some issues with our current broad solar bylaw where we describe things a certain way. Now, 10 years later, it's giving us some challenges. Here, we've described everything to the best of our ability to account for the fact that this is a rapidly changing technology piece of equipment. So we do things like describe it by the pad size, not by the kilowatt hours, or however they describe how much energy is stored. We refer to safety standards put out by the state and by in kind of industry standards. That way, as the technology grows, we remain protected at the best level possible and not at whatever our bylaw said 15 years ago. I'm happy to answer questions, but I don't want to take up more of your time. It's late.
Yep, I will entertain a motion on this article.
I move for the Select Board to recommend approval.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's, from the sound of it, 4-0.
Take a picture of that one, right?
Can I just say a couple words?
Oh, let Lou say something.
I just want to say before I was taken by surprise, I did not expect that recognition earlier, and so I could only just sort of mouth my thank yous to everybody. I just want to thank this town for entrusting me all these years with positions of public service. It's been an honor. I'm going to take at least a break for a while. It's not necessarily goodbye. I'm not thinking of it as goodbye. I'm kind of thinking of it as parole. All right. So, thank you.
You don't need a motion to adjourn. You don't need a motion to adjourn. When the warrant is over, the meeting is done.